visible for many, many miles, and
I don't know if
it's hard to miss when there is smoke and a massive explosion coming out of it. The first we heard was from 1010 West Account Executive Joan Fletcher. She was the first to call this in. Joan, you're still there?
I'm here.
Okay, you've been watching this on a rooftop with friends and neighbors, and how would you gauge their reaction at this point?
Everyone is in shock. Everyone, people can't believe what they heard or they saw. They've been running downstairs to keep an eye on TV, but I haven't left this area since I called you this first. And it's unbelievable. I mean, they're still bringing in all the police and the fire trucks. They're ongoing. The smoke is unbelievable. It doesn't even look like they've been able to do anything other than respond to, I guess, emergencies on ground, because there's nothing happening within the building that I can see from here on top.
But I guess people on the ground would get creamed if you dropped a couple of thousand gallons of water on them.
And the smoke is going, so heading towards Brooklyn. You can smell the smoke from here. It's coming from the entire area of both buildings. It's unbelievable.
And to think, just 5 years ago, you guys joked for bomb threats. Oh, we'll go to lunch and over.
Progressively worse. First one plane crashing into the World Trade Center.
Is there something flying right on top?
Second crashing into
Or
the
is that just
tower of the World Trade Center.
It's right next to the antenna,
The
right?
plane has crashed into the Pentagon. It has been evacuated along with
Oh, geez, you know what? There's probably people on the roof trying to get off.
has been evacuated.
It still hasn't.
Evacuated. The Sears Tower in Chicago has been evacuated. There was no threat of an attack against the Sears Tower, but they're obviously going to fight while they're ahead there. And all of this, the world...
Holy shit!
Oh, it's collapsing.
Oh no! Oh my god!
Oh, man. The building collapsed.
The whole building. Stop. The building collapsed.
Oh, the whole thing. Oh my god.
Oh
my god. I can't believe they supposed to put
no!
Oh my god. I saw the building crumble. It's all the way down. I can't see at what point it's still standing. Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
What you're saying is true. The tower has collapsed.
Oh my god. The building just crumbled.
This is 1010 Winds, WINS New York. One of
Completely down.
the two towers, the south tower of the World Trade Center, has just crumbled, collapsed in a pile of dust. This approximately less than an hour after it was hit by an aircraft.
The second building completely down. You know what I'm saying? Where are you? You heard the fire. I just got the shot. You too.
A situation that started bad just gets worse and worse and worse. The World Trade Center, South Tower, which was hit by a plane and wrecked by an explosion approximately an hour ago, has totally collapsed. The North Tower is still standing, but the World Trade Center South Tower has collapsed. Let's go live to CNN for a moment.
Big black billowing cloud of smoke that is rising over the Pentagon. You heard Jamie McIntyre a moment ago describe where that was coming from. I can also tell you that local radio, in addition to talking about evacuations, as we've heard at the Pentagon, and the White House is reporting that the Capitol building has been evacuated and the Treasury Department has been evacuated. Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, is exceptionally tense and clearly taking steps as if it is virtually under siege here. We don't know specifically, as you said, what has taken place at the Pentagon, but this is very serious, striking at the heart of the national government.
I don't think there's anyone else to take care of it.
Baron, I need to interrupt you for a second. Again, there has been a second explosion here in Manhattan at the Trade Center. We are getting reports that a part of the tower, the second tower, the one a bit further to the south of us, has collapsed. We are checking on that.
Well, again, it does appear that the second tower of the World Trade Center has collapsed. 10 Winds account executive Joan Fleischer was looking at the building, and boy, it was just 3 minutes ago. And Joan, what did you see?
Oh, well, lots of smoke, and then the next thing I heard an explosion, and the building from the top, the south building, just crumbled. Just completely went down. I saw it. It's hard to see all the pieces, but you can see it tipping over and just crashing to the ground. Now, I don't even know where it crumbled from on the south building because there's so much smoke I can't see anything now. All I can tell you is that the fire seems to have spread on the north building now because I can see the flames on the south side, which I couldn't see before.
God, you know how many explosives are probably in that second plane? That's
No, it's not all these explosives. I think it's where it hit it. You know how big it is? It hit it sideways?
I understand. That second plane, right, but that second plane headed for it. That's not, if it was the first plane, it would be different. There was probably so many explosions also in the plane.
Casualties, obviously.
Because that one was the one where we were just watching it just go.
In the wake of this. If you're just joining us this morning, you're in for a horrific surprise. Both buildings of the World Trade Center have been hit by aircraft, and the South Tower of the World Trade Center has apparently collapsed in a pile of dust. Let's go to 10 Winds editor Jim Maloney. He was in Hoboken waiting to get into the tunnel when this happened.
Yelly, and the scene here is just one right out of one of the movies you would see in Hollywood. People walking around with cell phones in tears, holding their heads, looking up at what's left of the World Trade Center, and just shaking their heads in disbelief. The entire side of New Jersey now is totally affected by this and has been for quite some time. The tunnels are shut down. People are milling around, not knowing what to do, not knowing where to go. It's a scene just of utter chaos, and just wondering what happened to those folks in the Trade Center just makes it all the worse. Wait.
All right, 10 Winds newsman Jim Maloney, who was watching the South Tower of the World Trade Center when it went down, and he is stuck at the Lincoln Tunnel. All of the tunnels, both leading from New Jersey into New York City,
There's nothing, there's nothing even there anymore.
Second building's gone.
There's nothing to go to now.
The United States has been suspended until at least 5 o'clock in the wake of this. Let's get brought up to date on what has transpired in about the last hour and 15 minutes in this country, in this world. Here's 10 Winds.
The building just slid down.
Like almost
Okay, to recap, two planes, of course, crashed into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan this morning. The aircraft, first one, crashed into the upper floors of one of the towers. That is the one with TV and radio antenna on top.
They're not going to even bother trying to put that out,
Huge
probably.
explosion and heavy black smoke could be seen pouring out of the building.
Everyone that was on the ground.
Wreckage was also seen embedded in the upper floors of the skyscraper, and ever since has been raining down onto the streets of Lower Manhattan. Shortly afterward, a second plane hit the other tower. That is the tower with the observation deck on top.
There is
Associated
nothing
Press has learned the FBI is investigating reports that the two crashes are the result of foul play. Of course, there's no word on casualties, but suffice to say, the loss of life presumably profound. Given the magnitude of this disaster, the South Tower of the World Trade Center just minutes ago collapsed to the ground. Only one tower is standing at this point. President Bush speaking in
That
Florida
plane must have had C4 in there. That's the only way you can bring that
I have
plane
spoken to
down.
the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI. They've ordered that the full resources of the federal government.
They have to have C4 in there. There's no way you can bring that building like that.
That's what I said. There's gotta be. It just was just collapsed because it was here.
To hunt
It's not
down
there.
and to find those folks who committed this act.
This is not only a New York story. In Washington, word that the Pentagon has been struck. A plane crashed into the Pentagon this morning. CNN's Chris Plant is in the nation's capital.
And speaking to people here at the Pentagon as they're being evacuated from the building, I am told by several people that there was in fact an explosion. I was told by one witness, an Air Force enlisted, senior enlisted man, that he was outside when it occurred. He said that he saw a helicopter circle the building. He said that it appeared to be a U.S. military helicopter and that it disappeared behind the building where the helicopter landing zone is, and that he then saw a fireball go into the sky.
That fireball was apparently from a plane. An Associated Press reporter on the scene saw the tail end of a large airliner plunge into the Pentagon. Of course, the Pentagon has been evacuated along with the West Wing of the White House the Capitol, all major branches of the United States government evacuated this morning. In Chicago, the Sears Tower has been evacuated as a precautionary measure. No known threat has been made against Chicago's tallest building at this point. New York Stock Exchange has been shut down. The State Department has been evacuated. The Associated Press is
Well, I guess
White
we're
House has been
officially in a
evacuated
recession
after the
now.
Secret Service received a
We're in
credible
a
threat
war
of
right now, I'm telling you.
against the mansion.
That's what's going to happen. We're in a war, I'm telling you.
Also evacuated. Fox News Channel's Jim Engel is at the White House and has the very latest.
The roads around the White House, the streets around the White House were blocked seconds ago. Members of the Uniform Division of the Secret Service ran out to intersections and started
We're talking about the first one
There are emergency vehicles on almost every block around the White House. The road south of the White House has also been blocked. And as you know, the White House is being evacuated. Federal employees are standing on the street corners in and around the White House, having left the building for fear of another attack.
Antenna will come down.
President Bush is now flying to Washington from Florida, where he's scheduled an educational event. The president said Air Force One is the only one allowed to take off this launch from the FAA.
How are they going to get to it? How the heck are they going to get to it? People got to be up on the roof right now. What's that noise?
I hope so.
It's coming down.
You see side by side of New York and Washington, billowing smoke. Eileen LaPalmer is down in Lower Manhattan. We're going to try and get to her live now. And
Okay, we evacuated.
Any more information? Eileen, are you there?
Yeah, Judy, I'm there. Well, all I can tell you is, as you can imagine, absolute chaos. People were running, panicking, just from the smoke and flames were billowing out. People were trying to head
Where?
That's one of our
fighters. Where?
Because it had them two, fighter jet has those two streams, you know, of fuel going on the top.
Okay.
That was we have a fighter jet.
You can see down Broadway from the vantage point of City Hall. Now we're inside a building, but all the buildings along Broadway here at City Hall are being evacuated. On my way up to this building, I ran into a woman who was at Tower 2 when the plane crashed into
I
Tower
know, I tried
1.
to call my mother, but just
Were you able to get any information?
I called home, I got to home, but I couldn't.
Yeah, there's no outright. There's no way home.
Oh, yeah. But they might close, they're probably going to close.
Number 2. My brother's a photojournalist and he's down there now. I hope he's okay. How did you get out?
I walked down 92 floors and I stopped on the 77th floor because I said everything was okay and the second plane crashed.
Second building, right? Yeah. So it was the first. Of course, at this point, everyone's concern is just getting north, getting away from the World Trade Center, as well as finding out
There
where
must
their
be such
families
a
are.
scene.
blowing my mind.
They're trying to get people running.
Gotta be a military. Up right up there at the Memphis.
Outside of City Hall.
People would like to get in or out.
Where?
They will not
Right up here,
Right
up
up
the
there.
building.
It's a fighter jet.
closed all of its bridges.
It's a fighter jet up there.
Where they been? Sleeping up there.
St. Vincent's Hospital.
That is so
Channel reporter
fucking
Molly
weird.
Fellner is there. St. Vincent's Hospital basically
It's like playing with the apes at the end when they see the Statue of Liberty sticking up.
forming a block perimeter around this hospital. I watched one victim
The stuff
come out
falling
of an
from the window.
ambulance, go in on a stretcher. They look exceedingly injured, and right now there are hospital beds lined up on the street right outside the hospital.
Just think of the size of that building and all the stuff that's got to be on the
Look at this
ground.
fire coming out.
There can't be anything left. Fire trucks, nothing that was on the ground could have
Alert with the terror attack
survived.
and now at the Pentagon,
They didn't expect that to go
with
down.
one of the World Trade Towers collapsing.
No, they wouldn't have had every firefighter and
It is
police
nothing short of
out there.
horrific. This is 1010 Wins Radio with this breaking news story. Let's go back now to my colleague, Lee Harris.
All right, Judy. Reminder again, if you're a New York City
The whole thing
fire
came down.
department member, you are to report to your firehouse.
Oh, you know what?
Obviously,
We're going to have
So the whole thing came
emergency
down.
contingency here.
That's light over there. That building's
The Wall Street office is going to open up
1010 Wins reporter Steve Torrey is
in the multi-purpose room.
It's going to be a long
No, really. The multi-purpose room is disaster recovery. But yeah, there's jacks under the floor.
The explosions happened at the Trade Center. The Empire
This might be one of the Sun Guard deals.
to assist them in any way
Obviously, it appears to be under control, of course, on the street, as you might expect. We've been hearing, we're repeating ourselves here, people panicking. They got a clear view of what was going on from their vantage point, and people are still not exactly sure what is taking place.
Yeah. Look all the smoke that's gonna get the people,
all the dust,
all the buildings, all that stuff. Look at that, it's gonna suffocate people.
I think people are jumping into
Yeah, that gets you. You're done.
Yeah, that's insane. This amount of damage that happens. That's like concrete. And whenever you see don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Doing that big, something like that. Don't worry about it.
Planes crashing into them, and the South Tower of the World Trade Center, after burning for about 45 or 50 minutes, collapsed.
He's gonna land over here.
The information we got from
He's gonna land over here.
City Hall not too long ago is that people who were way up on the 92nd floor of the World Trade Center, the South Tower, got out aid for the second
I'm sure those guys have told him to land.
tower collapsed.
Yes. Oh, it is gonna come down. Hope not.
Look at the flame it's starting to just keep going. Look, you can see the burn. Now it's starting to burn. That little gap.
Yeah.
It's starting to burn out that little piece.
We've had, since this began, and it seems like a lifetime ago now, but only about an hour and a half ago, Kensington Windsor County Executive Joan Fleischer, and Joan was on the line with us 14 minutes ago. South Tower of the World Trade Center.
Hi. Well, the scene gets worse. We just saw about 6 people jump out of the north building from the top. 6 people jumped out? Just jumping out of the building to just escape, I guess, what seems to be an unbelievable fire and smoke inhalation.
What's that falling down? Look at that. Thing's falling down.
Yeah.
In the corner?
On the right side.
Yeah. I mean,
This thing's falling down already.
Whatever that is. You can't even describe. I'm doing a terrible job telling you what I'm seeing, but it defies words. It is the most horrible. I can now see some blue sky where the second building was. The south building is not there.
Wow.
I don't know how far it fell to the ground, but it crumbled, and I can see blue sky when the smoke clears. It is a horrific scene.
All right.
The pipe was closed?
Yes, thank you.
It was open when I came in. 9:30.
How many? Yeah, I thought they were trying to get people out of downtown.
Keep the ferry going. Palmer was at South City Hall. I understand you've moved.
Yeah, I'm not going.
Eileen?
I have to take a hotel room here.
Oh, the hotels are booked already, probably.
All the buildings around here. They're trying to
I'm sure BB's had a handful of hotels already.
This is already underway.
I doubt it. No one thought it was going to turn into this.
Tower 1 and Tower 2. And then when everyone was starting to calm down and look at the smoke building billowing out and still running around trying to figure out what was going on, suddenly Tower 2 collapsed. A billowing of smoke went up. The smoke started coming up Broadway.
And then 10 minutes later, another
one.
one.
And running north to get away from the smoke, not really sure what's in the debris, what's in the smoke. In that crowd, right, I ran into a woman.
I think the other one's more towards the middle.
Tower 2. She escaped and she is
I know. That's what I just said. That's weird. You know, something missing too much light.
I come through here every morning. It's like, you know, even after the bombing, it's like surreal. You just go through it, don't even think about it.
If there is, I don't know if that's going to stay up.
Yeah, they're probably going to.
They'll never rebuild them, I don't think. They still
Go in knowing that this is
Is there a TV in the training room?
that's not going to
Yeah, there is. There's a TV in the conference room. Everyone's watching.
Family and friends, as well as get them
Everyone's watching this like
the area around here at City Hall is under lockdown. All the buildings are being evacuated. Everyone is being told to move north. Eileen Palmer, live for 10-10 wins outside of City Hall.
No, we haven't heard yet from Mayor Giuliani, but I understand that he does plan to address us at some point. Eileen?
Yes, we are trying to locate where the mayor is. Obviously, usually when there is crisis situations, he would should be down at the Office of Emergency Management, which is down at the World Trade Center. We cannot find him right now. The City Hall is also evacuated and locked down, obviously for security reasons. We will let you know as soon as we know when the mayor will speak with us.
Okay, as to how all this happened, it's becoming increasingly apparent that this was a terrorist attack. President Bush as much as said so about an hour ago, what with two planes crashing into the World Trade Center.
You know, Brian, by now, you see some of those choppers out there? The rule that they have is any airplane that gets here, they have to intercept and destroy. That's a rule they have when that happens.
Which side is windows on the world?
Now we have a report
The left one or the right? No, the windows only were on the second.
in Washington.
The one that went down?
Yeah.
Fox News. 1010 Wings reporter Carol D'Oria on Long Island, and
Because the first one is where you have the TV.
What about the past? Like
Burned here and then started burning.
There's no
and that section disappeared.
There's no basement on that building right now.
question to
How would they
you.
get up there?
There's nothing down there.
If they
Basement.
have any measures,
Mezzanine level.
that they can take for this.
There's no pad. Forget about using the top for quite a while.
Yeah.
I'm asking which.
There's no.
I know what you're saying.
It's in the center. It's in the middle.
The one that just fell down.
The one that just fell down?
It's in the middle.
Where all the stores are?
It's in the middle.
Now on the Nassau Expressway,
Right in the middle of those
874, and people have been pulling over their cars because as the expressway has overpasses, you can see the smoke billowing. It's a grayish black on the edges. It has turned white, and people are just pulling over to just take a look, and it's just so unbelievable. I stopped in a deli to buy the newspapers, and a deli that is normally busy and buzzing with people, it was just a hush as people listened to the radio that was on in the deli. I made phone calls to people, and people just crying because of the sadness of the tragedy.
Yeah, did you see it? You saw it?
The problem is how many people I guarantee you, unfortunately, the only people who really got
No, I doubt. There has to be.
all of the airports nationwide.
You know, the thing is,
Traffic in the United States, at least until 5 p.m. today.
I don't think that will
Also,
you can't, it's too high. I think maybe stuff will fall off the top of the building. I don't think it'll
Yeah.
falling now, you see it?
yeah,
I think it's too high. Structurally, the second plane hit exactly where it was supposed to.
yeah, in the middle.
Keep burning.
Unfortunately, those people are dead.
Weaken
Burning
the
down. How
center
they can keep it
structure.
out?
They'll find a way to do it. They'll find a way to do it.
Let's go to 1010 Wings reporter Lori Madden with an
Burn down
update
at least
on
halfway,
New York
then.
City tunnels. Lori?
And we just got an update from Shadow Traffic Lead that all of the tunnels
Can't go, because the smoke is straight up. Plus it's structurally, it's not structurally sound.
the Battery Tunnel, the
Well,
Midtown
the
Tunnel.
second, let's say the 70-foot floor down is,
All of the bridges.
That's the 80.
you don't know that. They can't.
Yeah, you don't know if there was a bomb in the plane.
It's okay, and then take it down.
The 59th Street Bridge,
No,
the
engineers
Manhattan
are
Bridge, the Brooklyn Bridge.
Oh, yeah.
May not come into the city. The Tappan Zee Bridge is open, and that's the latest word from Shadow Traffic.
Yeah, great help.
Into Manhattan.
Great help.
Insane.
Definitely great.
Right now, already in Manhattan,
You know what? I'm glad I didn't see it,
what
because I
looks to be a
fucking sick to
regular
my
work
stomach
day
about
at
that
the New York
building.
Stock Exchange.
I'd be sick to my
1010
stomach
Wings
if I
reporter
saw it.
Larry
I'm sick to my
Kosky
stomach
has been
now.
telling us what's been going on from his vantage point. And Larry, where are you now?
I'm so
on
perfect.
Lafayette Street. I've walked several blocks north. I know I'm north of Canal Street, but I'm not exactly sure how far. I walked into a store and they were kind enough to let me use the phone.
The plane that did it, they hijacked.
The first one was a hijack of people.
I was standing
Boston.
on
Boston.
and I believe it was Fulton Street when we heard this
I'll be honest with you, I'd probably be worried about the tower, about the
The antenna.
on the top, the spear. I'd probably be
Yeah.
a little worried about that.
That needle?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
smoke and a stampede of people getting out of the
And that's
way.
picking up too.
Police first telling everybody to get into the subway, that the trains were running, and then immediately shooing us out again. And basically, as I look out the front door,
Okay, those choppers are.
There's no one left to put out the fire.
there are just hordes of people just basically walking
3
north, trying to
choppers.
get out of the way. I see a woman coming in now. She's crying. I have no idea what her problem is. She doesn't appear to be injured. injured. I think he may just be shaken up.
Could just be like everybody should know.
You mentioned normal workday. I don't think there are going to be any normal work days in this part of Manhattan for a very
while.
long time.
Yep.
All right, Larry, speaking of the subways, 1010 Wins reporter Mona Rivera has been checking out the mass transit situation. Mona?
New Yorkers who are hearing the word terrorist attack are angry and they're afraid. I spoke with Sonia Warner. She was taking the A train into Manhattan from Brooklyn, and she got off in fear.
They're going to attack the subway station next. If they bomb the Pentagon and then the World Trade Center right here in New York City. The subway station could be next. We don't know. But I decided to get off just to safeguard myself.
She said an announcement was made stopping many trains from going into Manhattan, and no one was going to work today. Mona Rivera, 1010 Wins in Brooklyn.
Wins News Time, 1022. Let's get caught up to speed on this situation, which affects not only New York City, but the nation. Let's go live to 1010 Wins newsman James Sparrow. James?
All right, Lee, with a big word in Washington concerns this apparent plane crashing into or near the Pentagon, causing a huge fireball at a scene that is eerily reminiscent of what we saw at the World Trade Center. Thick black smoke now emanating from the Pentagon. Jim Angle of the Fox News Channel is on the scene.
As you come into Washington from Virginia, about 2 miles from the Pentagon, you can see the smoke billowing up from the building. Huge clouds of smoke. So much so that commuters coming into town have pulled over to the side of a busy freeway, what is ordinarily a busy freeway.
They have to rebuild them.
Sitting, watching in amazement as the symbol of the United States Defense Establishment goes up in smoke.
All highways in and around Washington, D.C. are now jammed with traffic, as of course are the highways in the New York area. Lower Manhattan virtually closed off. At the White House, along with many other federal buildings in Washington, an evacuation underway as a precaution. Again, Fox Newsman Jim Angle.
The roads around the White House, the streets around the White House were blocked seconds ago. Members of the Uniform Division of the Secret Service ran out to intersections and started diverting traffic. There are emergency vehicles on almost every block around the White House. The road south of the White House has also been blocked. And as you know, the White House is being evacuated. Federal employees are standing on the street corners in and around the White House, having left the building for fear of another attack.
Among the explosions in Washington this morning, one near the Supreme Court building, as we hear from Fox Channel newsman Brian Wilson.
I was just here in front of the Capitol, which, by the way, has been evacuated, and back toward the Supreme Court area, we just heard a low, muffled thud. It sounded like a small explosion. Sirens are going off around this city like you cannot believe. And just overhead a moment ago, something I have never seen in Washington in the 16 years I've been here, military jets are now patrolling the skies over Washington, D.C.
Continues with Judy DeAngelis.
Thank you, James. We are just getting word now that not only is the airspace locked, but below ground is also being closed tighter than the drum. We're going to go over to shadow traffic. Reporter Pete Torriello for the latest on that. Pete.
Right, Judy. Apparently the entire New York City subway system has been shut down now, so we have a lockdown above ground, as you said, and below ground as well. Lincoln Holland Tunnels, George Washington Bridge are all closed. The Tappan Zee Bridge is open at this time. East River bridges and tunnels in and out of Manhattan are also shut down at this time, as is all of the airport activity nationwide. And once again, to repeat the word from the Transit Authority, all subway services has now been shut down, and we'll have more as it becomes available, Judy.
Thank you, Pete Torriello. Shadow traffic, as you heard, all subway traffic closed down. All the Port Authority bridges and tunnels closed down. Nothing's taking off. All the airports are closed down. The roads are closed down. The twin disaster at the World Trade Center happening shortly before 9 a.m., then right around 9 a.m., and then just a little while ago, a third explosion, which actually brought down the South Tower. 1010 Wins reporter Juliet Papa is down around City Hall. Let's try and get through to her now and see what's happening down there. Juliet.
Judy, I am at the intersection of Broadway and Chambers Street, where it looks as if police are trying to virtually evacuate the whole.
Still waiting for 5 people that I'm friends with in that building.
Stay put where you are, right? Okay? All right, people were running up the block. They were running up Broadway. They were running up on 7th Avenue South, running in a panic northbound from the area. I have been trying to get down here in a car. I was on 7th Avenue South going over to Broadway, and as I heard a Joe Fleischer on the broadcast live saying that the towers collapsed I saw the billow of smoke that resulted from that. People with fear stricken all over their faces, just running up the block.
Yeah,
right
can
now,
you
it
imagine
appears as if
seeing?
I said that the entire area is being evacuated.
Brown Brothers too down there.
Imagine seeing there must be just people running to get
Brown
away
Brothers
from
too.
the trade center.
Directing traffic and directing
It's just, everything's just
more
dropping.
emergency vehicles are on their way down here. You might hear the sirens as
Bodies all over.
It's like
Bodies all over.
the cars are all driving to get away.
I managed to get through to that, and they said, don't even think about trying to get a tally on injured or fatalities. So that was about 45 minutes ago before the towers went down. So we cannot even begin to guess what havoc this has wreaked. But as I said, it appears that all of this is being evacuated. I am being asked to get off this phone right now, and police are just trying to clear the whole area. Juliet Papa, 1010 Winds, reporting live from Chambers and Broadway.
And cell phones are working now.
Yeah, they're back up.
International flights to Washington, D.C. and New York City are being diverted to Canadian airports. Lockdown in the airspace across the entire United States, and of course here in the city nothing is going in or going out. 1010 Winds News Director Ben Meverak is at the Manhattan Bridge. Let's check in with him. Ben.
I have a direct line of sight to what is left of the World Trade Center. The fire continues to burn. I can see the flames through the thick smoke. As I walk through Brooklyn to get to this position, I can tell you, as Juliet alluded to, the bridges have pretty much been blocked up. Everyone is being diverted. There is just no way into the city except for emergency vehicles. I did pass through a couple of parks and on some of the streets, and before, when I reported about an hour ago, there were people at their gas pumps who turned to look at the smoke that was coming from the city, folks stepping out of bodegas and stores to look. Now people are gathering in large groups. In fact, in one corner, I saw a group of people actually holding hands and praying. As I stand on the
It's going. It's just collapsing again. It's collapsing again. Yeah, it's going down again. It went down.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh. It's going down again. We lost them both.
Gone.
Oh my god. Holy
Look at the other building there next to it. Oh, that's into the building. It's coming down.
Oh, it's a tower.
Another building.
Oh shit! Another building just went down. Another building just went down behind it.
Explosion of cloud, no noise with it, and then all of a sudden I just lit my eyes. I looked back at the mother of the people in the background going, oh my god, and the second building appears to have gone down.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Ben. That is the second building that has gone down. It came out like a plume of smoke, like a banana unpeeling. Plumes of smoke coming out, and then absolutely nothing.
Those
And now
boats,
where there
those
were
boats are
two
not in a good
huge buildings, two huge towers, there is now nothing but plumes of smoke. Can you still see where you're looking at, Ben?
All I see now is the clouds beginning to move.
That's what I think.
Yeah. I don't think so.
I don't know.
How can it come down? That could have been bombs. And maybe they exploded the building. I don't know. I mean, it had to have been.
It's just expect to see it now. To see it vacant except for a cloud of smoke, it is just incredible.
Well, Ben, what we're going to do is we're going to go over to Joan Fleischer because she actually has a bird's eye view of what's happening. So thank you very much, Ben. We'll get back to you shortly. Joan, I understand that you are still on the roof of your building in Lower Manhattan. Yes?
Still watching.
Still watching now. We just saw moments ago the second of the twin towers collapsing to the ground.
That's correct. That's correct. It just went down. No explosion, just a puff of smoke, and it went down.
So you heard nothing, no explosion.
I didn't hear any explosion. All I saw was a big, like a puff of smoke.
Yeah, it went straight down.
It's supposed to. I can't see. I mean,
Think about it. If you
To limit the damage, it's still going to be a lot of buildings that are out.
You know what? I wonder if they knew. You think they might blow the? Yeah, if they knew it was going to happen and they just did it to
And I should say that
prevent it from falling out on
Who would
something.
do that?
No, he's
They
saying
couldn't have
government.
gotten everybody out of there.
Yeah, but
Fast enough. They should have.
people go by and drop.
about the very first
No, they
explosion.
They have the TV on in the other room.
They
They
wouldn't be dropping it from the air.
This has
No,
been just a
inside.
experience.
But
Why would you want to risk it?
because if the building fell on across the city,
And you know that you're getting most of the people out away from that area.
What about that?
I'd feel better if they blew it up than if it collapsed on its own.
they couldn't
I don't
have
think they
gotten
could have
people
worked.
out of
I
the
don't
way
think they could
fast
have worked
enough.
that fast.
No way.
I don't think they could have.
Now,
I
we
can't
are
look at
getting
this.
word, no confirmation.
You know, when you're
DC
trying to
police
blow up a
apparently are saying
building,
that
tons of,
DC police plane
Yeah, no, there wouldn't have been time.
It takes a long time. I can't imagine they would have done that.
Somebody got the camera?
This
has never been
Washington.
something's been hijacked en route to Washington?
Oh, God.
You have it?
Do not know the intentions of this plane, only that we are receiving word that a DC police plane hijacked and is now en route to Washington. This is just literally becoming more bizarre by the second.
That's another
day
plane.
when everybody was
I can't
saying
believe
it
that
is
somebody
primary,
planned all
it
this
is
and
new
nobody
city,
had
it
any
is
clue what was
gone
going
from
on. I
being
mean, that's just some
absolute
massive planning.
incomprehensible mayhem. The site horrendous. You have been watching this the whole morning from your roof, Joan. Joan is now talking to somebody else. You know what, Joan?
That's the
What we're
last
going to
thing
do
of
now is thank you
communication
very
we
much.
have.
We're going to get back to you. Stay with us. We're going to go to Al Jones, reporter Al Jones, who is now on Hudson Street. Al, can you hear me?
Well, Judy, it was absolute pandemonium when another part of the South Tower came down here. I'm at
It's never
Hudson
going to be the
between
same in
Wayne
New
and
York
Reed.
again.
We were standing on the street when we heard what sounded like a plane coming overhead, but actually it was the roar of more of the building coming down. People running down the street, screaming, this huge dust cloud filling the sky.
They're going to blow it up.
Into one of the buildings here, a supervisor lucky enough to
Pentagon,
open up the
definitely.
door,
Well,
let us in, and this
I would
huge
say the
cloud went by of
Pentagon.
debris.
Washington?
They shoot it.
Continuing to
They got
fall.
every plane in the world flying around.
There's a police plane that was hijacked.
The North Tower, when the first plane
police plane
hit,
was just
said everything
hijacked.
was orderly, they were evacuating. But when the second explosion occurred and they lost power, lost light, it was pandemonium. He said they just rushed down the stairs. Firefighters were there to try to lead him out, but he came out dazed, covered with soot, covered with ash, just staggering away from the building. Lucky.
But look at, not only that, all the people around there with all that smoke,
World Trade Towers.
those people are going to be affected. Look at this.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Oh, yeah, I
morning.
can't
This
believe
is
it looks like more
breaking almost faster
fire
than we can
for
get
the
it to you right
uptown.
now.
I would probably rip through buildings.
That's what I'm
And
saying.
Hey, where's the Empire State Building?
Oh, Empire State Building. You better evacuate that.
I hope they have already. I hope so.
Right
I
after
bet
I
they
got
have.
off the air with Lee about an hour ago, I was talking to people on Broadway, getting descriptions of what they had seen. When I decided to take a walk back down towards the Trade Center, fortunately a doorman to die in that building got out. They got water, but to see the tower, and I don't know which tower collapsed first, but it was the tower that I saw came down and crumbled. It was as if it had been blown up again. I don't know if there was another bomb, or I don't know if it was the weight of the fire and smoke on the top floor. And
too bad it really wasn't a windy day.
A lot of people were breaking down and crying. They are trying to get through to their loved ones. I have met so many people. I want to say over the air, Stu Morrell from Glen Rock, New Jersey is with me. We met and we made it through this dust and this debris. Other people have. They've been trying to use telephone lines. Cell phones aren't working. They're trying to use pay phones to reach their loved ones. But the people were orderly, even amid the panic of the collapse. I'm sorry to say, for my professional purposes, that I lost my tape recorder in the panic. Yeah. It was pulled out of my hands and crushed. But we got out.
Probably another building. Oh. It's Ivan kicking the... Ivan did it. Ivan, do it again.
Ivan, stop.
The worst day in this country's history. One thing has to be said. People of all races, nationalities, sexes stopped to help people who needed help. It was an unbelievable display of humanity. I'm taking a phone right now that a lot of people want to use to call their loved ones. Just know that many people made it. People who were in Lower Manhattan made it down, made it alive. I can't give names here. I wish I could, and I'm going to try to get back to you as soon as possible. But again, I was there when the tower collapsed, and there were casualties. And I am being told I have to get off the line now, Judy, so I'm going to have to go. John Montone, 1010 Wins, reporting live from this terrible disaster in Lower Manhattan.
And obviously distraught John Montone, but as you heard him say, the good news is a lot of people, it appears, did get out. We are now getting more breaking news. This long day, far from being over, we're getting breaking news now that a car bombing has occurred at the State Department. We're going to get you information about that right now. In the meantime, let me toss it over to my colleague, James Faraday.
Yes, and in Washington, D.C. police tell the Fox News Channel that there is a hijacked plane en route to Washington. The plane is said to be flying just south of Reagan National Airport, and we should point out that the runway to that airport is just a matter of miles from the White House. Again, D.C. police telling the Fox News Channel that there is a hijacked plane en route to Washington, and that plane flying just south of Reagan National Airport. It last report.
Right now, the president's flying over the United States somewhere.
Act of terrorism directed at the United States on domestic soil, but it may not be over. Sources also telling the Fox News Channel moments ago that the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine is claiming responsibility for today's bombings.
They're claiming, great.
However, Fox News cautions that the Israeli government sources believe Osama bin Laden is in fact responsible. Our coverage continues now with 1010 Wins newsman Lee Harris. And I should point out that earlier we heard from Fox News reporter Jonathan Engel that there are jet planes patrolling the skies over Washington, D.C. So hijacked Washington, D.C. police plane should get in the vicinity. They will be able to deal with it. 1010 Wins News Director Ben Beverak was stuck at the Manhattan Bridge a short time ago when he watched the second tower, the North Tower of the World Trade Center, collapse following in the footsteps of the South Tower not a short time before that.
Lee, at the site, I will never forget it. Some of the folks who were standing on the bridge as it went down began to cry shortly after the tower collapsed. What you have now is on the Manhattan Bridge are thousands, literally thousands of people walking across the bridge from the Manhattan side over to the Brooklyn side.
All right, Ben, hold for just a second. Breaking news now on 1010 Wins. More developments just every minute, and none of them are good. Now word that part of the Pentagon has collapsed.
Hey.
The Pentagon, smoke and dust. We had a report. Crashed into the Pentagon earlier this morning. Also, a large plane has crashed in western Pennsylvania. This is at the Somerset County Airport. We don't know what, if anything, it crashed into, but a large plane has crashed in western Pennsylvania. The airspace over the United States is locked down. No planes are supposed to be departing at this point. Also, international flights have been diverted to Canadian airports. And let's return now to 1010 Wins News Director Ben Beverak, who was describing the scene when the second tower of the World Trade Center went down. Ben?
And I look out over the bridge, Lee. The wind must be in such a fashion that it's pushing. I mean, there's so much smoke that it's also billowing up into the sky, but there's also a wind pushing it down. So if you can imagine your darkest storm, but actually at near ground level, just about the rooftops on the side of Brooklyn that I am by the bridge, that's what it looks like. The visibility is very poor. As I mentioned just before the breaking news pattern, literally thousands of people are walking across the bridge now to Brooklyn out of Manhattan. I just wanted to give people from 1010 Wins Radio. Are you evacuating on your own? Were you asked to leave the city?
No, I came in, and just before the first tower fell down, I was on my way, and I work for the city, so all the buildings are closed.
Can you just give me a sense of what is happening on the city side of the bridge?
Well, when the first building came down, people were running across Chambers Street. It sort of started a panic. And people started running, and other people were telling everyone to be calm. And then the police officers and emergency services directed us over to the east side to evacuate that way.
Okay, just get your first sense. As I'm sure you may be aware at this point, it is a terrorist attack. It's happening at other locations throughout the country. Just your feeling about what's happening here in the country.
Well, obviously violence and these kind of attacks don't really solve the problems. I think that everyone needs to really sit down and talk about what the issues really are and come to some kind of peaceful settlement of all these issues.
People who do this now.
This type of violence, and I guess now we understand what it's really all about.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
All right, Ben, let's have a recap, a timeline of the events this morning. A plane crashed into a tower at the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan shortly before 9 this morning. A second plane crashed into the second tower a few minutes later. President Bush took to the air from Sarasota.
Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
And a short time after that, the president's suspicions were more or less confirmed when a plane crashed near the Pentagon. A portion of the Pentagon has now collapsed. Government buildings in Washington, including the Capitol and the White House, were evacuated after a credible threat, obviously this morning, of a terrorist attack. The FAA shut down all aircraft takeoffs nationwide. And shortly after 10, One World Trade Center in New York collapsed about an hour after being hit by a plane. American Airlines says that one of the planes
planes that crashed into the Trade Center was American Airlines Flight 11, hijacked after takeoff from Boston en route to Los Angeles. Senior law enforcement officials say that a car bomb then exploded outside the State Department in Washington, and then the second tower of the World Trade Center collapsed at 10:28.
I don't know about the other
It was
plane,
only
if it was
14
heavy
minutes
water.
ago, but it seems like a lifetime. Let's go to 1010 Winds reporter Eileen LaPalmer. She's stationed outside City Hall. Eileen? Okay, Eileen is not with us at this point. 1010 Winds reporter Mona Rivera in Brooklyn. Mona.
Yes, as you know, the subway system has been shut down, and many people were traveling to Manhattan from Brooklyn when the disaster occurred. I spoke with some people who were on the Manhattan-bound A train from Brooklyn, and Sonia Warner was one of them. She says that people were afraid that the subway system would be bombed. I overheard somebody talking to me and telling me that 2 planes had crashed into the World Trade Center and that they were stopping all of the train service into Manhattan. And I just decided to get off the train now and just get off. That's it. People coming out of the subway here in Brooklyn are standing on the street. They're gaping at the black plume of smoke. There are some spots along Atlantic Avenue where you can normally see the Twin Towers. Now you can't see anything, just empty space. Quite a sight. Mona Rivera, 1010 Winds, live in Brooklyn.
Okay, Mona, this is not the most important thing we have to relay to you this morning, but we will relay it nevertheless. The Yankee game tonight at Yankee Stadium has been postponed in view of the current events. And let's go now to 1010 Winds reporter Eileen LaPalmer. We tried to hook up with her a few moments ago down at City Hall, and we do have her now. Eileen?
Well, sorry, Lee. As you can imagine, it is absolute chaos here. The police are moving everyone north. The objective here is to get everyone as far away from the World Trade Center as possible. Right now, I am on Chambers Street here, near 26 Federal Plaza. The police are evacuating all the buildings in the surrounding area, obviously for fear that there might be another attack. I was outside of 26 Federal Plaza talking to a man who was in the subway at the very moment when Tower 1 collapsed about a half hour ago.
Okay, now I was here and saw this tremendous, I guess it's dust and chaos from the buildings here. And that was a strange place to be when this happened.
As you can hear that yelling, that is the police officers telling everyone to get down. At the moment when Tower 1 collapsed, smoke began billowing up Broadway. Right now, everyone is walking around with masks, covering their face. There are people just wandering the streets, covered in blood, covered in plaster. They were near the site when the buildings collapsed. Eileen LaPalmer, 1010 Winds, live outside of 26 Federal Plaza.
And what had been our big story this morning is the big story no more. The primary in New York City has been canceled in view of the events, which are tragic and horrific. Again, 2 hours ago, a little over 2 hours ago, there were 2 towers of the World Trade Center. At this hour, there are none. Both have been hit by planes, and both eventually collapsed into piles of rubble. The loss of life, no doubt substantial. We don't know at this point. We do hear that many people were able to get out of the towers before they collapsed, and we did get a call into EMS at one point, and they basically said, don't even ask. 1010 Winds reporter Steve Kastenbaum is in Lower Manhattan. And Steve, were you in any of the imperiled spots?
Lee, this is perhaps the most horrific sight anyone could have witnessed in a lifetime. I cannot believe my eyes, and I am still in shock as to what I witnessed just moments ago. First, it began with the 2 explosions as the planes hit the buildings, and as if that was not enough, Lower Manhattan was completely cordoned off. You could not get into the city. I managed to hop into an emergency services vehicle and got across the Brooklyn Bridge. Just as I got over the Brooklyn Bridge by City Hall, Tower 1 collapsed. All eyes looked towards the sky. It was the most surreal scene I have ever seen. I cannot describe what took place. The building literally, just like as if it was in slow motion, just toppled over right onto Lower Manhattan, sending up a humongous cloud filled with debris and dust Then folks started running from lower Manhattan covered in gray soot, in a daze, in a fog. Then, a half an hour later, again, the same feeling. The entire ground shook here. Windows rattled, buildings just rattled and rumbled back and forth as the second tower came down. At that point, the police and the fire department literally just forced everybody out of lower Manhattan, forcing everybody to walk up towards Canal Street. The injured were just everywhere to be seen, walking up towards City Hall, covered in blood, in bandages, dazed, confused, just not able to comprehend the enormity of what just happened. Presumably, there were people still in these buildings above the fires where this happened. And the folks, there's no telling what might have happened to those buildings, people who were on top of the fire. Again, this happened in the morning, more or less around 9 o'clock, so there were most likely people already inside the World Trade Center buildings when these two planes hit the structures. So the loss of life, one can only imagine, is just enormous. It must be incomprehensible at this point. Lee?
Well, Steve, we can certainly confirm some loss of life. 1010's account executive Joan Fleischer, who has been with us since the beginning, watching this unfold from the rooftop of her home. Joan, you did actually see some people leap from the building, correct?
Yes, I did. There must have been, from what I could see, maybe 8 to 10 people jumped out of the building. And it wasn't that there was an explosion. They just jumped, they leapt.
And of course, it was just a short time later that you witnessed the building actually collapse.
Right. It looked to me like that building was on very thin. It looked like the top part where it had burning from was a little crooked, but I couldn't really tell because of the smoke. And sure enough, then it was no explosion, just a poof of like smoke, and then it just went down to the ground. No sound. If it was an explosion, it had no sound. It was just tons and tons of smoke.
Well, thank you, Joan. Please stay with us because apparently you just don't know what you're going to see next in New York City this morning. Let's get an update on the national and world situation. This story affects more than New York City. This is a worldwide import this morning. Here's 1010's newsman James Merritt.
Lee, first the latest on the Pentagon attack. Part of the building collapsed after a plane struck the building. This is Fox News Channel's David Schuster.
According to counterintelligence sources, they confirmed that it was a plane that crashed into the south end of the Pentagon near the helipad. This is a route that commercial aircraft flying into National Airport, which is just a few miles away, they take sometimes on final approach as they come to the airport.
Right now, flames and smoke can be seen billowing from the Pentagon, and about a 60-foot section of that building has collapsed, crumbled to the ground as a result of the impact. As correspondent David Schuster mentioned, NBC police telling Fox News that there's a hijacked plane en route to Washington, and that defense officials are keeping a close eye on that situation. Defense Secretary Rumsfeld has been evacuated from the Pentagon. The White House has been evacuated. The Capitol has been evacuated. Supreme Court, in fact, all federal officers now evacuated.
Not much you can do, I know.
As authorities keep a close eye on that hijacked plane. Fox News Channel's Brian Wilson with more on that part of the story.
Capitol Police have completely evacuated the grounds of the Capitol, and they have told us, quote, there is a plane that's been hijacked. It is south of Washington, headed this way.
It's Fox News Channel's Brian Wilson. I'm James Sparity. Our coverage continues now. Here's news anchor Judy DeAngelis.
And we are just getting word now that New York City's primary election has been called off, obviously after the terrorist attack on the World Trade Center, the bombs, the planes which hit, and then the subsequent bombings which leveled both the north and the south towers. It is a scene just not to be believed. The smoke still billowing. What we do have is a lockdown. You can't get in, you can't get out, you can't go up, you can't go down. 1010's reporter Sandy Klein out at Newark Airport surveying the scene, obviously a very somber one out there.
I'm at Newark Airport. I've been just kind of driving around. It's all so chaotic here. Police with armed rifles. It's the scariest scene. As I drove to the airport, people were stopping along the turnpike, stopping their cars to look over the river into New York and see this billow of smoke that was once the World Trade Center. It's also tragic now. The airport is now teeming with people who have been told to leave the terminals because they are evacuating the airport. I just spoke with two men who were supposed to fly out on business, and they're walking back to their cars. Terminal C at Newark Airport has been evacuated. The whole airport, it is my understanding, is being evacuated. And there's no indication why the facility will reopen and flights will take off and land. Sandy Klein, 1010 Winds News at Newark Airport.
We have got the entire 1010 Winds News team mobilized and ready covering this story. And let's go first to 1010 Winds reporter John Montone. John.
Judy, and I arrived about an hour and a half ago, was able to drop my truck off on Broadway and run toward the burning Twin Towers. People were running the other way, and even at that point, they were telling me it looked as if a plane, at least the second plane, ran into the building purposely. The people were screaming. They knew people on the top floors. It was pandemonium. I was able to get away and talk to a bunch of people. One fellow was telling me that his bus was coming out of the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, and then they saw a lot of the smoke and the fire, and they were alerted that the first tower had been hit. When all of a sudden they all were getting off the bus, they looked up in the air and they saw the plane, the second plane coming for the second tower. It hit that second tower. They said at that point there was absolute pandemonium on the street. I tried to get back toward the towers to see if there was any sign of life down there. Perhaps that was a foolish thing, and maybe it was just my instinct to find out. As a reporter, a doorman, and then I cannot believe he survived the collapse of the building, stopped me, pushed me away, told me to get back toward Broadway, and it was when I was on Broadway that suddenly people began to scream that the tower was coming down, and that, of course, was the first tower. I was fortunate enough to get into a building which was open. We crowded the hallways, and for a while it was so smoky. It's actually not smoke, it was dust. This dust is still in my lungs. It's hard to breathe. We got in there, and for about 3 or 4 minutes it appeared as if it was too crowded. There was no way out, and we're all going to suffocate. People were getting very faint. Finally, a door opened as we were trudging through really the darkness. It was almost impossible to see with all the dust. At that point, none of us had napkins to put over our faces. We managed to get outside. At least we were in the daylight. If anything, however, the dust was even worse. I ran into a gentleman from my hometown of Glen Rock, Stuart Morrell. We stayed together, and the employees of a Burger King, and it was near Fulton Street. I don't know the exact address. These most wonderful people had opened their door. They had everybody coming in. They were pouring us water. They gave us napkins to put over our faces, and eventually Stuart and I were able to get down closer to the water, where we could go to a building where he has customers, and I've been able to use the phone here, and I've been talking to people, and they all have these horrific stories, and the worst stories are of people who know people who work in the World Trade Center.
Jeff saw me with the sneakers. He said, "Oh, you're leaving?" I said, "No, where am I going? I can't leave anywhere. See us what?"
They're going to lose a lot of people, a lot of people that they knew very well, and there are so many people trying to commandeer any type of payphone, landline phone,
they said in the other room that trains are running out of the city. Newark line, Long Island Railroad, leaving the city. They didn't say what's going into the city.
Nuclear winter. There is dust in the street.
I like to go home.
It is 3-4 inches high.
I don't want to be here.
I can't tell you. I'm able to talk now. It is burning and burning my lungs. I'm certainly not complaining because I'm one of the very fortunate ones who survived this horrible attack. And that's what I can tell you now. I am going to try to talk to some other people who went through similar things, maybe people who were closer to the building than I was when the first explosion occurred. Unfortunately, from a professional aspect, during the initial stampede as the building collapsed and came down like volcanic lava, I lost my tape recorder, which may seem like a small thing, but is bothering the hell out of me right now. But I will try to get people to this phone to continue to share these stories. John Montone, 1010 Winds, reporting live from Lower Manhattan.
I guess the best way to sum this up is the World Trade Center is no more. What was there this morning when we woke up is now gone. The Southern Tower collapsing about an hour after the morning's twin plane crashes. The Northern Tower going down shortly after that in flames and billowing smoke. 1010 Winds reporter Juliet Papa also in Lower Manhattan. We do what we can to try and bring you what information we have Juliet, what can you see? Obviously nothing. I know this is very, very difficult because it's really tough to even get a line into this station. People are desperately trying to get a hold of their loved ones. Let's see if we can go to 1010 Wins reporter Steve Castenbaum. Steve, are you there?
Yes, I am, Judy. I am sitting in the sub-basement at the surrogate court building behind City Hall. It was the first building I could duck into. Completely shut down all of Lower Manhattan below Canal Street and forced everybody just to walk north at a fast pace. I can tell you that the Lower Manhattan area resembles a scene out of an eerie science fiction film. The smoke billowing from Lower Manhattan where the Twin Towers once stood. All of Lower Manhattan, as far north as here at City Hall and even further north, it is completely covered in a blanket of soot, debris, dust, anything you can imagine. It is here. It's almost incomprehensible. You couldn't understand what was going on as it was happening. It would just baffle the mind. People were running north just moments after the buildings fell, and this billowing cloud of debris took over all of Lower Manhattan. There were folks who were screaming in a panic. Some were in a daze and just standing there, just couldn't understand what was going on. Others literally ran for their lives. Folks are still coming out from Lower Manhattan occasionally, covered in soot and gray matter. They are bandaged, heading any which way. City Hall is in a state of lockdown, so is Police Plaza, and I would dare to say all of Lower Manhattan at this point. Somehow I managed to get in here from downtown Brooklyn, and at around 9:30 they were already evacuating Lower Manhattan. Folks were walking across the Brooklyn Bridge by the thousands, and as I got in with a motorcade of emergency services vehicles, just as we got to the Manhattan side, the South Tower just began to tumble over, and it was the most unbelievable sight anyone could ever see. You could not believe what was taking place in front of your eyes was actually happening. It looked as if it was happening in slow motion, a scene out of a movie. It just came on down over into Lower Manhattan, and God knows what happened to the people who were stuck on top of the floors, on top of the fire, and in the buildings below the World Trade Center. And again, a half an hour later, another tremendous rumble as the second World Trade Center tower came again crashing down into the ground. I have no idea what's going on in the streets above me right now because police have literally sealed off the entire area. Anyone who is out on the streets is being screamed at, yelled at, being told, get out of here any which way you possibly can. The city landscape of New York City forever changed, apparently at the hands of terrorists, and this will leave a terrible, indelible mark on the persona of New Yorkers for many, many years to come. Judy?
Thank you, Steve Castenbaum. Watching the mayhem. We are receiving word now that American Airlines plans to have a statement in about 1/2 hour. There are reports that a hijacked American Airlines plane out of Boston was one of the planes that struck one of the World Trade Center buildings this morning. We are also receiving information that all federal office buildings have been evacuated. And now for the very latest, let's go back to my colleague Lee Harris.
This is 1010 Wins, WINS New York, and the world is a very different place from the way we left it about 2.5 hours ago. Let us recount for you the horrible, tragic events that have occurred since approximately 8:43 this morning. The first event, a plane crashing into the World Trade Center, one of the two towers. This was around 8:43 this morning. As we were coming to grips with that, getting our reporters to the scene, a second plane crashed into the second tower of the World Trade Center. President Bush went on the radio in Sarasota, Florida, where he was attending an educational event, and announced that there had been a terrorist attack, an apparent terrorist attack. He called it a national tragedy and made plans to return to Washington. A short time after that, an aircraft crashed near the Pentagon in Northern Virginia. That was just about an hour after the attacks in New York. Government buildings in Washington, including the Capitol and the White House, were evacuated. Officials cited a obviously very credible threat of a federal terrorist attack. The Federal Aviation Administration then shut down all aircraft traffic nationwide. And 1010 Wins News now has learned that Mayor Giuliani has something to say, so let's go to him live now.
Because we're going to be moving a large number of ambulances and emergency personnel in and out of there all day. I've talked to the governor. He is putting the National Guard on alert so that they can relieve our police officers and our firefighters later this afternoon. And we've asked the federal government for help from the urban search and rescue team. So right now, we're using all of our police and firefighters and emergency personnel to help the people down there. Later
must be more than a chaotic situation, particularly since the bunker has been compromised and cordoned off. But can you give us any sense, there are so many people watching now who must have loved ones down in that area and are concerned of the systematic...
goes out to them. I've never seen anything like this. I was there from shortly after it happened and saw people jumping out of the World Trade Center. It's a horrible, horrible situation. And all that I can tell them is that every resource that we have is attempting to rescue as many people as possible. And the end result is going to be some horrendous number of lives lost. I don't think we know yet, but right now we have to just focus on saving as many people as possible.
Can you give us a sense of if there is in fact some system being implemented, what that system is, and where people are being taken?
People are triaging. People are being taken to every area hospital possible, even virtually within minutes. I drove down right past St. Vincent's Hospital. I could see them actually on the street ready to take people, and that was within minutes of the first airplane hitting the World Trade Center. So the hospitals are ready. We'll be moving them to all different area hospitals, triaging them. The main thing is having those streets open so that we can get people in and out of the southern part of Manhattan as quickly as possible so that we can move them to hospitals all over the city. And Giuliani will let you in place. They're doing it. We just need the cooperation of people in getting out of there. We'll let you get back to the operations there, and we do appreciate you taking the time to...
There, Giuliani live on CNN, apparently from the City Emergency Management Operations Center. As we were going through the list of disasters that have befallen us this morning, we did not even yet get to the fact that both towers of the World Trade Center collapsed after being hit by aircraft, one about 10 minutes after the other. And 1010 Wins account executive Joan Fleischer, who was the first to call in the tragedy, witnessed both of those go down. Joan?
Hi, I'm still here. You can hear planes overhead that are police planes and I guess FBI or whatever. I can't really see them, but they're circling to keep everyone else away. All I still see at this point is I hear tons of police cars and fire engines and ambulances, and I see only black smoke at this point. I have no idea how far the Twin Towers, if they crumble completely to the ground or not. Just tons of black smoke.
It seems like they've gone down most of the way. You also were a witness to the same horrific sight as Mayor Giuliani, and that was people jumping from the tower before, I guess that was the North Tower, before it collapsed.
It was, I couldn't believe my eyes. At first I thought it was debris, and then I realized it wasn't. It wasn't an explosion. It was actually, I think, people choosing to, I can't say for sure, but it seemed like people made the decision to go. There were like a group of 6 or 8 people that, like one right after the other.
Unfortunately, it appears that it wouldn't have worked out for them either way.
Right.
Thank you for sticking with us, Joan. 1010 Wins reporter Juliet Papa is down on Worth Street, and you got there obviously after the planes hit the buildings, but you were there when they went down. Is that correct?
Well, apparently I was on Broadway when that first tower collapsed because I was trying to drive south, and I see this huge puff of smoke, and people literally, it turned into a whole carnival-looking bizarre area because people were walking on the street at a time on their cell phones, just even looking at the smoke initially from the crash and looking at that gaping hole that was in the World Trade Center. But all of a sudden you saw this enormous cloud of brownish-gray smoke, and people just turned and started running north, running in everybody's way, falling on top of each other. They had just been running up the block as trying to get through further downtown. So I pulled my car over, and I was managing to walk further downtown. I got to a payphone when I was on live with you, and then an FBI agent yanked me off because people started running again. Police officers and FBI agents were screaming because the second tower was coming down. So we all had to evacuate. They appear to be evacuating all of Lower Manhattan. I see coffee carts abandoned. I see stores that were closed up and shuttered already, and FBI agents are just swarming. And I am in sort of the City Hall FBI Federal Building area at this point. There is just smoke and debris everywhere, people walking around with masks on their face. There was a gentleman next to me on another payphone whose daughter works in the building. She works on the 92nd floor, and he's calling his wife. He's trying to get through to make sure if he can find her, if he can locate her, if she's okay. He said she survived the first one. He doesn't know what's happening with this at this point. He's trying to get some information, if possible, on her. She works for an investment company, Mr. Morris. If you could talk to me right now, tell me what happened.
Hello? Basically, I was on the phone with my daughter earlier this morning, and she let out a scream, and that's all I heard. Everything went dead after that.
Can you tell us where she works, what floor she was on, how long she's been there?
She's been working for Fiduciary Trust International about 7 years. She's on the 92nd floor.
And you said she witnessed or she experienced the first explosion?
Yes, that's correct. She witnessed the first explosion, and she made it through that, and hopefully she'll make it through this one.
Okay, have you heard any word on her at all, any condition, any situation?
No word yet, but I just got another message. My son-in-law who works in Washington at the Pentagon is also missing now.
All right, so we're having one tragedy after another here. Mr. Robert Morris just trying to find out what happened to his children. Wait.
Right, and indeed, another plane did crash into the Pentagon this morning and set at least part of that building on fire. Mayor Giuliani has asked Governor Pataki for help, and the governor has agreed to put the National Guard on alert to help out the city police and fire department dealing with the unfortunate chain of events in Manhattan. The mayor says he's also asking for federal assistance. Of course, they have problems of their own in Washington this morning. The mayor says people are being taken to all area hospitals, and the main thing is to get people out of lower Manhattan. This is obviously having an effect on the city's infrastructure. The tunnels and bridges into and out of the city are for the most part closed down. At last report, the subway system was closed down as well. 1010 Wins senior correspondent Stan Brooks is in Chinatown this morning. Stan? Hello, Stan. Okay. It's Stan.
Hello?
Hi, Stan.
Hi. I've never seen anything like this in all my life. I've been driving around, I've been walking around, in lower Manhattan, near the federal courthouse in Foley Square. When I came driving down there, I saw thousands and thousands of people just wandering uptown. I guess they've been evacuated from the area where the explosions were, and they just had to come out of there, and they're just wandering aimlessly, but they're definitely walking uptown. Many of them had white chalk on their face. Then I found this man just standing by a car with a woman alongside of him. They both seemed stunned, and he told me what happened.
That's part of the explosion, and just got consumed by the smoke, the debris. And it turned everything like night over there. You couldn't see where you were going. And we're coming down like maybe about 3 blocks away from the World Trade Center. And there's like continuous explosions going on over there. They're all covered with white. If it wasn't for an office building, I don't know if I'd be standing here right now talking to you, because that's the only place we found some type of safe haven. And people were generous, and they gave us water. And we broke on a city bus to stay on there first. But then we couldn't breathe inside because the smoke is like it's taking all the oxygen out of the air.
It looked like they came out of a war zone. As I wandered around here by the federal courthouse, I saw armed agents patrolling the streets, walking up and down and shooing other people away. In Columbus Park, right in Chinatown, behind the criminal court building, there's a big park that has been taken over by the FBI. I don't know whether it's a mobilization point or the fact that they had to evacuate 26 Federal Plaza, which is where the FBI is, but hundreds of agents in jackets and clothes and suits and whatever, just milling in there, police cars and ambulances and fire trucks and other emergency vehicles just racing by, sirens blaring. I tried to go uptown. I was forced to go uptown at one point on 3rd Avenue, the Bowery. It's just a sea of traffic. It reminded me of all the movies you see of Africa and Asia where there's wars going on and people, the strands of the refugees are just wandering, not knowing where to go, but wandering away from the disaster scene. It boggles your mind. It's scary. I went inside the federal courthouse a little while ago to try to use their phones. Their phones aren't working. It's tough to get a phone that doesn't tell you the system is busy, but they just stand in guard in there. They've emptied out the courthouse and making sure that all the judges, all the clerks, and everybody else in there is out of the building. They figure any federal building, any prominent building is a target.
All right, Stan, looks like the war is here now, although it's not entirely clear who this war is with at this point. We do know that one of the 2 planes that crashed into the World Trade Center was an American Airlines flight from Boston to Los Angeles. American Airlines has scheduled a news conference for 11:30. We may find out more about that. That plane reportedly was hijacked, and there's word that the FBI was looking into a hijacking right before the crash. Also, another plane has crashed into the Pentagon. No word on the specifics of that. We had a report earlier that a plane had crashed in western Pennsylvania. And again, with this much going on, it's very hard to get any kind of detailed information. The information we've been looking for all morning is the extent of the casualties from this horrific attack. We can only assume that they're massive, and Mayor Giuliani, who was on CNN a short time ago, indicated that he didn't have any numbers, but he did indicate that no one was going to be happy with the numbers we would get eventually.
Urge them to remain calm, to remain at home, or to remain at their place of business, unless they're in Lower Manhattan. By that I mean south of Canal Street. If you're south of Canal Street, get out, walk, walk slowly, carefully. There are plenty of police around, but just walk directly. If you can't figure out what else to do, just walk directly north. That'll get you out of the dangerous smoke area. It will also not do us a big favor. It'll open up those streets because we're going to be moving a large number of ambulances and emergency personnel in and out of the area all day.
Well, 1010 Wins reporter Steve Kastenbaum is still in Lower Manhattan. Are they moving you out too, Steve?
No, actually, I managed to duck into the Surrogate Courts building just on the other side of City Hall as they were forcing everybody to walk north or over the Brooklyn Bridge just to get out of Lower Manhattan any way possible. The story of getting in here was bizarre enough. The Brooklyn Bridge was shut down, only being opened for emergency vehicles heading into the city from Brooklyn after the planes had crashed into the World Trade Center buildings. And walking towards Brooklyn, thousands upon thousands of people looking over their shoulders, looking up at this most incredible sight of the two World Trade Center buildings on fire. And then as soon as our car got into Lower Manhattan by City Hall, it happened. You heard the rumbling, you heard the people screaming, gasping, crying as the South Tower just toppled over onto Lower Manhattan, creating an immense cloud of debris and dust. Then about a half an hour later, the same thing happened with the second World Trade Center tower, toppled over onto Lower Manhattan. Now the landscape of the city forever changed, apparently at the hand of terrorists here in New York. People were running in every which direction, covered from head to toe in gray dust, many covering their mouths with whatever they could. A lot of them were injured. They were wrapped in bandages, an arm, a head, a leg. Many of the folks had on what
Did they shoot down that one?
Triage little tickets on them around their necks, meaning that they had been taken care of, evaluated by emergency services people, and were just getting out of the area.
On the route,
8 airplanes, 5 are still not accounted for. They found 2 of them.
This building, the World Trade Center that has stood there for as long as I can remember, just slowly toppled over onto Lower Manhattan. And all I could think of was the folks, the emergency services people who were most presumably inside that building fighting the fire, the folks who might have been trapped on top of the fire on the floors above. Again, the first plane struck at a little bit after a quarter to 9.
It's probably from
Remember that the World Trade Center buildings together, if memory serves me correct, housed about 50,000 employees. No doubt many of them were already at work at that morning hour. So again, the loss of life, one can only imagine must be immense. Again, we have no official word yet, though, on how many people have died in this apparent terrorist attack. Lee?
All right, Steve, and again, now that the smoke is beginning to clear just a little bit, we're getting a look at the new skyline of Manhattan, which more than anything else resembles the pre-1970 skyline of Manhattan. Absent both towers of the World Trade Center, they both collapsed this morning. Getting a little late information now about another plane crash that we mentioned earlier, one in western Pennsylvania at the Somerset County Airport. That plane is believed to be a Boeing 767 or a 747. It is unclear if the crash is related to any of the terrorist attacks, but certainly that would have to be suspected this morning. The plane either originated in New York and or Cleveland and was bound for Chicago, so we're waiting for additional information on that tragedy, as if we didn't have enough of them this morning. And here to
I imagine that now for a while this stock exchange is moving to Chicago.
Indeed, the
nation's
capital is in a state of chaos this morning following the suspected terrorist attacks. All of Washington, D.C.'s federal office buildings have been evacuated, including the White House. We're getting some late information here. Intelligence sources telling Fox News Channel that the plane that struck the Pentagon heliport this morning was a hijacked commercial airliner. Eyewitnesses say it looked like a U.S. airplane, and that appears to have been the modus operandi of these terrorists. That's what we saw at the World Trade Center. Apparently hijacked airliners flying into the Twin Towers this morning. Fox News Channel's David Schuster is at the Pentagon with the latest.
According to counterintelligence sources, they confirmed that it was a plane that crashed into the south end of the Pentagon near the helipad. This is a route that commercial air aircraft flying into National Airport, which is just a few miles away. They take sometimes on final approach as they come to the airport.
A portion of the Pentagon collapsed after that blast, and as was the case with the World Trade Center, large plumes of black smoke can now be seen billowing from the Pentagon. Firefighters are on the scene doing what they can to limit the damage. Another plane reportedly headed for the Pentagon. U.S. fighter jets are assembling to track that aircraft. As we mentioned just moments ago, a large plane has crashed in western Pennsylvania. Officials at Somerset County Airport outside Pittsburgh say the plane went down just north of the airport. That would be about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. The plane is believed to be a Boeing 767. It went down about 10 o'clock New York time, about 8 miles east of Jennerstown, Pennsylvania. The crash came after this morning's terror attacks in the World Trade Center and then another plane crash at the Pentagon. It's not clear if the crash is related to the others, and there's no word yet on injuries or fatalities. Air travel, of course, is not an option across the nation today. The Federal Aviation Administration has shut down flights nationwide. It also says all transatlantic flights, which were bound for the U.S., are now being diverted to Canada. The White House, along with many other federal buildings in Washington, has been evacuated as a precaution. Fox News Channel's Jim Angle is there.
The roads around the White House, the streets around the White House were blocked seconds ago. Members of the Uniform Division of the Secret Service ran out to intersections and started diverting traffic. There are emergency vehicles on almost every block around the White House. The road south of the White House has also been blocked. And as you know, the White House is being evacuated. Federal employees are standing on the street corners in and around the White House, having left the building for fear of another attack.
Fox News Channel's Brian Wilson now with the latest on that second hijacked plane in the Washington area.
Capitol Police have completely evacuated the grounds of the Capitol, and they have told us, quote, there is a plane that's been hijacked. It is south of Washington, headed this way.
And this local note just in, all Metro-North commuter railroad service is canceled. 1010 Wins coverage continues now with Lee Harris.
All right, James, we've been bringing people up to date on how we got to where we are in a very short period of time, a matter of 3 hours from the initial report of a plane crashing into one of the World Trade Center towers, followed by a report of a second plane crashing into the towers and then eventually followed by both towers collapsing. This gentleman was working in the World Trade Center this morning, expecting a normal day and getting anything but.
There's no words to describe what's going on out there. I mean, these bodies just coming a half hour later, still coming out of the goddamn sky. Devastating. Devastating. I can't imagine anything worse than this. It's got to be. I can't imagine, you know, everybody on a plane with the sky.
Bodies?
I got friends of mine on 104th floor, friends on other buildings. I just spoke to one of my friends a half hour prior to that, getting ready to go upstairs to go to work. It's devastating. I mean, I've seen a lot of construction accidents. I've seen a lot of bad things happen. I've never seen a jet fall out of the sky into a building, no less once, but twice.
And we just received some additional word on the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania near Jenkintown, I believe is the town, and it was a flight bound from Chicago to New York, 767. More information on that coming up as it's available. All of our reporters have been mustered and sent downtown. 1010 Wins newsman Al Jones is one of the latest to arrive on the scene. Al?
Well, Lee, I made it all the way to Warren and West Broadway, where a number of cars are on fire in the middle of the street. With the debris that has fallen off of number 1 World Trade Tower. We can't see the tops of the towers. You probably have a better view from TV cameras. But all you see now is a large black cloud. In fact, the entire portion of lower Manhattan is covered with a quarter to a half inch of ash. The only thing I can compare it to is Mount St. Helens in 1980 when I was in western Montana. It looked the same way. People running around with wearing masks. I have a paper mask on to protect myself. Police now pushing everybody back past Chambers. They want to clear off at least 10 blocks on all sides of the trade towers as they continue to battle this catastrophe. Al Jones, 1010 Wins, reporting live from lower Manhattan.
Of course, the airspace over the United States has been locked down. In addition, locally, the bridges and tunnels into and out of the city have been shut down. Subway service is shut, and now we hear that Metro North is also shut down.
Metro North shut down.
And Pete Torello is over at Shadow Traffic to give us a more comprehensive look at the traffic and transit situation.
Yes.
So,
Metro North.
Shut down. The Long Island Railroad.
The Metro North is the one going to Connecticut.
No service coming into the city, at least with New Jersey Transit. Any of the rail lines. City subways in Manhattan are also shut down. They are trying to get some service up and running in the outer boroughs, but nothing in Manhattan for now. As you've been hearing, all of the airports are shut down from coast to coast. Very eerie sidely as we pan around on the jam cams here and look at the George Washington Bridge and see absolutely no traffic on it. Large trucks parked across the mouth of the Holland Tunnel to deny access, and the Lincoln Tunnel shut down in both directions. We have the Midtown Tunnel, the Battery Tunnel are shut down. We are getting some word now that at the Triborough Bridge, the Queensbound side is open, but the Bronx and Manhattan bound leg of the Triborough are still closed. Also, the Whitestone and Throgs Neck bridges are also operating in both directions. The Outer Bridge Crossing, the Goethals Bridge, the Verrazano, the Bayonne bridges are also closed at this time, and we'll have more information as it becomes available. Lee?
All right, Pete, thank you for that update. Again, the World Trade Center towers are no more. They have both collapsed, and looking at a helicopter scene on television, we don't really even see stumps of the World Trade Center towers where they once soared 110 stories into the air, once being about 2.5 hours ago. Seems like a lifetime ago now, but it wasn't very long ago. Who might be responsible for all of this? That question obviously being bandied about this morning. President Bush decided fairly early on that it was likely the work of terrorists.
Today we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
Now, there is
if you want to call him up, it's okay.
The spiritual leader of Hamas, he says the following quote, we don't support attacks on civilians and we don't support aggression toward innocent people. However, the United States should revise its current stance and look at America's position very carefully towards people all over the world. If the U.S. doesn't want to be targeted and suffer the same way as other people do through oppression, injustice, and exploitation. In that regard, America finds itself today weakened in the face of the rest of humanity taking its own revenge against American oppression and injustice. And these are the words of Sheikh Ahmed Yassin. He is the spiritual leader of Hamas. 10 News newsman James Faraday also has more on the development, the investigation into
there
who
are
is
two
responsible
planes
for
missing.
the carnage.
Well, sources tell Fox News Channel that the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine has claimed responsibility for today's bombings. However, the Israeli government sources believe that Osama bin Laden is responsible. And certainly when one assesses the size, the scope, the magnitude of today's disaster, it does have the earmarks of an Osama bin Laden attack. Osama bin Laden, of course, the international terrorist mastermind. Late word from Fort Worth, Texas, that American Airlines says it lost 2 aircraft carrying a total of 156 people. 2 flights were involved. The first flight, apparently a flight from Dallas in the Washington area to Los Angeles. That flight believed to be carrying 54 passengers. The second flight from Boston to Los Angeles. And presumably that flight was carrying the balance of that total number of 156. No word yet if these flights were involved in the World Trade Center attacks earlier this morning
on the plane,
or on the Pentagon attack that followed. But again,
so you figure at least 160, including terrorists, 160, and whoever else.
Aircraft carrying a total of 156 people.
Yeah, how many people here? The plane,
yeah, 100, 200. One was from Dallas Airport outside Washington to Los Angeles, and the other flight was a flight from Boston to Los Angeles.
They were all American airlines.
Firefighters to respond to their fire stations, regardless of whether they were on duty or scheduled for duty or not. Now, St. Vincent's Hospital on West 11th Street down in Greenwich Village is asking any plastic surgeons and burn specialists to report there. Any plastic surgeons and burn specialists who are available should report to St. Vincent's Hospital. Of course, there are other hospitals in the city that are treating the victims of these attacks as well, but right now it is St. Vincent's putting out the call for plastic surgeons and burn specialists. If you will report there, you
your help will be greatly appreciated. 1010 News News Director Ben Meverak, you were in Brooklyn. I understand you've now made it into Lower Manhattan, Ben.
My brother called me from the hospital saying,
Broadway, where some of the folks have been taken to be treated. The EMTs, of course, they always the heroes in something like this. There are folks here being treated. I'm standing with Musa Diaz, one of the folks from the EMTs. He's covered in ash, his pants are ripped, he's got a bump on the head. He was in there. Because of the technology, though, we would also, I'll ask him the first question, if you'll follow up, you can ask him from there. Musa, you were outside, obviously, not inside the World Trade Center when it went down and when it exploded. But tell me where you were and how you got yourself involved inside the collapse. All right, I was involved. I was treating all the patients, and we're in the triage section, directly across the street from the Twin Towers. And all of a sudden, we heard a rumble. It was like an avalanche, and everybody started running, and we were running for our lives. I've never seen anything like this before. And the smoke was horrendous. You couldn't see in front of you. I know what firefighters go through now. I bumped my head, and a cameraman who saved my life, I saw a beam of light. That's all I could see. And we both went into a city bus by feeling, clutching around. And we just started telling people to come in and get some air in there. And I really got to thank that cameraman. He really saved my life, and I never cried before. And
do you have any
tragic?
I'm sorry. Do you have any sense of how many of your colleagues might have been in either of the towers
when
they went down?
I'm still crying now. I got my partner. And we both ran, and I still can't find him. And he's the type of guy that he has no fear. He'll stay there and help to the end, And he's just, I don't know where he is.
But we'll hope that he is okay, and we'll set you loose now to help him and help any other people who may need your help.
Yeah, we tried. There's a lot. I really feel bad for the elderly. The ones in the canes, they can't really run from the smoke. It was like a rumble. It was just like an avalanche. You couldn't see. And I really feel bad for them. I really do.
All right. Well, thank you for helping and continuing to help. We expect your help will be needed for some time to come. We've developed some additional information now on that plane crash in Pennsylvania. And let's go live to 1010 Wins newsman James Sparity.
Police CNN reports that plane crash in western Pennsylvania outside of Pittsburgh in Somerset County, Pennsylvania, was United Airlines Flight 93. That was a flight that began in Newark and was to terminate in San Francisco. Again, the plane that went down in western Pennsylvania, Flight 93 of United Airlines, that began in Newark and was to terminate in San Francisco. It crashed this morning in Somerset County, Pennsylvania.
I pulled up in the parking lot.
About a little over an hour outside of Pittsburgh.
We were like,
and there's no other information about that flight, although United Airlines says it is concerned about another one of its flights.
I look out. I'm like,
now, American Airlines confirmed that it lost two aircraft carrying a total of 164 passengers and crew members.
New Jersey's the state of alert. It's the second.
Saying that those two flights were hijacked and crashed in today's terrorist attacks.
Oh, I don't know. I tried to hold my nieces in Pennsylvania.
All 164 passengers and crew members on board those two flights are dead.
And we can conjecture from this that one of those flights hit one of the World Trade Center towers, and the other was likely the plane that hit the Pentagon.
4 more planes? Is that what they said?
There was 8 taken, and they only found like half of them. So there's more planes
flying
somewhere. Yeah.
American Airlines has not said anything beyond that at this point. The confirmation came just moments ago in a statement issued
What's that over there?
American's
That's smoke.
headquarters in Fort
No,
Worth,
that's
Texas.
more fire.
Those were two flights, one of them from
what's that
Dallas
boat?
to Los Angeles.
All these people.
That flight was carrying 54 passengers.
Are they really for real?
Was from Boston
They're getting all these people out of the city.
and presumably carrying the balance of that total number of 164.
Yeah, it was same. Look at all those people on the boat.
See all these ferries are trying to get them out of the
Treasury,
city.
the U.S. Supreme Court that have been evacuated. All federal government offices in the Washington area have been closed for the day now.
How many planes are they took?
How
many planes?
They said there were 5 in there. No doubt they did not.
They took 5 missing.
Mayor Giuliani went on CNN earlier this hour. He asked everybody to clear out of
There's 5 planes still missing?
and probably people
Upstairs,
that
not
have twice either.
Urge them to remain calm, to remain at home, or to remain at their place of business, unless they're in Lower Manhattan. By that I mean South
So they're
Canal
gonna
Street.
south of Canal Street. Get out and walk.
They're upstairs. I have to come down on 21st.
Well, there's a fighter jet up there. So anything. Fighter jet.
That'll get you out of the dangerous smoke area. It'll also do us a big favor. It'll open up those streets. Because we're going to be. May have been Fulton Street, I'm not sure, perhaps even south of there, and it was like what we would describe as the nuclear winter effect. I mean, there was this acrid dust all over. It was 3, 4, 5 inches high in parts. If an emergency vehicle went by, it made it even worse. People were trying to use the pay phones, which, you don't even know are there anymore, being in this cellular age, trying to call their loved ones. Other people were hugging in the street, crying. Some people were literally choking. We came upon a Burger King, and I will forever be grateful to these people who worked in this Burger King right in this area. I don't know the exact address, but they had hundreds and hundreds of cups of water lined up. They were giving us napkins to wipe off our faces, doing everything they could to comfort us, and they did. And then I had run into a fellow that I know from town, don't know very well, but at least through being in the same town, and he got me into this building where he does some business, so at least I can breathe a bit and talk to other people. People have been very reluctant to come to the phone. They're deep in trauma, sitting there staring in space. A lot of these people, new people working in the World Trade Center, and obviously the news from there is not good.
All right, John, we're glad that you're okay. We have some emergency information to convey now. Retired New York Police Department officers report to Midland Avenue and Capodanno Boulevard in Staten Island. Report to Ed Royce. Retired New York Police Department employees report to Midland Avenue and Capodanno Boulevard in Staten Island. Also, all NYPD and all operators report to work this morning. All NYPD, all 911 operators report to work, and we also want retired NYPD reporting to Midland Avenue and Capodanno Boulevard in Staten Island. And you're to report to Ed Royce there. Earlier, fire department personnel were called in to work to deal with the very unfortunate situations that are going on here this morning. Let's take it to newsman James Faraday at this time. He's going to recap the situation, not just here in New York, but nationally as well. James?
Early, of course, it's been a chaotic morning in Washington. Where a plane struck the Pentagon.
I think there was a couple hundred
portion of it burst into flames. There was an explosion, and Fox News Channel's David Schuster is at the Pentagon.
According to counterintelligence sources, they confirmed that it was a plane that crashed into the south end of the Pentagon near the helipad. This is a route that commercial aircraft flying into National Airport, which is just a few miles away, they take sometimes on final approaches. They come to the airport.
Intelligence sources tell Fox News Channel the plane that struck the Pentagon heliport was a hijacked commercial airliner. Eyewitnesses telling Fox it looked like a U.S. airplane. Speaking of flights, we have a lot of tragedy to report to you this morning. The United Airlines plane that was beginning in Newark to end in San Francisco, and reports say it was Flight 93, crashed in western Pennsylvania, outside Pittsburgh in Somerset County. It was a Boeing 757, and United Airlines confirming the reports just moments ago. Also, American Airlines losing 2 flights today. The first one from Dallas to Los Angeles, carrying 54 passengers, and the other flight from Boston to Los Angeles, carrying over 100 passengers and crew members. And it is possible that those 2 flights were the ones that hit the World Trade Center earlier this morning. The first flight just before 9 o'clock. The second flight about 20 minutes later. And American Airlines says that all the passengers and crew members on those 2 flights were killed.
All right, James, again, repeating information that came to us a short time ago. All New York Police Department officers and 911 operators are asked to report to work at this time. Also, retired NYPD members should report to Midland Avenue and Capodanno Boulevard in Staten Island and report there to Ed Royce. going to make our first attempt to return to a bit of normalcy this morning, although that may be quite a long time in coming, by going to traffic and transit on the ones, and here's Pete Torriello.
Late New Jersey Transit buses are suspended in and out of New York City. The Lincoln, the Holland Tunnels, the George Washington Bridge are all closed both ways. Townsend Bridge is open in both directions. However, we do have some very heavy traffic rolling into Rockland County and fairly light traffic into Westchester. Also, the Queens Midtown Tunnel, Manhattan bound, is closed. However, the Queens-bound Midtown Tunnel is available. So if you're trying to get out of Manhattan right now, you can use the Queens Midtown Tunnel. It appears that the 59th Street Bridge is closed both ways. At the Triborough Bridge, the Queens-bound lanes are open. However, the Triborough Bridge going into the Bronx and Manhattan is shut down. The Whitestone Bridge and the Throgs Neck Bridge into the Bronx are also closed.
Don't get them
the
before they come
Queens-bound Whitestone and Throgs Neck Bridges are open. The Brooklyn Battery Tunnel is shut down in both directions. Also, the Bayonne Bridge, the Outer Bridge crossing, the Goethals Bridge, and the Verrazano are also reported closed at this time. City subway service in Manhattan has been totally shut down. There is word that there may be some service operating in the outer boroughs. All of the airports are shut down as well. Taking a look around here on the 1010 Winds Jam Cam, I can tell you the Cross Bronx is at a complete standstill. From off the Bruckner system and running all the way to the George Washington Bridge. Of course, there's no traffic coming eastbound off of the GWB. We also have delays on the Major Dig and Ram structures trying to get over to the Cross Bronx and the George Washington Bridge. Another area where we've been seeing some very heavy traffic is on the Belt Parkway heading westbound away from Kennedy Airport. Right now I'm looking at the Long Island Expressway and the Grand Central Parkway. It doesn't seem to be too bad here coming in through Queens. We also had some listeners call in telling us that they were diverted away from Queens on the Northern State Parkway. They were heading westbound, trying to get onto the Grand Central, and they were not permitted even to get into Queens. We don't know if that practice is also in effect right now on the Southern State or the LIE, but some people were indeed turned away on the Northern State. And we'll have more traffic coming up shortly on 1010 Winds.
Okay, Pete Torriello, another claim of responsibility this morning for the horrific carnage that has been visited upon the United States. CNN reporting that Islamic Jihad is taking responsibility. We had a report earlier from an Arabic language newspaper editor in London that Osama bin Laden was planning an attack. Mentioned it 3 weeks ago and said that this attack against American interests would be a large one.
My terminal, my notes keep starting. Even after I recycle, I open it up and it red screens.
And he says, and we quote, "First, we do not support attacks on civilians, and we do not support aggression towards innocent people."
Oh, the boat is going back to pick up more people? Is that what it is? Oh, is that exchange place? Can I get a boat ride back to New York?
You don't want to go over there.
I don't think that's it.
Yeah.
No, they are. Look. No, it's not. The people have to go home.
Maybe it's going to Staten Island.
When you get over there, there's no way to It's dangerous.
Well, I want to help.
What are you going to do to help?
Well, I could be a nurse. I could do surgery.
Hamas. 1010 Winds reporter Juliet Papa is downtown near the scene of the disaster. And Juliet, you weren't there when the plane hit.
Who did they just say?
When the buildings came down.
I was heading south on Broadway.
No.
I thought they said Andrew and Papa.
I just saw this massive
No, they said Giuliani was on the plane when this thing crashed down.
Obviously, people just started running northward in a complete panic.
He was on a plane circling around to
People
look
falling
at
on top of each other and running
damage
and
or something.
crying and people covering their mouths. It was just a horrific scene as
I
cars were
hope he
trying to
didn't come
head
down
south.
with the
And
plane.
people
And
were
it's
just
still
heading
doing
north, and civilians are trying to direct traffic away from the area. So with me is a woman, Olivia. She works at 40 Wood Street. She had
He looks too calm,
come
though.
out of the subway right after the plane
I haven't seen him in
Olivia,
2
tell me
hours.
what it was like when you came onto the street.
usually go right along the river.
Actually, when I first got out of the subway, there were people running.
China's pretty close. Let's say China says. China's far enough. It's like a 10-block walk.
I realized what had happened. And you could
It's close though. It's really close. Boy, I bet you were trying him.
Everyone around were in shock. I thought at first that it had gone through to the other building, but
Yeah, it looks like it's coming up like
Yeah, like it's coming up.
Spain
know?
made it clear to me that it was two planes that I hit.
Everyone jokes around. I
walked to my office and it faces Twin Towers. And I saw both towers crumble. And
Is that the building there?
that's
That's not
No.
the building.
That's
my mind wasn't even working. It was total shock. Just thinking the height of this building.
Yeah, remember they couldn't blow it down because they put it
Thank you very much, Olivia.
So they decided we couldn't do it from
She says after those buildings collapsed, there was nothing more to see. So if you can imagine just the height of that building that just came toppling down, both buildings that came down. She said the pigeons right below her window just went for cover instinctively. She said she felt the debris even flying through the air, hitting the window where she was sitting at. And right now she's just remaining in the building for safety. She's spoken to her husband, who she said, ironically, was supposed to come down to Lower Manhattan to one of the buildings, and he felt sick and he didn't go in. She says he would have been in there when this happened. So this is just tragedy all around. Earlier, as I said, when I was driving home, I was even walking down the street, we saw firefighters on their trucks.
Except that it's not
really not even fully dressed in their uniform. Some had sneakers on. They didn't even have all their garb on. Apparently, they just jumped on these trucks and kept heading downtown. Apparently, some of them looked like they were off duty because they were in four-wheel drive vehicles that must have been personal vehicles that were heading down.
Where are you going to go? You're going to walk over the Brooklyn Bridge in Manhattan?
So you knew they were just all getting together for
I'd be okay, how about you? Nobody attacks New Jersey.
Because they kept pushing me northward. I was on the telephone live with you, going live doing a broadcast about an hour or so ago. When the power started to come down, and I was literally yanked off the phone and told to run because for everybody's safety, they just had to get out of that area.
Okay, Julian, just for the record, all off-duty fire department personnel and all off-duty police department personnel and 911 operators have been ordered to return to work. Also, retired New York Police Department personnel should report to Midland Avenue and Capodanna Boulevard in Staten Island and report to Ed Royce, who will meet you there. We need all the help we can get this morning. And as New Yorkers try to come to grips with the incomprehensible carnage, we don't even have death or injury toll yet. There is reaction from the West Bank. Thousands of Palestinians celebrated today's terror attacks upon the United States.
Blow them up, man. Blow this freaking
We are no we have to attack them.
Even as their leader, Yasser Arafat, said that he was horrified by the attacks. Reaction from the West Bank this morning. News reporter Steve Kastenbaum.
They were just celebrating the terrorist attack.
Palestinians.
We have to.
Palestinians are celebrating.
Well, Lee, I was heading up West Broadway at Parktown Canal and walking up West Broadway, and I could see both the towers because it was still clear outside, and you could see them. They almost looked like two cigarettes burning down, the top smoldering. One
I haven't eaten this since I left the land.
I used that. Yeah.
The Molotov, we have to go buy some blankets and clothes.
Dirt flying up, ash pouring, billowing down the street, people screaming and running. I made it back about 2 blocks before superintendent reached out and grabbed me and he pulled me into his building. I was sitting there in the entryway as this dirt's going by, and then a woman on her hands and knees crawling by, crying and screaming. We went out, we grabbed her, we pulled her in, and got inside there while people were just running by and screaming and yelling. And 2 blocks away where it burst into flames.
We used to do that, bro.
That's my friend.
Who was that guy?
It was just a scene like I've never,
Who's
I guess I
the
had seen
surgery?
match before from
He used to be
in 1979, but
you mean one of
screaming and running.
Yeah, one of the security guys, Marino. He used to eat people's lunches.
Panic in the streets. Right now, a semblance of calm has kind of returned to this area. We can see back to Chambers Street, where police are setting up a perimeter of sorts. If I sound muffled, it's because
I have to rescue somebody in the city.
Standard wear down here. Everybody either has coats, t-shirts, bandanas, or if you're lucky, one of these paper masks across your face. Because the air is still filled with this choking ash as people try to kind of...
It doesn't seem as bad because you can't see that there's a
But
sky
how am
there.
I going to go? I'm going to swim across the river?
I still expect to see the towers when the smoke leaves.
Smoke and ash.
Put my car in the water. I'm so good at that.
Okay, well, I guess the good news is that things are not so bad that they're actually calling up retired police officers. They only want all off-duty police officers to report to Midland Avenue and Capodanna Boulevard in Staten Island. And if you're retired, you can stay retired, at least for now. That is the latest corrected word from the New York Police Department, transmitted here to 1010 Wins. In addition, the fire department has called up all off-duty personnel. All off-duty fire personnel should report to their fire station where they're assigned. And at St. Vincent's Hospital in Greenwich Village, they are asking for plastic surgeons and burn specialists to report. If you're not on duty at your usual hospital, please report to St. Vincent's Hospital on West 11th Street. A goodly many of the injured have apparently been taken there. Wins News Time, 11:51. Of course, this is having not a positive impact on traffic and transit. Here's Gatoriello.
Looking at the East River crossings here, Lee, we have no traffic yet coming across the Brooklyn Bridge, the Manhattan Bridge, 59th Street Bridge closed. Midtown Tunnel is not available to come into Manhattan. However, you can use the Midtown Tunnel if you're going outbound to Queens. Also, the Bronx-bound Whitestone and Trox Lake bridges are closed, but they are open for Queens-bound commuters. The Lincoln, the Holland Tunnels, the George Washington Bridge, the Verrazano Narrows Bridge are shut down in both directions. The Tappan Zee Bridge is open both ways. Traffic is moving well across the span from either side right now. We also have the Triborough Bridge, Queens-bound leg open. However, it is shut down at the Triborough going into the Bronx and Manhattan. The Bayonne Bridge, the Goethals Bridge, and the Outer Bridge crossing are also closed.
Wow.
New Jersey Transit buses are suspended in and out of New York City. At Metro North, service is suspended in both directions. Long Island Railroad is also suspended, and New Jersey Transit is not running anything into New York City. They say they're trying to get as many trains and as much equipment available to get people out of the city on the New Jersey Transit lines. All three airports are shut down, as are all airports across the country at this time. And I'll have more traffic coming up about 12:01 on 1010 Wednesday.
All right, Pete. In addition to the tragedy unfolding here in the New York area, there are problems in Washington, also in western Pennsylvania. Let's get the latest on those situations from 1010 Wins newsman James Faraday.
Did somebody claim to it?
An explosion and a fire at the Pentagon this morning after a terrorist attack there. Fox News Channel correspondent David Schuster at the Pentagon says a plane slammed into a wall of the building.
Eyewitnesses are telling us that at approximately 9:40 this morning, a U.S. airplane was headed, it seemed, towards National Airport, which is just a couple of miles away from the Pentagon, when it then apparently veered, flew too low, and crashed into the south wall by the helipad. The helipad is sort of a helicopter landing pad that is used for the Secretary of Defense and military leaders when they travel sometimes in and out of the Pentagon. And apparently on that side, eyewitnesses who were on Highway 110 and 395, which have a great vantage point of that side of the Pentagon, reported a huge ball of fire.
That's what I was saying.
There's no immediate word on injuries at the Pentagon.
He buried the many explosions in Washington,
one near the Supreme Court building.
that was hit for another target.
Fox News Channel's Brian Wilson.
I was just here in front of the Capitol, which, by the way, has been evacuated, and back toward the Supreme Court area, we just heard a low, muffled thud. It sounded like a small explosion. Sirens are going off around this city like you cannot believe, and just overhead a moment ago, something I have never seen in Washington in the 16 years I've been here, military jets are now patrolling the skies over Washington, D.C.
The White House, along with all other federal buildings in Washington, has been evacuated as a precaution. This is Fox News Channel's Jim Angle.
The roads around the White House, the streets around the White House were blocked seconds ago. Members of the Uniform Division of the Secret Service ran out to intersections and started diverting traffic. There are emergency vehicles on almost every block around the White House. The road south of the White House has also been blocked. And as you know, the White House is being evacuated. Federal employees are standing on the street corners in and around the White House, having left the building for fear of another attack.
And in the middle of all this, a large plane has crashed in western Pennsylvania. Officials at Somerset County Airport say the plane went down just north of the airport, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. The plane is believed to be a Boeing 767, a United Airlines flight from Newark to San Francisco. Airline officials identified as Flight 93. They did not immediately say how many people were on board. It went down about 10 a.m. New York time, 8 miles east of Jennerstown, Pennsylvania. The crash came after this morning's terror attacks on the World Trade Center and then another plane crash at the Pentagon. American Airlines says it lost 2 flights, apparently, to this terrorist attack. Flight 11 from Dulles to Los Angeles, carrying 54 passengers, and Flight 77 from Boston to Los Angeles, carrying 64 people. American Airlines reporting that all the passengers and crew members were killed in the hijackings and crashes of those 2 planes. Lee?
All right, this is inarguably, I believe, the worst day in the history of New York City, and we don't even have the death toll in yet from the attacks on the Twin World Trade Center towers, which, as of a few hours ago, are no more, both have crumbled into dust, leaving the skyline the way it appeared before 1970. In addition to New York City police and firefighters being called in, all of them, whether on duty or not, Nassau and Suffolk firefighters are being asked to call Queens dispatchers at the following number: 718-476-6244, 718-476-6244. There are two staging areas in Queens, one at Shea Stadium, another at Cunningham Park, and firefighters should report as units. This call going out to Nassau and Suffolk firefighters. Two staging areas in Queens, one at Shea, the other at Cunningham Park, and you should call the Queens dispatchers at 718-476-6244. In addition, there's been a call from St. Vincent's Hospital on West 11th Street. They would like plastic surgeons and burn specialists to report. They're obviously taking care of a goodly many of the injured who've been brought from the World Trade Centers. This EMT was working the World Trade Center when one of the towers came down. He's lucky to be alive.
There's no words to describe what's going on out there. I mean, these bodies just coming a half hour later, still coming out of the goddamn sky. Devastating. I can't imagine anything worse than this. There's got to be. I can't imagine. You know, everybody on the plane must have died. The floor, I got friends of mine on the 104th floor, friends on other buildings. I just spoke to one of my friends a half hour prior to that, getting ready to go upstairs to go to work. It's devastating. I mean, I've seen a lot of construction accidents. I've seen a lot of bad things happen. I've seen a jet fall out of the sky into a building, no less once, but twice.
And that fellow told us that he was unable to find his partner who had been working with him in the building. And while most of Lower Manhattan has been evacuated, we still have some of our reporters down there, including 1010 Wins newsman Steve Kastenbaum. Steve?
And I just happened to get out into Lower Manhattan from downtown Brooklyn just by chance and circumstance, being in the right place at the right time. Immediately after these two planes hit the World Trade Center buildings, Lower Manhattan was completely shut down. People were evacuated on foot by the thousands crossing the Brooklyn Bridge, and at the base of the Brooklyn Bridge in downtown Brooklyn, firefighters both off and on duty, out and in uniform, were just standing at the base of the bridge waiting for emergency services vehicles to come by, and as they did, they would stop. Guys would just pile in, jump on any which way they could, and they sped across the bridge. I jumped onto one of those vehicles with them, and as soon as we got to across from City Hall, you heard the screaming in the streets. You looked up and you saw the South Tower collapsing to the ground, creating a massive fireball and a ball of debris and dust. Ron Butler is a city building engineer. He works down here at the courts near City Hall. Right after the first plane hit the South Building, he ran down to the World Trade Center to look for his brother who works at one of the buildings, and then all of a sudden he heard the jet engines overhead.
I was standing right there, right across the street from the building. We were looking at the World Trade Center, at the building one. That was the planes were shooting out, and we were standing right there.
And then you heard a plane's engine?
We heard the plane's engine. And we looked up, and then the plane was coming right towards the building. And it slammed into the building, and then we were running, but I kept turning back looking, and he kept pushing me, and then this is the officer you were with? The officer I was with. He kept pushing me. He said, "Come on, we got to get out of here. Come on." And he kept pushing, and then you heard the explosion.
And at that point, he got struck in the head with a piece of metal debris. The police officer he was with also got struck in the leg with a piece of metal debris, and his uniform caught fire. They were rushed to a hospital here downtown. He said it was utter pandemonium in the emergency room, and there were just thousands upon thousands of stories like this. People dazed and confused were running from Lower Manhattan out of the dust ball covered in gray soot, completely just in shock, can't comprehend what had just happened to them.
And there is very little comprehending of that. 1010 Wins reporter Steve Kastenbaum live in Lower Manhattan, the scene of untold tragedy with uncounted dead and injured this morning on a day that has likely forever changed New York City. This is 1010 Wins, WINS New York. Time at the tone, exactly 12 noon.
Breaking news now on 1010 Wins.
Good afternoon, I'm Ralph Howard. As you've been hearing on 1010 Wins throughout the morning since the last 3 hours,
We're going through a major terrorist tragedy in the city of New York. The focus on the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, each hit by a plane. The towers have been shot off the top now. We don't know about casualties. They've not really been able to go inside, but we do know there are heavy casualties at the World Trade Center. That's something that will be unfolding as we go along. Separate from this, in Washington, a plane crashed into a section of the Pentagon and burst into flames. Part of that building is destroyed. We don't know about casualties there. And there's another situation that could be an act of terrorism. It could be connected to this. We simply don't know. But a plane, the United plane that was flying from Newark to San Francisco, went down in western Pennsylvania in the Pittsburgh area. And we presume there are casualties there, but we don't know. And again, we don't know if that is connected. In just a moment, we'll have a complete rundown of what's going on in New York City or not going on in New York City. We'll be hearing from our reporters, and also we'll be hearing what's been going on in Washington and where we stand there. We had a day of just terrible tragedy here in New York and in Washington and elsewhere. Now, we'll check on traffic right now because that's a factor. We'll put it this way, check on transportation. A lot of things are not happening, and here's Pete Torriello. Ralph, the Lincoln, the Holland Tunnels, the George Washington Bridge remain closed in both directions until further notice. The Tappan Zee Bridge is open and moving well in both directions. The Bronx-bound lanes of the Whitestone and Throgs Neck bridges and the Bronx and Manhattan-bound lanes of the Triborough Bridge are closed. If you're coming into Queens, you may use the Triborough Bridge, and also you can use the Whitestone and Throgs Neck bridges to get into Queens, but not into the Bronx. The Verrazano is shut down in both directions. The inbound, in fact, the Brooklyn Bridge, the Manhattan Bridge, the Williamsburg Bridge, the 59th Street Bridge are closed in both directions. The Queens Midtown Tunnel is permitting outbound traffic to Queens, but inbound traffic is shut down until further notice. Also, if you're trying to get into Queens from Nassau County, you're probably not going to be able to. The police are diverting the traffic away from Queens. They have stopped anything coming westbound along the Long Island Expressway, the Northern or the Southern State Parkway. New Jersey Transit buses have suspended operations in both directions. New Jersey Transit trains are not running into New York City. They're trying to get some equipment available to try and get as many people out of the city as they can. We are getting reports that there may be some outbound limited service coming up on the Long Island Railroad now. At last word, Metro North was suspended in both directions, and all airports across the United States are closed. I'm Pete Torriello. More shadow traffic coming up on 1010 Wins. Ralph? All right, Pete, and we'll be going to Pete every 10 minutes or so to recap for you people trying to get somewhere today. Basically, things are shut down. You don't want to be in Manhattan, or you don't want to get close to Manhattan, especially lower Manhattan. Now, let's get a rundown of where we are, but I'll just point out again, the two planes, one a little before 9 o'clock, crashed into one car of the World Trade Center. The second, about 16 minutes later, crashed into the other. Huge gaping holes, flame, and smoke coming from the buildings. These are the upper floors, and then roughly an hour to an hour and a half later, the top sections of the two towers collapsed. And this, of course, is well, first of all, let's go to 1010 Wins reporter Eileen Palmer. Then we're going to get a rundown of just where we are in the city right now. Eileen?
Ralph, right now I'm on Hudson Street and Duane, where basically it has become a virtual ghost town. The police are pushing any remaining stragglers north. They want to get everyone as far away from the World Trade Center as possible. No one is being allowed south of Chambers Street. In that area, there's a large heavy layer of soot and debris just coating the cars on the sidewalk as if, picture a snowfall about an inch or two, except obviously it is not snow, it is debris and anything from the building that collapsed. People are standing around wearing gas masks. Some people have pulled out gas masks, others have surgical masks, and other people are just taking off their shirts and tying around their face for fear of the debris and smoke that is billowing along Broadway here, along Hudson Street. I spoke to one woman. A lot of people are just standing around, just trying to take this all in, very dazed and confused. Here's one woman who witnessed it. She was in a building across from the World Trade Center.
Eileen, we're going to interrupt. Just hang on with us. We just got a word now, and a report of a second United Airlines plane has gone down. We don't know where. There's been another plane crash. We talked about the one in Pennsylvania that went down, and again, we presume a loss of life there, but we simply don't know. We just got this note from CNN that the U.S.-Mexico border has been closed down. Eileen, pick up where you were.
Okay, Ralph, I was saying that people are standing around dazed and confused, just watching the smoke, because there is still smoke billowing from where the World Trade Centers used to stand. A lot of people just talking around, relaying their experiences, perhaps so shocked they are still trying to believe it. This woman was across the street from the World Trade Center in a building, and she saw the planes crash.
All right, okay, Eileen.
Hey, she said the bodies falling from where the planes are from bodies falling from the top floors of the World Trade Center after the explosion occurred. Bodies just dropping onto the concrete, onto West Side Highway, hitting the bottom.
Okay, right now the police are working their way north on Hudson Street, telling stores to shut down, telling people to move forward. They're trying to make sure the area is safe. We have heard some small explosions. Some people are guessing they might have been cars in the area that have caught fire. We will be checking on that. We'll bring you more. Eileen LaPalmer, 1010 Winds, live on Hudson Street.
And we'll be going back to Eileen here on 1010 Winds. Now let's go to Larry Cantor. A lot of things have been shut down. We've heard about some of the transportation problems. Larry?
Yes, Ralph. The city is just pretty much shut down all over. Manhattan is, for all intents and purposes, lower Manhattan has been evacuated and is at a standstill. Upper Manhattan, where I was this morning, just by chance, I had a doctor's appointment this morning, had to be in town early, otherwise I wouldn't be here doing this. But I was uptown and tried to get back downtown, got on a subway from 168th, I got down to 145th, and that was it. They shut down the subways, and they remain shut down now. Then I got a cab that brought me down, had an interesting conversation with the cab driver who was downtown at the World Trade Center letting off a fare about 20 minutes before the first crash. And he told me then, he says, I think he had decided that he was going to stay downtown and pull into the Marriott there at the World Trade Center and get in line for a fare back uptown. He says he usually doesn't do that, and then he thought better of it and said, I'm just going to go back uptown. That's a lucky guy with a story to tell, and there have to be thousands of stories like that today. So the city is still shut down pretty much as far as transportation goes. As I was making...
You hear that? It sounds like a plane. Huh?
I hear what you're hearing. I think that's it's
construction?
No, it's not construction. It's a plane.
Ventilation.
Are you sure?
And people were gathering around to get all the information they could. And just walking past people on the street, more than once I saw people sobbing. Now, other things are closed today, of course. The stock markets are closed. All the airports are closed, as we mentioned, in traffic. The subway shut down as a precaution. The New York City primary was today. It was supposed to be today. It's been postponed. The stock markets, again, are closed. The Yankees-White Sox game has been postponed as well. They were postponed by rain last night. Phone service around town is spotty at best because of the volume. AT&T has shut down its entire phone and communication system in Manhattan. They have a big office downtown in the Wall Street area.
Have you seen any plane?
The United Nations was evacuated as a precaution, and many offices around town have sent their employees home. Rockefeller Center, among one of the landmark buildings that's encouraging tenants to send their people home. Schools have not been closed. Of course, if they let all those children out right away and there were no parents there to get them, that would be a whole different problem. So children are being kept in the schools now.
2 more hours, the school is going to be out.
Give parents time to pick them up later.
But what good is it they shovel all the people onto the street?
All doctors and nurses who work in Jersey City hospitals have been asked to report for duty. Of course, many of the people who were hurt were taken across the river to Jersey City. Mayor Giuliani had something to say not too long ago. He says he doesn't have any idea about the casualties, but he believes there are a horrendous number of lives lost. Every resource that we have is attempting to rescue as many people as possible, and the end result is going to be some horrendous number of lives lost. I don't think we know yet, but right now...
This is what people were expecting
saving as many people as possible. The mayor has asked Governor Pataki for help, and the governor has agreed to put the National Guard on alert to help city firefighters and police officers. And the mayor says he's asked the federal government for assistance as well. Of course, the federal government has its hands full with what's going on in Washington and elsewhere. Ralph, that's all for now.
All right, Larry Cantor, let's just recap briefly, though. In the World Trade Center, 2 planes crashed into the World Trade Center towers this morning. A great deal of people may have died. We're presuming that. We have no idea about casualties. It's too unsafe for anybody to go into those buildings at this point or to go into those floors to find out. But the top floors of both towers are gone. They collapsed after the planes went in. And in Washington, we had a plane crash into part of the Pentagon. Other things happening there. For that part of the story, let's go to 1010 Winds reporter Doug O'Brien.
And thank you, Ralph.
Yeah, there's more explosion. That's what it looks
we don't know. There is a second United Airlines plane that has crashed. It was a Boston to Los Angeles flight, a Boeing 767. United has confirmed the plane went down but did not say where. It is also unknown at this time what the second aircraft was that hit the World Trade Center, and there is no clear definition of what aircraft hit the Pentagon also. D.C. police are telling Fox News Channel that there was a hijacked plane en route to Washington. It was supposedly a Washington, D.C. police aircraft. That was about 2 hours ago. We have not heard any further report on that. The latest on the Pentagon attack, part of the building collapsed after the plane struck the building. This is Fox News Channel correspondent David Schuster at the Pentagon.
According to counterintelligence sources, they confirmed that it was a plane that crashed into the south end of the Pentagon near the helipad. This is a route that commercial aircraft flying into National Airport, which is just a few miles away, they take sometimes on final approach as they come to the airport.
And part of the Pentagon has collapsed. It's not clear yet because of smoke and debris how much damage there was done, nor whether there were any casualties, nor to what extent. Among the many explosions in Washington this morning, there was one near the Supreme Court building, as we hear from correspondent Brian Wilson.
I was just here in front of the Capitol, which, by the way, has been evacuated, and back toward the Supreme Court area, we just heard a low, muffled thud. It sounded like a small explosion. Sirens are going off around this city like you cannot believe, and just overhead a moment ago, something I have never seen in Washington in the 16 years I've been here, military jets are now patrolling the skies over Washington, D.C.
Again, the White House and other major federal buildings in Washington have all been evacuated as a precaution with terrorist attacks taking place around the country. The situation in Washington with the Federal Reserve, we are told that Fed Chairman Alan Greenspan was out of the country and so would not have been exposed to any of this. The Fed has announced, however, that it will make sure there is enough cash for the banks in this country so that there will not be a financial problem connected with the horrible loss and the human problem. The rippling effects of the terrorist attacks in New York and Washington have reached Florida. Walt Disney World has closed. NASA is on alert. A Disney spokesman says the theme park is closed and all workers have been sent home. NASA says Kennedy Space Center is under enhanced security awareness. A spokesman says the space agency is taking this very seriously. Overseas, thousands of Palestinians celebrated today's attacks in the U.S., chanting God is great, distributing candy to passers-by, even as their leader Yasser Arafat said he was horrified. In the West Bank town of Nablus, about 3,000 people poured into the street shortly after the attacks on the World Trade Center. Demonstrators distributed candy in a traditional gesture of celebration. Several Palestinian gunmen shot into the air. Others marched carrying Palestinian flags. The U.S. government has become increasingly unpopular in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. In the past year of Israeli-Palestinian fighting, many Palestinians accused Washington of siding with Israel.
Doug, we're going to jump right in here. We've got to get an update on where we are. That's Doug O'Brien with some of the world and national things. We've got to recap right here. But first, Pete Torriello, give us a quick rundown on what's not happening.
All right, Ralph, we've got the New Jersey Turnpike northbound, and only the northbound side shut down right now at interchange 14 in Newark. New Jersey Transit says all bus service in and out of New York City is suspended until further notice. All the train service for New Jersey Transit into Penn Station, Newark is suspended. They are trying to get as many trains and as much equipment available to get people outbound to New Jersey. Metro North is suspended both ways, and the Long Island Railroad has only some rudimentary outbound service being reported right now coming out of Penn Station. Nothing being permitted inbound. We've got bumper-to-bumper delays coming down the southbound New England Thruway into the Cross Bronx, which is tied up from the Bruckner all the way to the GWB. As I indicated, all Hudson River crossings are shut down in both directions. The Bronx-bound Whitestone, Throgs Neck, and the Bronx-Manhattan-bound Triborough Bridge are closed. The Triborough, Whitestone, and Throgs Neck are available into Queens. The Midtown Tunnel is closed into Manhattan. It is available outbound to Queens. That last word, 59th Street Bridge was shut down in both directions. Ralph?
All right, Pete Torriello, here's the very latest we have on aircraft involved in this. As we know, 2 planes crashed into the World Trade Center towers today, causing devastation. The towers have been sheared off now. But American Airlines confirms it lost 2 aircraft today, and it's believed at least one of those was involved in the crash, one of the crashes at the World Trade Center. United Airlines reporting a plane that left Newark, Flight 93, headed for San Francisco, with 38 passengers, 2 pilots and 5 flight attendants. That's the plane that crashed near Pittsburgh. United also says it has lost, in effect, lost another plane that has crashed. We don't know where. This was flight out of Boston, flight 175, and that had 56 passengers, 2 pilots and 7 flight attendants. There's the latest on the aircraft. Let's go live now to 1010 Win senior correspondent Stan Brooks. He's at the federal courthouse. Stan?
And Ralph, here at the strange sight one, looking up in the sky and seeing where the two towers were and just seeing this cloud of smoke that still covers that area and falls down on the area around lower Manhattan. And then all the people coming from there are still thousands pouring out of that area. If that whole area is being sealed off, everybody has to go north. But they don't know where they're going because there are no subways. They can't get over the bridges. They just wander aimlessly. I talked to one man who was waiting to get on a phone to talk to his wife and see how she was. And he was in the World Financial Center about 8 o'clock in the morning across from the Twin Towers.
It was, I don't know, between 8 8:30, and the building shook. We went to the window and saw something explode at the Trade Center. And then we evacuated the building, and we were all outside the Financial Center looking up. And then there was that second explosion, and then everyone ran. And that's pretty much all I saw. Cloud of choking dust. Not at that time. It was very early in the explosion, so at that time it was just fire burning from the building. And people just out on the street evacuating.
And that's what's happening now. People still wandering through the streets aimlessly, police on every corner, emergency workers on every corner, emergency vehicles racing back and forth. I've heard calls for medical people, anybody with medical experience to go to 2 Lafayette Street. They have cops about fatalities or injuries. Nobody seems to know. There's no official word, but there are ambulances screaming back and forth. All hospitals on alert, and it's just a chaotic scene down here like nothing I've ever seen before. Nobody knowing what's going on, and people just wandering aimlessly, frightened with face masks on. Saw a man just fall on the ground, and then 2 cops ran over to try to get him help. He was just exhausted or may have been injured. Just a strange sight, and it looks like it's going to go on for hours. Ralph.
All right, 1010 Win senior correspondent Stan Brooks. So that is a missing equation in the story. We have no idea what the casualties might be. We may get some kind of summation from the hospitals as the day goes on about people who were taken there who were injured or may have died, but we have no idea what the casualty might be. Casualty amount from the World Trade Center. There's no idea whatsoever, but it's presumed that a lot of people may have died. 1010 Win's reporter Al Jones is down in lower Manhattan now.
Well, Ralph, as we headed down West Broadway, and this was before either one of the towers had given away, it was and everybody was standing, lining the streets, staring at what was going on. A lot of disbelief, hands over the mouth, people running this way and that. But when the collapse occurred, and especially the second collapse, which totally covered all the streets south of Chamber with an ash coating, that's when the panic set in, and people started to run up the street screaming, and a lot of folks dipped into buildings, anything that was open, trying to get away from it. Now, Mary Both was inside the shopping complex that's between the 2 towers. She was in there at about 8:30 doing a little window shopping before everything happened. The first explosion, everybody started to head for the doors, but she said when the second explosion occurred, everything went dark, and that's when chaos occurred.
Blew up the whole flame, everything started coming out, and this man just kept pushing me out and running with all the people, just running.
And Mary was knocked down a number of times. By the time I found her on West Broadway, she was crawling on all fours underneath the ash, and the super that had been nice enough to let me inside helped her, and the 2 of us managed to get her inside and kind of calm her down a little bit.
Here, and frankly, all air travel around the country pretty much shut down. Steve, Pete, Ralph, we've got the Hudson River crossings are shut down, the Lincoln, the Holland, the GWB shut down. Both directions, the Tappan Zee Bridge is open, so if you want to get out of the city, you have to get back to New Jersey. You can go up through Westchester, go across 287, pick up the Tappan Zee Bridge off the New York State Thruway, come down through Rockland County back into New Jersey. That will get you out. If you're trying to get into Queens or Long Island, you can use the outbound Queens Midtown Tunnel. The 59th Street Bridge is closed. We do have the Triborough Bridge available for Queens-bound drivers, but you cannot use it to get into the Bronx or Manhattan. The Bronx-bound Whitestone and Throgs Neck Bridges are closed. They are open coming into Queens. New Jersey Transit, we've got nothing going into New York City. Metro North is suspended both directions. Long Island Railroad, nothing coming into the city. Ferries are basically shut down with only 2 exceptions. The Pier 11 and the West 30th Street ferry to New Jersey is operating, but they are the only ones that are operating at this time. Airlines are shut down, of course, right across the board. New Jersey Turnpike is closed northbound and only in the northbound direction at Interchange 14 in Newark, and Matt Ward will pick it up from here. Ralph? All right, that is Pete Torriella. Here's the very latest as we have it here on 1010 Wins. It was now about 3.5 hours ago that one plane smacked into a tower at the World Trade Center in one of the upper floors, causing a gaping hole, setting off flames and smoke, and then about 20-25 minutes later, a second plane went into the other tower. It is presumed at this point that these were hijacked planes. American Airlines confirms it lost 2 aircraft today. It's believed that at least one of those was used in this attack. It's not confirmed. We may not know for some time. But American said the flights were number 11 on the route from Boston to Los Angeles, 81 people aboard, 9 flight attendants, 2 pilots, and Flight 77 going from Washington, Dulles, to Los Angeles with 58 passengers, 4 flight attendants, and 2 pilots. That's American. United Airlines has also lost 2 planes, one going down near Pittsburgh with 38 passengers, and this was Flight 93. It took off from Newark. It was heading for San Francisco. The second plane, United 175, leaving Boston, heading for L.A., 56 passengers. United doesn't know what happened to that plane, but it does say that plane is going down, but they just don't know where. Just to give you an idea of the magnitude of all this, all baseball games are postponed. As we heard from Pete Torriello, no air travel basically today. All outbound flights across the country are shut down. Runways are open for planes coming in. Let's get to 1010 Wins reporter Larry Cantor, who's got an update on just what's shut down in the city and things that are not happening. Larry?
Well, we told you a little while ago about schools in the city, that they were still open, and apparently the Board of Education hasn't decided yet what it's going to do, when it's going to close schools. It's not made any decisions regarding buses and other transportation for the New York City school students. So stay tuned. We'll pass along that information as soon as it comes in. Governor Pataki has activated the National Guard and is asking all emergency service personnel to help out.
At this point, the sole goal is to try to help as many people as possible to get them to the emergency services, to get them the care they need. Emergency services, we're coordinating with the White House and with the city government to make sure that we have the ability to relieve the city police and fire as they go through this. And right now, the focus is very simply on helping those whose lives are still at risk and helping to get treatment to those who've been injured. We're going to continue to do everything we can to help.
Governor, have you any indication at all what the casualty figures might be?
We just can't quantify it at this point. It's obviously a horrific attack, but the focus has to be on helping those whose lives are at risk, helping to make sure we take every possible security step for those who are looking to leave the area and to get assistance to those who are still injured. That's the focus at this point.
Is part of the problem they simply shouldn't be in the building at this point? The rescuers, are people going in, going into the World Trade Center buildings, or what's left of them?
The emergency services are trying to do everything they can to reach those who are still at risk, but beyond that, I just don't have the specifics, but they've been enormously courageous. Some of them have put themselves in horrendously risky situations to try to help others, and we're going to continue to do everything we can to help those at risk.
Now, the state has facilities in those buildings.
Yes, we do.
And what do you know about the people there?
We just don't know. Obviously, I and a lot of other New Yorkers have a great many friends who were in the towers this morning. We just don't know at this point.
What do you think about all this?
It's a horrific attack upon America and New York, but right now our thoughts have got to be with the families of those whose lives are at risk. We're going to continue to try to respond and do everything we can to help them.
Hey, Governor Pataki, you mentioned about the National Guard. Does that mean they're actually going to be coming into the city?
Yes, I've spoken with the mayor. We're coordinating. We will have National Guard units coming in to help with the emergency services.
Because they are planning on emergency. They are very concerned about global peace. This is multi-million-dollar system. And both servers are here. So our plan is to...
We have to send... We don't have... We have to run backups of the... We need the tapes to a site in order to restore the service station.
State workers in New York, non-essential state workers in New York City have been sent home.
Because this is the plan. They're trying to figure out how to export all the tapes from ADSM from last night. Why don't you go and get some food first, then come back?
This takes a while to work before. Maybe it'll make the bus out again.
People need to know information. Absolutely. Greatly appreciated.
Ed Macanali is overseas. He has no idea what's going on. He sent all the mouse and email.
People looking to leave the city, they have to go through a security check on 42nd Street to get to Grand Central. There is limited service.
You probably have to do the same thing. They talk about NT, how many servers did not get back to last night. Okay.
Yeah, we were looking at the logs. We had a couple of failures.
But those are just missing timeouts.
They can't got canceled.
Only emergency services are coming in. The tunnels have been closed, and we're going to continue to
Yeah, because I'd like to rerun it before they export the tape.
city provide as much
See if you
help.
could
We
do
ran
that.
through all the lines and we
So you did, right?
It's hard to comprehend, isn't it? This is just incomprehensible. It's like something out of a bad horror movie. But we'll do everything we can.
The New York folks are still staying in New York.
Governor Pataki pointing out
They're
that
stuck in the
Yeah.
subway. Most of them are that come to New Jersey.
some of those people.
It's the only way
Something we
for the
simply
So
don't.
somebody asked them, say, oh, how's the New York office? They said, oh, it's very grim here. I could imagine.
Yeah, they probably really felt it because they said they felt it on Wall Street when they blew it up underground.
On the ground.
They had to
I
feel
felt
that.
that. I felt that.
I felt it here. I mean, even, right?
I was in New York City and I felt it when I doing that.
You were in New York City?
New York City suspended till further notice. All eastbound rail service in Newark, Hoboken, and New York City all
Yeah.
knocked out. Limited service, as the governor mentioned, on Metro North, getting out of Manhattan, and a couple of ferries that are running. You can catch one at Pier 11 and also west of 30th Street back to New Jersey. The Prospect, Whitestone, Traveler bridges to Queens are open across the Hudson River, and looking at no traffic up on the George
But
Washington
no,
Bridge.
who wants to ride over the George Washington Bridge now?
Yeah, and you know what? People will be rubbernecking,
They
stopping.
said that they have few other plane crash, so they now just missing one or two more planes, that's it.
Because they evacuated Disney World just in case.
Pick up the children at St. Vincent's Hospital. All the children at the Children's Discovery.
That would be flat out, yeah, because there's a daycare center in the trade center for everybody that works there.
Don't mention it, please.
Two planes went into the two Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. They are presumed to be American Airlines planes that had been hijacked, and they were apparently passengers aboard those planes too as they were hijacked.
They said they shut down the U.S. border in Mexico. There was a plane crash there. They said, really? Yeah.
That's at the World Trade Center. A severe number of casualties. We don't have any clue whatsoever. The complex has about 50,000 people at any given time.
You know what? I don't think. I know. I can't believe it. Not until I see the smoke on it. But that's not going to be there anymore.
Police officials said it could be in the thousands. Now, connected to this, we certainly believe anyway, we mentioned the two American Airlines planes. United Airlines says it is lost two planes. One was a flight out of Newark getting to San Francisco. That plane crashed in western Pennsylvania, not far from Pittsburgh. United says a second plane went down, but they don't know where. That's a plane that had flown out of Boston. So there's where we are there. And Washington damaged the Pentagon. The plane went into a section of the Pentagon. A major alert going on in Washington. Evacuation, things pretty well shut down in Washington. Now let's get back to our reporters. 1010 Wins reporter Julia. Proper Julia.
Hi, Ralph. I'm with Ken. He's a gentleman who works here on Worth Street in one of the city agencies. And Ken, tell me what you saw when you heard this morning. At the moment of impact, it felt like an earthquake.
I got it.
Shock, disbelief. Then a minute later, my coworker walked me to the look out the window. He walked me to the window, and I looked and I noticed the top 20 floors of the World Trade Center tower were on fire. Well, I understand you were trying to get home. Tell me what that process was like. Yes, I live on Staten Island, and I tried to walk to the ferry terminal. And I tried to walk east, and via Water Street, they had blocked traffic. And you couldn't walk by Church Street, you couldn't walk by Broadway, you couldn't walk by Water Street. There's no way of getting to the lower downtown. So he apparently just came back here to his offices where it's relatively safe, but outside it is like just a ghost town. Well, they're just trying to push people north of Canal Street. They're trying to evacuate everything. It's just abandoned cars and streets, abandoned coffee trucks. There are stores that are just shut down and gated already. There is hardly anybody down here as far as I could see when I take a peek upstairs. I just spoke to a transit dispatcher who was working, dispatching trains right under the World Trade Center, dispatching the E train, which goes right into that World Trade Center. He heard the explosion, he heard the rumble, he thought there was some sort of construction explosion, and he said it was almost like a delayed reaction when you started seeing people coming down,
looking.
and confused, and then they were all told to evacuate and shut the train system down.
The second one probably looking straight for it.
I don't know what the casualty figures might be, and the explosions, and there were the planes going into the World Trade Center, but perhaps in the figures could be in the thousands. We simply don't know. 1010 Wins reporter Ben Mevrak is with us too. Ben.
Sorry, guys. A few blocks now around the perimeter of where the World Trade Center once stood, and it was wonderful to see a new report just a few minutes ago about the children being safe from the daycare center. And as I traveled through the streets around the perimeter of the Trade Center area, there are similar stories all around, stories that really are uplifting in what otherwise is a very dark hour here for the city. People who have opened up their stores that were on the perimeter of the area, coming out with bottles of water and bringing them over to the EMTs and the other personnel who might need them. Others came down for from some of the boroughs came in with offering their trucks that they might use for their businesses in case they needed transport officers from one position to another. So those are some of the nice things that are going on as New Yorkers pull together. But as I look straight ahead and I see the plume, the dark smoke continues to just come up from the earth and cover what is lower Manhattan, it is just the unspeakable horror that we're going to have to deal with for the days to come. Some of the descriptions offered to me by some of the eyewitnesses, too horrific even to put on the radio. It will be days, weeks, or months before we actually understand the full impact of what has happened here. I was on the Manhattan Bridge when the second tower collapsed. It's a sight that myself and the others on the bridge will never forget. And also, as we talked a little bit earlier, with one of the EMTs who was in there and was rescued by a cameraman from a television station. Their only way out of the rubble was with the light from the camera, and he thanked him for saving his life. And now, though, the EMT is looking for his partner who disappeared during their attempt to rescue. He's been unable to connect to him. So these are just some of the stories that are just beginning to emerge as we continue to follow this devastating story. So,
all right, Ben Bedrock has been suggesting that the unknown is a big factor here. Who did this and why? How many people died or injured at the World Trade Center? What about the 2 planes that went down that United has been reporting? And the people on the American Airlines flights, the 2 planes that apparently have been hijacked and crashed into the World Trade Center today. You're listening to live continuing coverage here on 1010 Wins. Our reporters down in Lower Manhattan, the focus of all this. By the way, we just got the word New Jersey Transit halting all rail service on Northeast Corridor, North Jersey, Coastline, Riverton Valley. A complete wrap-up in just a couple of minutes on just what is shut down and what is not operating. And President Bush is not returning to Washington. The White House is not saying where he is heading, but the president was out of Washington at the time. Parts of the White House have been evacuated. Other major buildings were evacuated. We're now told the president is not returning to Washington. That does not necessarily mean there was a threat on him. Let's go to 1010 Wins reporter Steve Kastenbaugh. Steve?
Ralph, I'm down here in the basement of the Surrogate Courts building behind City Hall, which is where a lot of the civilians were pushed into, and many of the other basements of the municipal buildings down here right after the first tower collapsed. It shook and rocked everything here in Lower Manhattan and in downtown Brooklyn. If we can just take you back a couple of hours and give you a sense of how this felt when this all began. And a little bit after 8:45, you heard a loud explosion, at least where I was in my vantage point in downtown Brooklyn. And I looked out my window and I could see the most incredible, unbelievable sight, one of the World Trade Center buildings on fire. Then about another 15-20 minutes later, I had turned my back. I heard another explosion. The windows began rattling, my building shook, and I am at least a good 3 or 4 miles away from the World Trade Center. And I looked out my window, and sure enough, the second building was on fire. A great fireball was going up from the second plane that hit that building. Then I tried getting into Lower Manhattan. At that point, the city had been cordoned off, and people were being evacuated, being told just to literally walk out of Lower Manhattan. They were crossing over the Brooklyn Bridge by the thousands. Meanwhile, heading in the opposite direction, dozens upon dozens of emergency vehicles. Firefighters who were off duty were just standing at the foot of the bridge, waiting for room in a vehicle. They were commandeering trucks and heading across the bridge to get to the emergency scene. Also here in Lower Manhattan, many of the city building engineers ran towards the building when they heard the explosion, ran towards the World Trade Center. Among them was Steve. He heard the first explosion while he was in the basement in the boiler room.
Heard a crash. Everything, the whole building shut down. We went upstairs, and then all of a sudden, maybe like 5-10 minutes later, the second plane hit.
You saw the plane hit?
Saw the plane hit. It was a ball of fire. Ball of fire.
And he was among the many people who witnessed the horrific sight. Office workers in the World Trade Center building jumping out of the upper floors to their death below. Presumably, there were many people in the office buildings when this happened, not too far away from 9 a.m. Both buildings are home to somewhere around 50,000 employees. So again, we have no idea what the death toll is going to be, but of course it'll be presumably extremely high. Steve Kastenbaugh, 1010 Wins, live behind City Hall.
Again, we do not know, too. One ranking police official saying the death toll could be in the thousands, and of course then you add the number of people injured. We do expect to hear from President Bush shortly. We told you he's not returning to Washington. We're going to go live to the president as soon as he's ready to speak. In the meantime, we'll go back to Pete Torriello because transportation is a big factor, mainly, Matt Ward, about a rush to get out of town, and that's part of what they're trying to serve right now, the people getting out of that area.
That's right. They have opened the Throgneck, Whitestone, and Trarborough heading back over to Queens, and the Queensboro Bridge and the Midtown Tunnel are also open for those headed back over to Queens. The Hudson river crossings are still closed. In fact, I don't see anybody moving an inch on the Cross Bronx westbound side as I look in on the 1010 Winds Jam over by the area of the Deegan as you try to get to the George Washington Bridge. Police are requesting all traffic avoid westbound LIE, Southern State, and Northern State, and westbound LIE being closed to Route 135. Police are also shutting down the Meadowbrook, the Wantagh, and the Santa Coast. Just limited service on Long Island Railroad out of New York City. All the airports remain closed. New Jersey transit service on the Northeast Corridor, North Jersey coastline, Raritan Valley lines as well, and just limited service on Metro North trains out of town. Ralph?
That is Matt Ward with the very latest on the travel situation. Again, we do plan to hear from President Bush just momentarily. We should point out, though, just to recap for you folks just joining us, here's what happened. It was almost 4 hours ago that a plane went into one tower of the World Trade Center. One of the upper floors, a gaping hole, fire and smoke. Then about a half hour later, a second plane went in. These were hijacked planes, presumably hijacked American Airlines flights. They went in, and then about an hour and a half later, one tower went down, the upper floors collapsed, and then the same at the other tower. People trapped inside. We have no idea what the casualty figures are, no doubt in the thousands, even when it comes to a death toll. And then two planes went down, two United Airlines planes went down. One went to Pittsburgh. We don't know where the other is. That plane that went down near Pittsburgh was flown out of Newark heading for San Francisco. And Washington, damage at the Pentagon. A plane went into one of the walls there. And that's where we stand. Now let's get a quick update from Larry Cantor, who's keeping up to date on many of the things that are not happening here in the city of New York because of this terrible tragedy. Larry?
Well, Ralph, one of the things not happening is Lower Manhattan. The mayor is asking people down there to remain calm, but get out. He's saying just walk slowly, calmly to the north. He says there's no reason to panic. Then go home, he says, and stay home. That's easier said than done, of course, because transportation is all blocked up. There's no subway service, and there are very few ways to get out of town at all. Metro North has some limited service, but the tunnels and the bridges, as Matt Ward was saying, are closed. So just make your way uptown and hang out, I guess. And as the day goes on, I'm sure there will be some ways to get people to their homes in the outer boroughs, to New Jersey and to Connecticut. Let me play you just an eyewitness who was there when this thing all began.
I just started carrying on music for when the plane started falling. I just smelled some smoke.
And you're all covered with ash and gray.
And that's from all the way on the other side, now the other building that fell.
That was an eyewitness to what was going on in Lower Manhattan. Speaking to our Stan Brooks, our John Montone was on the scene shortly after the first plane crash.
When I arrived here, which was about a half an hour, 40 minutes after the initial explosion, I was able to get down to a Church Street, literally in the middle of the two towers, and they were both on fire. At that point, it never occurred to me that they were going to come down. I guess it should have, but at that point, even early on, Church Street was looked like a war zone. It would have been impossible to get regular vehicles through that. There were just pieces of cement and this white ash all over. At that point, I was able to get back up to Broadway, and there were people running in the other direction still, away from the building. People telling me that they had seen the second plane hit. And excuse me, I have a lot of this dust in my lungs, but they had seen the second plane hit, and they said that it looked like it was going directly at the building, that it didn't hit the first plane, that it was a purposeful strike on the building.
That's John Montone. Earlier today, he was one of the first down at the scene of the crash at the World Trade Center, the first crash and then the second one. St. Vincent's Catholic Medical Center in Lower Manhattan has put out a call for plastic surgeons and burn specialists. And here's the number they should call, 212-752-4805. That's 212-752-4805 for plastic surgeons and burn specialists. The call is also going out from New York City for blood. New York City's hospitals are calling in all staffers, surgeons, nurses to deal with the massive potential for injuries and deaths. The Board of Education hasn't decided yet when it's going to close schools today. Right now, they're keeping all the students in schools. No decision has been made regarding buses and other transportation for New York City students. The stock markets are closed and could remain that way for several days. The impact internationally from that is anybody's guess. Yankees and White Sox game, and all baseball games for that matter, have been postponed tonight. And the subways remain shut down as a precaution. All the children at the Children's Discovery Center located in the World Trade Center itself
are fine. The parents can pick them up at St. Vincent's Hospital. Ralph? Well, speaking of St. Vincent's Hospital, Eric Canada, we're going live right now to Terry Sheridan, our live continuing coverage of the crashes into the World Trade Center and other acts of terrorism in the country. Now, at St. Vincent's, I guess probably dozens of people have been taken there. Terry, what have you got, Terry?
Well, right now we have 184 that have been taken here, as we had a press briefing about 10 minutes ago. More since that had happened. The workers, or the people that I see that are going into the hospital, coming out of the ambulances, are walking out. They all appear, though, to be rescue workers. They have this sort of hard hats and the vests on to give that they are rescue workers. What's also happening here is 11th Street is just closed. It's a sea of people seeking information on loved ones. So again, the latest numbers that we have are 184 having taken St. Vincent. 10 of those are critical. Live at St. Vincent's Hospital, Terry Sheridan, 10
Oh, you did?
Just in case. Things that happen around the country related, no doubt related anyway, to what's happening in hijack planes crashing into the
we have enough tapes
World Trade Center.
for the ones that have state drugs in, and I got to get a DLC for PBR.
Here in New York at the World Trade Center. I do have two numbers I'm going to give you.
It's already in it.
American Airlines.
Okay.
I just got to drop it.
All right, so if they want us to stop at
We hope this is something you listen to us right now will not need, but I'm going to give these numbers out, so if you want to grab a pencil or something.
Because it
But these
failed,
are
right? It
numbers
missed the
of
schedule?
relatives who may be on
They
these
didn't
flights.
miss. I think they
Here are the
canceled
numbers. American
it.
Airlines.
It's heard that it's stock market's going to be closed for a couple of days.
That's why they want to do
United
this
Airlines,
now.
one of those
They're
planes
trying to
did
figure
leave
out.
from Newark, heading for San Francisco, of the United plane that crashed. The United number is 1-800-932-855. 1-800-932-855.
There's still more fire going.
Let's go to Newark Airport. We mentioned one of those planes, United plane that went down in western Pennsylvania, flew out of Newark Airport, but basically nothing else flying around the country. Let's go to 10-10 reporter Mark O'Brien.
Last week, Sharon showed me where the copy script over and run it. Priority is global peace.
The priority is to run the BDSM implemented. Global peace, okay. Yeah, I printed out.
I got it. Yep, right underneath this.
Right now, the only people being allowed in are folks who are here to pick up their loved ones. There is a lot of confusion.
No, forget about the MC.
Don't start the MC. Just looking for any transportation, whether it be a cab or a bus, just to get out of Newark Airport. As you mentioned, one of the planes involved in this morning's tragedy apparently left here, was bound for San Francisco and crashed in western Pennsylvania. No word yet if any of the grieving family members or friends and relatives are gathering here to check on the status of their loved one they dropped off early this morning. So again, Newark Airport right now, a scene of confusion and chaos. People don't know how to get out of here. They don't know how they're going to get home. Some are traveling overseas. They have no way out. And right now, the airport remains shut down. And a eerie sight off in the distance behind the airport. The smoke continues to billow into the sky where the World Trade Center once stood. Mark O'Brien, 10-10 wins live at Newark Airport.
Well, it just gives you a sample of the magnitude of what's happening today, because all around the country, people traveling for vacation, business, whatever, are not going anywhere. There are no flights right now. A lot of rail service in and out of New York is shut down, and immediate transportation in New York City itself, of course, shut down too. Basically, we'll have a rundown of just where we are in that in a moment. Let's get a quick update from Doug O'Brien, if we can, Doug, and just what we know about the Pentagon there and elsewhere in Washington.
Ralph, a TV station in Washington, WUSA, is reporting that it's been told by a Navy spokesman that there are fatalities in the plane crash into the Pentagon this morning. The plane hit on the opposite side from Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld's office. It's not known what the plane was, although it is it's believed to be a commercial airliner. Several unexplained explosions in D.C., one outside State and one outside the Supreme Court. Vice President Cheney, National Security Advisor Rice, and other top federal officials are huddled in the wake of the terrorist attacks. The Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, has opened up an operations center. FEMA officials will not disclose any details of their plan, other than to say they're working with the White House, FBI, and other agencies. At the Pentagon, spokesman Glenn Flood said all the Defense Department's leaders were safe, including Secretary Rumsfeld. Senior officials staffed the agency's National Military Command Center, a secure room in the Pentagon. Rumsfeld and other top officials left the building. They're at an undisclosed location. Pentagon is saying there are contingency plans, but they won't go into any details. President Bush, as you've heard, is not in Washington. He is currently in Louisiana, and we'll have something to say to the nation about this later. Secretary of State Powell is returning from South America, where he had been on an OAS trip. A couple of airline notes for you. The terminals at Los Angeles International have been evacuated in response to this morning's terrorist attack in New York and Washington. Cleveland Airport says an airliner made an emergency landing there after the pilot said he was worried that there might be an explosive device on that aircraft. There's been no further word on that. Also, many people are finding it very difficult to get information about anything online about the terrorist attack. Internet traffic jams have slowed web access, especially for users trying to reach major news sites. Do move slowly there. It will be some time before all the information comes in to the radio station. Rob?
All right, Doug O'Brien there. Now let's get right back to Matt Ward, because again, transportation is a big factor for a lot of people. In fact, it's kind of frozen here in New York, and not a lot of people traveling. Matt Ward?
Ralph, and anyone trying to get across the Hudson, the only way to do it right now is the Tappan Z, which is kind of busy up on that span either way as I look in on the 1010 Winds Jam Cam. Further down the Hudson, still no traffic on the George Washington to Lincoln or Holland Tunnel. They have opened the Thrive Lake, Whitestone, and Triborough for those heading to Queens. And the Queensboro Bridge and the Midtown Tunnel also open for those heading back to Queens. Police have been closing down the westbound LIE, 7th State and Northern State, coming through Nassau County, heading towards the Queens line. It's going to be a good place to avoid. They don't really want any traffic on those westbound roadways in Long Island heading for the city. Generally speaking, you want to try to move away from the city, east or westbound, depending on where you are, and also north or southbound, too. The airports remain closed. Jersey Transit rail service knocked down. Northeast Carter, North Jersey Coastline, Raritan Valley, just limited service on Metro North out of Manhattan. No Amtrak service on the Northeast Carter, and you will find limited service on Long Island Railroad coming out of Manhattan as well. Ralph?
All right, Matt Ward, there's where we are. Mayor Giuliani says hospitals need as much help as they can get, and this applies to if you're an emergency worker, you're just waking up, a firefighter, an EMS, a police, a nurse. You really need to call your office if you can, or even just go there, because we need help. New York Mayor, well, we know Rudy Giuliani saying that hospitals need as much help as they can get, saying 50 hospitals are in service right now, and expects that number to climb to more than 100. I want to go back to something we mentioned about the Pentagon, where a plane crashed into a wall of the Pentagon, set that on fire, and there are casualties at the Pentagon as well. And it is believed that that was a commercial airliner that went into the Pentagon. And as we've been reporting here in 1010 Webs, that 2 United planes disappeared. In effect, one crashing in western Pennsylvania, and another one, the United said, crashed flying out of Boston, but it wasn't sure where it crashed. That had 56 passengers aboard. And that one was flying from Boston to Los Angeles. The plane flying out of Newark, the one that crashed in Pennsylvania, was flight 93. And that crashed southeast of Pittsburgh on the way from Newark to San Francisco. So that might be what happened to that other United plane. That might be the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. That's something we simply don't know at this time. Let's go live now to 1010 Winds reporter John Montone. He's in Greenwich Village, not all that far from where the terrible tragedy occurred today. The 2 planes crashing.
I thought you had courtyard. Didn't they give you a room?
Yeah, I'm going to go there now.
Yeah, don't you want to sleep?
Yeah, I'm just too wound up right now.
Yeah. Looks like
Where am I in the courtyard or across the street? Where am I? Where's this room?
across the street.
Oh,
The short one, the courtyard. Talk to Jim Mano.
Yeah,
not that one, not the double tree.
Oh, okay, the courtyard. Okay,
area.
yeah, he just said across the street, but the both of them are across the street.
Well, this one is right across the street. I think there's still a big fire there.
Yeah.
It looks as if there was a snowstorm of sort of a gray dirt that swept across the city, and it's full of emergency personnel, police officers. They're not letting anybody around that area, although I was able to go back in and to get our truck out of there and then join what has now become an exodus, which began, I guess, about an hour ago, an exodus north. Now, this gentleman I spoke to here, and and hopefully we can hear him well enough, he was describing what happened. He had a store at 120 Broadway, and when the initial explosion came, he began shutting up his store, and then came the terrible collapse.
I was trying to close my store, but I could not close the store, and I run away. When the big noise comes, then I run away, and I went inside this building. I was trying to close my store, but I can't. People, so many rough, that's why I just leave the store like that and run away. Did you see Yeah, I saw that. Then I saw that. The building was, 120 building was, they closed the door, entrance was closed. The people was, rushed. Then the security guy comes, then he opened the door and everybody's rushed inside.
What?
The smoke from the bottom is rising, and the smoke from the top is coming down. The smoke from the top is coming down.
What happened to him, he was also inside a building with literally thousands of people trying to get out. It was a very common experience. Now, since about an hour ago, the air has cleared a bit. The breeze seems to be blowing the heavy smoke and dust down toward the lower bay, down toward the battery, and there has been just an exodus of people walking up. Some of them are in pretty good shape. Some of them are relaxed. They know they got out of it alive. Others are hysterical. They left workers behind. They know the people in the World Trade Center. They're unable to get in touch with their loved ones. But it is very orderly. People are just walking up an exodus of cars, the cars that were able to get out of there. I was fortunate to be able to do that, and people just going up. But the question everyone keeps asking is, how can we get out of the city? Can we get home? Can we get to Queens? Can we get to Brooklyn? Can we get to New Jersey? So those traffic reports are very important as well. And there's a lot of people here who are not going to hospitals, who don't feel they want to take up space because there are so many people more seriously injured, but they're still having a tough time breathing because of this horrible air that we encountered down by the scene. Ralph?
That is 10-10 Winter reporter John Montone in Greenwich Village with the very latest from his viewpoint, talking to people there. We just got the word that President Bush says the military is in high alert status around the country. We do expect to hear from the President momentarily. Of course, we'll broadcast that live on 10-10 Wins. And we also expect right after the President speaks to hear from the FBI, telling what happened, because we have been a target of a major terrorist attack here in New York and elsewhere in the United States. And it does appear to be a very well-coordinated terror attack with at least 4 planes apparently hijacked, stolen, whatever, 2 of them crashing into the World Trade Center, 1 crashing near Pittsburgh. We're not sure if that was definitely connected or not, but there's an American Airlines plane out of Boston, and then the United States have lost another plane, and there's some speculation that it might be the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. Casualties at the Pentagon, untold number of people killed or injured here in New York, but the 2 planes went into the upper floors of the World Trade Center, and then later both the tops of the 2 towers collapsing. So we simply just don't know how many. Just checked at St. Vincent's Hospital, 186 people there alone, 50 hospitals pressed into service, ambulances coming in from Bergen County, for example, and all around, emergency personnel being rushed in. Again, we expect to hear from the President momentarily. Let's hear from, and we'll go live to that at 10-10 Wins. But Steve Kastenbaum, here we are now just about a little over 4 hours now since it happened. Steve Kastenbaum on duty in Lower Manhattan.
Well, Ralph, I'm sitting here now on the steps outside a courthouse behind City Hall on Chambers Street. Finally came out of the basement. A very different scene from what was here many hours ago. Folks were just running every which way, some screaming, some crying, others in total shock as they watched one by one the 2 World Trade Center buildings just come tumbling down onto Lower Manhattan. The debris cloud has been settled on everything in the area as deep as 4 inches thick. But right now, we still see thick, black, acrid smoke billowing from the World Trade Center, heading south over towards Brooklyn. The folks are still streaming out of Lower Manhattan by foot, walking over the Brooklyn Bridge and up towards Canal Street. Everybody's still trying to get out of the area. We still have many sirens and the sounds of emergency vehicles heading towards the World Trade Center. The emergency rooms, the hospitals downtown here are filled. We are just trying to get a handle and a grasp on what exactly is going on down here. Most people still in a state of shock, many of them covering their mouths and telling stories of watching people jump from the burning buildings high atop the 80th and 81st floors to their deaths below. Steve Kastenbaum, 10-10 Wins, live on Chambers Street in Lower Manhattan.
We'll be going back to our reporters. A full recap coming right up. John Montone mentioned the urgency of knowing about transportation. A full recap on that coming right up here at 10-10 Wins. We also expect to hear from the President and then the FBI. You're listening to live continuing coverage of the major terrorism attack here in New York and other parts of the country on 10-10 Wins WINS New York.
Breaking news now on 10-10 Wins.
Good afternoon. Here's the scenario right now as we have it. It's a little after 1 o'clock. It was about 4 hours ago, a little before that, when one plane, apparently a hijacked American airliner,
crashed into one of the towers at the World Trade Center. And then about a half hour later, a second plane crashed into the other tower. And then about an hour and a half after that happened, the top parts of both towers collapsed, one before the other. An unknown number of people died when those planes went into the buildings, and then perhaps in the collapses if they were not able to get out of the building after the first hits by those airplanes. We have no idea how many people died, and we also have no idea how many people were injured, but it could be running into the thousands. There was a direct hit at the Pentagon. Apparently was a commercial airliner that was hijacked. It might be a United Airlines plane that United says that it lost, that went down. Another United Airlines plane crashed near Pittsburgh. That plane was Flight 93. That was flying out of Newark. It was heading to San Francisco. And so we've had at least 4 planes hijacked and 4 down. And in each case, apparently, there were passengers aboard those 4 planes. We'll hear about the Pentagon and what happened there in a moment. Other things happening in Washington. And but first, let's get an update on the travel situation because things are jammed up or not happening at all. Here's Matt Ward.
Well, Ralph, as you know, the airports remain closed off. Jersey Transit, no rail service. Northeast Corridor, North Jersey Coastline, Raritan Valley Line. Amtrak also disrupted on the Northeast Corridor. Just limited service on both Long Island Railroad out of New York City and on Metro North trains out of New York City. If you're trying to get a boat back over to Jersey, they do have ferry service available running at Pier 11 and also at West and 30th Street. Battery Tunnel still closed off either way, as are the Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Williamsburg bridges. The Verrazano is closed getting to Brooklyn, but open to Staten Island. Drive Neck, Whitestone, and Triborough are open if you need to get to Queens, and so are the Queensboro Bridge and the Midtown Tunnel, but they're all closed coming into Manhattan, and all the Hudson River crossings still closed off either way. I don't see any traffic moving on the Cross Bronx westbound into the George Washington Bridge, and I still don't spot any traffic up on the George Washington Bridge in either direction. Ralph?
All right, 1010 Wins reporter, Channel reporter Matt Ward with an update on traffic. 1010 Wins senior correspondent Stan Brooks is in Lower Manhattan. Stan?
Yeah, just chaos here. People running around. They still don't know where to go. I found some people who were here from Norway, and they were staying in an apartment right near the World Trade Center.
We're visiting my nephew's first son, yeah, and we're close to the big bang this morning. It's close to the Trade Center, and we have the good child here, so we were really terrified. But we have stayed indoors, taping our windows for a long time. But now actually they said on television it had to be launched. So that's why we are evacuating child and ourselves.
Did you have an explosion?
Yes, very well. It was really something very special. The building was shaking all over. So terrifying. Terrifying sound. Because when it was like there was some construction going on. But we heard it was
due to a tornado.
Very bad sound.
That's the disaster recovery situation. That's the only thing they got taped.
And they were still shaking as they were wheeling the baby carriage with their little son, not knowing where they were going, just evacuating the area, trying to get to a safe place. And right now, nobody seems to know where a safe place is, but they were all heading north. Stan Brooks, 1010 Wins reporting live from Lower Manhattan. A plane going overhead making people nervous.
All right, Stan Brooks, and we have some information here. Virginia Congressman is estimating the death toll around 10,000. Where I don't know where this man is getting this from, or Congressman Jim Brand, but that's an estimate from a congressman. I don't know what that is based on.
Out of Washington, he's talking
Out of Washington.
Plane
About the plane crashes at the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. Maybe a combined 10,000, according to this Virginia congressman. Again, we do expect to hear from President Bush momentarily. The president has said the military's on full alert, and once we hear from the president, we'll hear from the FBI to tell us what they know about this terror attack. Just to repeat, 2 planes, hijacked planes, American Airlines planes crashing into the World Trade Center. They later collapsed. Casualties there. Another plane, apparently hijacked a United Airlines plane going into the Pentagon. Casualties there. And another United plane crashing southeast of Pittsburgh with casualties there as well. That plane flew out of Newark, a United flight heading from Newark to San Francisco. Let's hear about the Pentagon and other things happening in Washington. Here's 1010 Wins reporter Doug O'Brien.
Ralph, first we want to relate to you a statement from the Taliban, the hardliners in Afghanistan, that condemned the devastating terrorist attack in New York and Washington on Tuesday, rejecting suggestions that Osama bin Laden was behind them. The Taliban's ambassador to neighboring Pakistan, Abdul Salam Saeed, said bin Laden, the Saudi dissident, of course, who's been given asylum in Afghanistan, does not have the facilities to carry out such an attack. It's premature to level allegations against a person who's not in a position to carry them out, is what he said. UN sanctions currently in place against Afghanistan to press the Taliban to hand over bin Laden. We also have a statement from Hamas in the West Bank. They say, quote, first of all, we don't support attacks on civilians and don't support aggression toward innocent people. However, the United States should revise its current stance as to look again at its position very carefully toward people all over the world. If the U.S. doesn't want to be targeted and suffer the same way as other people are through aggression, oppression, injustice, and exploitation. In that regard, America finds itself today weakened in the face of the rest of humanity taking its own revenge against American oppression and injustice. That from Hamas in the West Bank. In Washington, a direct and devastating hit on the Pentagon, and now reports of dead people in the military seat of power in the U.S. A fiery plane crash believed to be an airliner collapsed one side of the five-sided structure opposite the office of Defense Secretary Rumsfeld. There are casualties at one television station in Washington was told by a Navy spokesman that in fact there are dead people in the Pentagon. Fox News Channel correspondent David Schuster says smoke is still coming from the building.
When we arrived here, we started getting reports from people inside the Pentagon on the south side.
See, I think it's the bottom. Yeah, the bottom of
a ball of fire, a large explosion, approximately 9:40.
Yeah, because you keep seeing it right. Yeah, I know. It's unbelievable.
The airplane was actually involved because a lot of people in the Pentagon did not hear an airplane flying overhead, but then witnesses outside of the Pentagon who had a clear vantage point of the helipad described a silver and red U.S. airplane, according to the eyewitnesses, described as a 737 that flew too low and crashed into the side. Counterintelligence sources are confirming to Fox News that it was a commercial aircraft that was apparently hijacked and flown into the Pentagon.
Washington is jammed with people who've been sent home early, just like Lower Manhattan. Businesses and government closing up and dismissing their workers, the sidewalks teeming with pedestrians making their way toward bus stops and metro subway stations. Metro trains crowded, the streets packed with cars. For the most part, people are making their way in a calm, orderly fashion, though there is a sense of purpose there. There are lines at ATMs and public phones, as many people report having trouble getting signals on their wireless phones. Someone mentioned, Ralph, a few moments ago that people were nervous after hearing an airplane go overhead in Manhattan. Bear in mind that when the airport closures nationwide were ordered, there were
everybody who has a cell phone tried to make the call at the same time. That probably overloaded it.
There may yet be a plane or two in the air today headed toward
everyone tried to use the phone at the same time.
They have been allowed to continue on and land as normal.
It happened here. Yeah,
you're listening to live continuing coverage on 1010 Wins of the terrorist attack here in New York and elsewhere in the country.
It was only a year ago.
Hijacked American Airlines planes apparently crashing into the World Trade Center about before 9 o'clock, a little after that, and then about an hour and a half later, the top portions of both those towers collapsed. We have no idea what the casualties might be. There's a congressman, we're not sure where he might be getting his information from, but overall, talking about a death toll around 10,000. Virginia Congressman Jim Moran, perhaps even talking to federal officials, talking about casualties in New York as well as at the Pentagon, and the 4 planes that apparently were hijacked and have crashed today, 2 American and 2 United. Let's go live to 1010 reporter Al Jones. Al?
Well, Doug was mentioning planes flying overhead, and every time one of these planes comes over, and there aren't that many, but they attract a lot of attention, a lot more than probably 5 hours ago. People stop and stare, even they'll get a little scared when they hear a plane go over. An unusual response here in New York.
All right, Al, we're going to interrupt you right here. We're going to listen to what... never mind, Al, go ahead. We thought it was the president, but it is not. I'm sorry, go ahead, Al.
Not the president, yes. Robbie, you also mentioned that there's a sort of calm down here, and that's right. It's kind of amazing that only 4 hours after this occurred, that people are almost starting to go about their normal business. Some of the stores are opening. Some of the folks are, heading back to work. Obviously, the big office buildings are all closed. Government's closed. People are being asked to leave the area, but for the most part, it's rather orderly. A lot of people just sitting around kind of taking it all in. Now, before the second collapse earlier this morning, I ran into Tom Colden, who was shuffling up West Broadway, absolutely covered head to toe with ash and debris. Working at my desk like everybody else. The building's free. We're almost not going to our feet. Have we heard on the window stand of our plane?
I hope God
It's
too early to tell.
I'm not even sure everybody knows it's somebody who works in the Trade Center.
I'm saying, I told you my cousin worked there. I don't know,
You got him.
He was on the 64th floor of World Trade Tower number 1 when the first plane crashed. Ironically, Colden was also here 7 years ago. He said 3 people that he knows perished in that terrorist attack. And right now, he's totally concerned with people he works with, people he knows, people in the building who didn't get out. Well,
all right, that's 1010 West reporter Al Jones. I'm going to give you a recap where we are right now. Then we'll look at travel in this area. What's not happening because planes basically shut down around the country. They're open at the airports just for people to land. A lot of rail service is not happening around New York as either in some of the bridges and so on. All right, we're going to go to President Bush here. To save lives, President Bush, and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake. The United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status.
Yeah, Dad called me.
And we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested. Make no mistake. We will show the world that we will pass this test.
I don't feel any safer with
that is President Bush. Now that, by the way, is to find out
I don't feel safe at all with
actually taken earlier. The President made that statement. It was videotaped. We just heard it, and here, we just played on the network as well. And then the President was actually
someone
moved.
said what they're doing is...
He was out of Washington at the time of these.
But how are they going to get across the river?
Old Bridge. You know what that is?
What Old Bridge?
Old Bridge is South Jersey. South Jersey. What they're doing is they're bringing people over in the boats over here, over there, and then letting the ambulances come through because there's not enough hospital.
Oh, that's a pretty good idea. I just wish I could go, you know?
We've got plenty of reporters standing by, Matt. All right, Ralph, we do want to remind everyone that there's limited service on Metro North out of Manhattan. Same story with Long Island Railroad, so if that's the way you're headed, you could certainly avail yourself of that. If you're trying to get back to New Jersey, it's been very difficult. Can't do it across the Hudson right now. Been watching the George Washington Bridge and still don't see any traffic across that.
If you cross the GW, can you get home or
coming up towards the bridge area?
Any
way?
Yeah.
You have to sit on his lap, but on the way, I'll drop off my ass and I can take you.
So you can.
I'll put the top down. You'll be fine.
Why is there still such a big fire there? Look at that. Something's not right. It's not right. Cannot be even after this many hours, you know? It looks like some other thing is on fire.
Ralph, back to you. Okay, that is Matt.
They have to let it burn down. I mean.
Yeah.
Just a recap because I know you might have just dialed in and not known.
I don't have my phone on me, so if you call me, I'll leave a message.
Apparently, hijacked American Airlines planes crashing into the tops of the World Trade Center this morning. Later, the tops of those two towers collapsing. They're no longer part of the New York skyline.
No, I just gotta know it was up.
And would sound like more explosions, perhaps just the collapsing sound, but they did collapse the top portions of the World Trade Center. An unknown number of casualties. The city has 50 hospitals in service right now. Just one hospital alone had 50 people taken there. We have no idea at this point how many people may have died at the World Trade Center or how many people might be injured. There was an attack upon a commercial plane that had been hijacked as well, perhaps a United plane that was missing, going into the Pentagon, causing a fire there, collapsing one of the 5 walls of the Pentagon. And casualties there as well. And then another plane, United plane, that had flown out of Boston, went down southeast to Pittsburgh with people aboard that plane. So in all 4 planes, apparently hijacked. All
I wouldn't worry about magic
and used in this terror
attack
today. Now, Virginia Congressman Jim Moran is estimating, I'm not sure what this is based on, but estimating the death toll around 10,000 here in New York. Police have no estimate in the Senate, but one official says it's got to be in the thousands, a casualty toll here in New York. A lot of people are very, very worried, of course, about loved ones.
I'm worried it doesn't work. The backup, we send it off and then I'll try to take it over to the backup.
Today, the internet is very slow. A lot of cell phones are not working. You're getting busy signals all around Manhattan. That makes it even harder. 1010 West reporter Mona Rivera has been talking to some people very concerned. Mona?
Well, New York City, as you know, has kept schools open during this whole tragedy, and I just spoke with the Board of Ed and have some information from parents who are worried. They're very afraid. How are my kids going to get home? Are they safe? Some high school students at Clara Barton High School in Brooklyn say they just walked out even though they weren't officially dismissed.
Everybody's leaving school. Everybody's going to go pick up their kids at school because the train's not working and everybody has to walk home. There's no way for anybody to get home. Everybody's scared, crying, picking up their kids at school, and everybody's trying to get home.
So the Board of Ed has just issued some procedures for dismissal. They're trying to keep things as normal as possible, keeping a lot of staff on duty. For students with Metro cards, the Board of Ed says they will remain in school until the transit system is going again. And the Board of Ed spoke with the mayor. The mayor assured them that he will be restoring subway service. The city will be restoring subway service shortly, so hopefully kids with Metro cards will be able to go home on the subway. Kids who go home on yellow school buses, one slight variation, they will be allowed to board school buses. They're going to hope to get the school buses to the schools, but children will be not dropped off unless a parent or an approved guardian is at the bus stop waiting for the child. If there is no one waiting for the child, the school bus will take the child to a designated school in the district that will be designated as a shelter. They are opening late shelter conditions at several schools for parents who normally pick up their children. Parents who normally pick up their children can pick up their child. Only people approved by the Board of Ed by the school to pick up children will be allowed to pick up children. Any child left in the school will be able to stay at the school. Principals are staying late, assistant principals are staying late, and schools will be open late to allow children to stay there. For special ed kids with physical handicaps, yellow buses, many of the yellow buses have been diverted for emergency operations. So some special ed kids may be dropped off late, parents are told, and if they will be dropped off late, the principal will be notifying parents about that. So there's a lot of worry. Kids are in school. No one really knows what's going on. Parents are calling schools, coming to schools, dropping kids off, trying to pick them up, and hopefully the Board of Ed says that they need everybody's help to try to get through today's close.
So the main part is, Mono, though, those kids are, for this time, going to be staying. In other words, keeping the schools open so the kids are not going into the street somewhere.
Well, yeah, although you heard I spoke to these kids, they just left their school.
Yes.
So theoretically, they're supposed to stay in the schools, yes.
All right, Mona, thank you very much. CUNY announcing that all afternoon and evening classes have been canceled, and the Greyhound just about canceling all intercity bus service. Not much transportation in around New York and around the country. The airlines have shut down as well, basically, because they're just not flying any planes out of the airports. We should find out our coverage here on 1010 Winds is now being simulcast on one of our sister stations, 92.3 K-Rock. So we welcome you to our continuing coverage here on 1010 Winds. Here in New York at the Pentagon, and we hope nowhere else around in this country. The president
not you, sorry.
Are being tested. We'll get that test. The president is saying the military is in high alert. The president himself, his whereabouts not really known. That's being kept secret for precautionary measures. Let's go live to 1010 Winds reporter Steve Kastenbaum. As you start to see some video or even imagine this, what we've been talking about, it's like a battle zone in parts of the city. You see people coming in, other people evacuating. Let's get more about that as we go live to 1010 Winds reporter Steve Kastenbaum. Steve.
Well, Ralph, it's interesting that you mentioned video because the only way you can see television in New York City right now is if you have cable, with the exception of one or two stations. Because most of the TV stations transmitted from the tower atop one of the World Trade Center buildings that is no longer there. So 1010 Winds would, of course, be one of the only ways you could get information right now on what's going on. So a very surreal scene of that word being uttered over and over again here outside City Hall more than 4 hours after these planes plowed into the Twin Towers.
Oh yeah, you still know people?
And the entire downtown area, the only thing I can think of describing it as, it looks like a nuclear holocaust down here. Everything is covered in a thick layer of gray and white debris. There's papers that flew out of the World Trade Center from the offices when they collapsed. They are all over the streets and the sidewalks. There's still a steady stream of people walking out of Lower Manhattan looking dazed, confused, some injured, some crying. The Brooklyn Bridge right now is a sea of people walking out of Lower Manhattan.
Is the ATSM done or still running?
Brooklyn, the bridge remains closed except for emergency vehicles coming in here. Moments ago, I just watched 5 fire trucks come into Lower Manhattan, and on board them were literally dozens of firefighters sitting on any which space they could find just so they could get to the scene. Now, while we are trying to comprehend what went on here, it's important to remember that both buildings are still on fire and they are still billowing smoke. Of course, there's absolutely no elevator service in the building, so these firefighters presumably are walking up dozens and dozens of flights of stairs to try to attack this fire. Some extremely brave and heroic men inside those buildings right now trying to get things under control here. The emergency rooms, I'm told that the downtown hospitals are pretty much filled to capacity and overflowing. Folks are walking around the area. Every once in a while you see somebody with what we call a triage ticket on them, which means that they were evaluated in the emergency room, they were treated, and then released. Again, people just now beginning to comprehend the enormity of what happened.
Because now basically you have to
understand that the World Trade Center building are home to about 50,000 workers every day, and many of them might have already been at their desks when the first plane hit at a little bit after 8:45. So one can only imagine that the death toll is going to be extremely high here if we get any sort of confirmation yet.
And so that's one of the big mysteries we simply will not have. As you mentioned, some of the rescue workers going into the building, perhaps they'll give us some indication of what it's like up there when they come down. That is 1010 Wins reporter Steve Kastenbaum. We'll have a full recap coming up for you here. Just what did happen, this major terror attack in New York and on the Pentagon and elsewhere in Washington. We're going to check right now. I'm going to put this other bit of information on the table too. 2 warships, plus the National Guard have been deployed to New York Harbor. 2 warships, and now they moved in. The president put the military on high alert, as we heard just a short time ago. Matt Ward is keeping us up to date because travel is a big part of our story today. People trying to figure out how can they get where, or can they go at all. Matt Ward?
Well, it looks like pretty much the story is if you're trying to get into Manhattan, it's not a good idea at all. You've got most of your venues there closed off, including all the Hudson River crossings. In fact, they're still closed in both directions. So is the Battery Tunnel. Brooklyn, Manhattan, Williamsburg bridges shut down as well. So is the Verrazano heading from Brooklyn, but open going over to Staten Island. And the train service has been very few and far between as well. Metro North has limited service out of Manhattan, only limited ferry service as well out of town. You can catch it at Pier 11 and West 30th Street, heading back over to New Jersey. There's limited service on Long Island Railroad trains out of New York City as well. And also, again, if I didn't mention limited service on Metro North out of the city, Jersey Transit, they have sort of shut down completely on the Northeast Corridor, the North Jersey coastline, as well as the Raritan Valley line, and all the airports remain closed off till further notice. As far as roads that are open, very crowded on some of them, like Route 3 between 495 and the Garden State Parkway in New Jersey, and the Parkway is especially busy as well between 153 and exit 145. You may notice police presence too on many of the area overpasses. Ralph Howard, back to you.
All right, that is Matt Ward, and Matt will be back every 10 minutes or so to keep us up to date.
That's a huge fire.
Yeah, in the middle, it just seems blooming out. You know what? The stuff that the ferry probably could burn to days.
At the Pentagon, we're getting the latest information on that.
Throwing water on it.
An unknown number of people have died at the World Trade Center. We can't even imagine how many at this point, but based on the devastation of the 2 towers being hit by 2 planes and then collapsing, it might be a huge number of people may have died, something we simply don't know. 1010 West reporter Eileen LaPalmer in Lower Manhattan. Eileen?
Well, Ralph, right now I'm on Hudson Street and Duane Street. That's just a block north of Chambers Street where the police have shut it down and are not letting people south of that point. It's an odd scene right now. The panic of 4 hours ago where people were running through the streets covered in blood, screaming, panicking, has been replaced by an eerie calm. People are just standing along Hudson Street staring at the sky where the World Trade Center used to be, as if they're trying to comprehend what has happened. Everyone is also standing in about 2 or 3 inches of gray and light brown soot, and there's a big cloud of smoke, as we've been hearing. It's billowing over the Lower Manhattan, heading towards Brooklyn. In fact, it's blocking the sun at some point. So there's even a cloud that passes over the crowd here. Many people also just holding masks up to their face. They're crying, trying to get in touch with their families, and they're also sharing their stories. I talked to one man who was in the World Trade Center tower and had begun to evacuate when another blast occurred.
We were down on the 8th floor when the explosion hit. Blew us back into the 8th floor offices. That's when I bust the window out. This gentleman here, he heard our cry for help. They heard us yelling. He just kept saying, stand by, stay there. Somebody's coming to get you. Somebody's coming to get you.
And an hour later, that man was pulled out of the rubble in the World Trade Center by his friends. He is obviously grateful and is just marveling at the fact that he is still alive. Eileen LaPalmer, 1010 Wins, live on Hudson Street.
Oh, you're listening to live coverage here on 1010 Winds, live coverage of the terrorism in New York, the two planes crashing into the World Trade Center towers. Those two towers basically gone now. They later collapsed, the top portions of them. Of course, the rest of the buildings will have to be destroyed. And in Washington, a direct hit by apparently a hijacked plane in Washington.
The rest of the buildings from the Trade Center.
Washington, and with Doug O'Brien, and grab some pencil and paper because we've got numbers from American Airlines, United Airlines, that Doug will have for us too. Live continuing coverage here on 1010 Winds. Here's Doug O'Brien.
This is like Missile Command.
Yes, well, let's do the telephone numbers first. American Airlines passenger information, 1-800-245-0999. 800-245-0999. United Airlines passenger info, 800-932-8555. 800-932-8555. St. Vincent's, which needs plastic surgeons and burn specialists, 212-752-4805. 212-752-4805. Nassau University Medical Center, 516-572-6348. 516-572-6348. There is a general metro area call for blood. EMS says anyone can go to any hospital in the tri-state area to donate blood. Quickly, the situation in Washington. There are reports of fatalities in the Pentagon attack this morning. An airliner is believed to have hit it. It hit on the opposite side of the building from the Secretary of Defense office. We do not know any casualty count at this time. The Navy, however, has told a TV station that there are fatalities. And besides air travel being grounded around the country, Greyhound now has shut down its entire service nationwide. Ralph?
All right, Doug O'Brien there with an update. We're going to go to Larry Cantor, too, who's also in our studios. Larry's been keeping us up to date, and things have been shut down or not happening here in the city of New York because of the awful tragedy at the World Trade Center. Larry?
All right, Ralph. Lower Manhattan, for all intents and purposes, is shut down. People are being asked to leave Lower Manhattan and walk out, just start walking north, and then make your way back home from Lower Manhattan. Get out of Lower Manhattan, but do so calmly and just walk to the north. An emergency shelter, emergency center, I should say, has been set up at Beth Israel Medical Center at 10 Union Square East, and that's on the 3rd floor, Beth Israel Medical Center on 10 Union Square East. An emergency center set up on the 3rd floor. Doctors mentioned that you can go anywhere, any hospital, to donate blood. That's one of 3 things that really need to be called in right now. The blood, and we need doctors and nurses, and emergency personnel. Governor Pataki not long ago asked all emergency service personnel to help out.
Well, obviously it's a horrific situation and it's an ongoing crisis, and we've activated our National Guard and emergency police, fire, and EMT services. We're coordinating with the White House and with the city government to make sure that we have the ability to relieve the city police and fire as they go through this.
Mayor Giuliani says 50 hospitals at least have been pressed into service, and he expects that number to climb to more than 100. And again, all emergency personnel are being asked to help out. Nassau University Medical Center has declared a state of emergency and has called to work all its emergency personnel. The clinics at Nassau University Medical Center canceled for today. They're requesting that anyone able to donate blood head to the Blood Donor Center. This is Nassau County. In the city, you can go to any hospital to donate blood. And if you need more information about donating blood for Nassau County, 516-572-6348. St. Vincent's Catholic Medical Center, Lower Manhattan, has put out a call for plastic surgeons and burn specialists. And the number to call there is 212-752-4805. All doctors and nurses who work in Jersey City hospitals have been asked to simply report for duty. Now, the school situation in New York City. The children who normally are picked up by parents at schools should remain there until their parents come. Schools will stay open late to give parents enough time to get there. Staff will be there late as well. Security, principals, teachers, etc. Children who use the Metro card should remain in the schools until the transit system is fully operational again. There are some trains that are in operation, and Matt Ward will fill us in on that in just a couple of minutes. The transit system right now has outbound trains only.
Children who use yellow school buses will be allowed to board buses as normal. However, bus drivers will be instructed not to drop off any children at a bus stop unless a parent or guardian is there to receive the child. If the parent or guardian is not present, that child will be bused to a nearby school in the district, and students will be kept there until parents are notified. Special education students who normally take buses home will be transported by yellow bus and dropped off as long as a parent or guardian meets the bus. Special ed students may be transported late because of the situation, and parents will be notified. Evening and after-school programs have been canceled. There have been numerous bomb threats throughout the system, and because of that, schools are on a heightened state of alert. All children at the Children's Discovery Center, which is located in the World Trade Center, are fine, we're told, and the parents can pick up their children at St. Vincent's Hospital. CUNY has announced that all afternoon and evening classes have been canceled. Ralph?
That is 1010 Wins reporter Larry Cantor along with Doug O'Brien here in our studios, keeping us up to date. As Larry mentioned, we're getting an update on travel now. A lot of things are closed up, or things just aren't moving in certain areas because of the tragedy, the terrorism attack. And if you just joined us, you're listening to 1010 Wins, and also we understand listeners on K-Rock are hearing our reports as well on 1010 Wins. With the two planes, a terror attack, two planes, apparently hijacked planes crashing into the World Trade Center this morning around 9 o'clock, one before 9, one after. Later, the two towers collapsed. Unknown number of casualties, people dead or injured there. Another plane crashed into the Pentagon. Is believed that too was a commercial plane that had been hijacked, and there are casualties at the Pentagon. Also, some kind of bomb went off near the State Department in Washington, basically shut down. People sent home, and the government basically shut down today in Washington. And in Lower Manhattan, there is chaos still. We're going to our reporters there, but first, Matt Ward has promised with an update on the travel situation.
Well, Ralph, I've just noticed here on our 1010 Wins jam Camp Edward, Route 3 has been closed down eastbound side the Meadowlands area. They're diverting traffic right before you get down to the western spur of the Jersey Turnpike east on Route 3. This seems to be the general theme. Anything coming towards the city is blocked off, and going away from the city is the way to do it. Limited service on Long Island Railroad out of New York City. Jersey Transit still suspended on the Northeast Corridor, North Jersey Coastline, and Raritan Valley lines. Amtrak has had no service on the Northeast Corridor. The airports remain closed off indefinitely. Metro North, no service coming into Grand Central Terminal, but limited service out of Manhattan. As far as some of the bridges go, coming to New Jersey, Bayonne Bridge, Goethals, and Outer Bridge are open, but they're closed going to Staten Island. All the Hudson River crossings are still closed in each direction. Midtown Tunnel, Queensboro Bridge are open to Queens, but shut down coming into Manhattan. Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Williamsburg bridges are closed in both directions, and the Verrazano is still closed heading over to Brooklyn. As far as the Upper East River bridges go, they are open leaving Manhattan, or actually getting back over to Queens, but you can't get into Manhattan along the Triborough Bridge. Ralph, back to you.
All right, Matt Ward. Well, there's just an indication, though, that ever who did this and why they did it, they probably are feeling some success at this point, not only for the horrible tragedy at the World Trade Center, the two planes crashing in there, but how they've tied up commerce in New York City and around the country. The markets are closed, airlines are not flying, and complete chaos in Lower Manhattan. And again, we have no idea what the casualty figure might be in Lower Manhattan, but we are starting to get now some figures from the hospitals where some of the casualties were taken. Larry Cantor.
Beekman Downtown Hospital reporting 3 people brought there dead on arrival, 20 extremely critical condition, 30 in stable condition, 150 were treated and will be released. St. Vincent's Hospital is reporting 2 dead, 15 critical, and more than 165 other patients being treated. So the total death toll at this early stage, 5, and that we could see go into the thousands. We just don't know. But those are the first casualty reports coming into 1010 Wins. Ralph.
That is Larry Cantor. We just got this request from the New York City Police Department. An important request. New York City Police and other emergency personnel who are responding from locations north of the city, coming in from Westchester, Rockland, wherever, are to report to the George Washington Bridge Administration Building. New York Police and other emergency personnel responding from locations north of the city report to the George Washington Bridge Administration Building. That's located at 20 Bridge Plaza South in Fort Lee. That's on the Fort Lee side, 20 Bridge Plaza South in Fort Lee. Now, let's go to 1010 Wins reporter Stan Brooks in Lower Manhattan. Stan?
Ralph, all the destruction and the death is causing all kinds of nightmares on people here who have new people who are in the World Trade Center or in buildings nearby. Paul Hoffman lives across the street from the World Trade Center, and he tells me he's worried about the people who live in his building.
I live in a building a block away from the World Trade Center, and I'm afraid that everybody that I know is gone. I was standing outside when the first plane hit. I knew it wasn't an accident. I knew an accident like that couldn't happen. I was standing outside when the second plane hit. That's when I decided to get away. I was basically trapped in
frantically trying to reach people. I think this is the story all over the city, particularly down here in Lower Manhattan. People waiting on lines for the phones that do work, trying to find out if their wife, their husband, their son, their brother, whatever relative or friend is safe, and nobody really knows. And it's just chaos. And again, just hordes of people walking around trying to get to subways that aren't running. And I've just never seen anything quite like this. Rob?
All right, 1010 Win senior correspondent Stan Brooks. Just story after story after this awful tragedy here in New York. Of course, some leading questions as to who did it, why did they do it. The magnitude still unknown. Just what the damage is going to be to that area of the World Trade Center, the damage to commerce, but even more important, the damage to people. The thousands of people who have either been injured or killed or in some way hurt by this awful tragedy today. Just to recap, if you joined us, two aircraft, apparently hijacked aircraft, crashing into the World Trade Center, making huge holes later. The top portions of both crashing. Another plane, apparently hijacked, crashing in against the Pentagon, setting off a fire there. And there are casualties at the Pentagon as well. Another plane. This was a United plane that was flown out of Newark, crashed southeast of Pittsburgh. The belief is, we don't know, the belief is that might have been hijacked as well. That was carrying 38 passengers, 2 pilots and 5 flight attendants. There were passengers in all these other planes. Now, at first, we were led to believe that the 2 planes that crashed into the World Trade Center were the American Airlines planes that were hijacked or missing. Now there's not certain whose plane it was, but the important part is that 4 aircraft were apparently used in this terror attack, and at least 4 planes went down with passengers aboard in conjunction with this awful tragedy at the World Trade Center. 1010 Winds reporter Sandy Klein is at the Jersey City Medical Center. By the way, a Circle Line and other boats along the harbor have been taking people out of Manhattan across to New Jersey. Sandy?
Well, for just a second, if I could kind of personalize this for a minute. When I first heard about this and I was in New Jersey and couldn't cross the Hudson, I was sent to Newark Airport, which was also a very eerie site. They were evacuating the terminals. The airport, for all intents and purposes, was shut down. And then my assignment was to go to the Jersey City Medical Center. And I'm listening to winds as I'm driving, and it took me almost 2 hours to go from Newark to Jersey City. And I see this plume of smoke coming from the World Trade Center. And I didn't get the real impact of this incredible tragedy until I walked into the medical center through the ER, and I just stopped dead in my tracks. People running around, bodies in places, people being tended to. Here I am all alone in my car, and all of a sudden I'm in a scene of controlled chaos. And now I'm in the Public Affairs Department with William Doster, who's the Vice President for Development and Public Affairs. He's going to talk to you about the casualties and the injuries, the injured parties that have been brought by ferry all along the Jersey waterfront. This hospital is on Code 1, which is an external disaster. It is a machine finely tuned, and I would like, Ralph, now to put you on with William Doster.
Hello.
Yes, can you tell me just what's going on at your hospital?
Sure. We have seen about 100 patients starting at about 10 o'clock when the first one came over on his own. He was a burn victim about the upper body and face, but was able to come in on his own. Since then, our ambulances have been going down to the Jersey City waterfront and transporting patients from ferries that have been crossing the river. I understand that fishing boats and all kinds of voluntary vessels have been jumping in to help with the transport. And so we're bringing them up to the medical center, which is the regional trauma center, and largely what we've been seeing is, walking wounded, victims of, serious bumps and bruises about the upper head and body. We do have several very seriously injured patients right now, and of course that's changing every minute.
Well, we thank you very much for the update. We'll go back to Sandy if we can for just a moment.
Ralph, they say they're bringing in more patients. It is just a phenomenal sight to watch, and I pretty much will park myself here for most of the afternoon. I have to say, you guys have been doing an unbelievable job, and now I'm a little shaken after walking through the hospital, and seeing what I've seen. It's extraordinary.
Well, it's a horrible story, and I don't think it's sinking in for a lot of us at this point, and it will. Sandy Klein in Jersey City at the medical center there. And again, we really don't have any overall figure on casualties, but it's going to be into the thousands in terms of people dying, and who knows how many people are injured, and of course the other impact on people. 1010 Winds reporter Juliet Pop is in Lower Manhattan too. Juliet?
Yes, Ralph. In fact, I just came down from a 17-story view. I was on a roof of one of the buildings here in Lower Manhattan. Just an incredible scene. What you see coating everything is this whitish gray soot. It's coating the sidewalks, it's coating the streets, it is coating the roofs, and if you can look west to Battery Park City area, it is all over that park area there. Where those two towers once were, there continues to be this billowing smoke. It just looks like a naked skyline because there are no buildings there anymore. It is just that billowing smoke that continues. You do see emergency service workers, and you see a lot of the peepers that are still sort of fluttering around. Many of them have even coating the street. And this is what came out of the offices earlier today when those planes hit and when those other explosions occurred. It looks pretty much like a ghost town when you look south from Ward Street, where I've been for most of the day so far. There are very few people that are walking around. You still see emergency vehicles going downtown. And I spoke to one of the maintenance workers in this building here, and she told me that she was out taking out the trash.
I have one that's on the 104th floor. World Trade Center.
And she saw people falling out
Brothers
of the
still
building.
can't find it.
They were jumping out of the building. You see the bodies coming down, and we were all right
Brothers
there
still can't
where you
find it.
see them just jumping out of the building. It looked like everything dragged out. She said it was horrible. Another man said that he saw somebody above the crash waving a white sheet or a flag of some kind, trying to get help. But then when it exploded, of course, it was all over. I'm also told that patients are being ferried to the Yankee ball field on Staten Island. That's where they're being triaged there as well. Ralph?
That is 10 News reporter Juliet Papa. Major mobilization going on in the city of New York to deal with a number of people killed or injured. And of course, that's just the beginning of the story. It's been unfolding now for just about 4 hours' time. Around 4 hours ago, the two aircraft slamming into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. The towers later collapsing at least the upper floors, and also a plane crashing into the Pentagon. Another terror attack, no doubt, and setting off a fire and explosion there, and casualties at the Pentagon as well. And again, we don't have any figures whatsoever, any exact figures, or even any real estimate of how many people may have been hurt or died because of these acts of terrorism in New York and at the Pentagon.
They found Adriana.
Let's go to 1010 News.
I'm still waiting for my friend Julie.
Who's got an update because that's a big
my ex-girlfriend works in that building. She's fine.
Trying to get out, Matt.
Well, I'm just telling you, I'm looking right now, the 1010 West Jam Network, and nobody's moving on the Bell Parkway on the westbound side of it.
Remember when you went to Metro? Yeah. And a hot girl that came up to us in the bar?
There's just been a lot of traffic there. That's been there for quite some time, too. In addition to that, Hudson River crossings are still closed in each direction. The Whitestone Bridge is closed both ways, but the Thrives Neck and the Triborough are open if you're trying to get over to Queens. Queensboro Bridge and the Midtown Tunnel are also open for those going back to Queens, but they're shut down coming into Manhattan, and that's pretty much the theme. Anything Manhattan down closed. Although on the Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Williamsburg bridges and the Battery Tunnel, they are still closed off in both directions. Verrazano is closed for those trying to get to Brooklyn, but open getting to Staten Island. And the Staten Island bridges are open getting back to Jersey, but closed trying to get onto Staten Island. The airports remain closed off, just limited service leaving town along Long Island Railroad and Metro North. And Jersey Transit, they've knocked out service completely on the Northeast Corridor, the North Jersey Coastline, Raritan Valley Line. Also disruption of Amtrak along the Northeast Corridor as well. Ralph, back to you.
Well, we have a major problem, of course, in travel, and that's just part of the big problem that we have. 1010 News reporter Steve Kastenbaum in Lower Manhattan again, giving us more insight into what's happening down there.
And just how bad is the traveling situation? Well, I can tell you right now, it looks like the entire city is just walking home. The Brooklyn Bridge is a sea of people coming off the FDR Drive, walking down from Midtown, walking across the East River to their destinations. All of the crossings have been closed off to vehicle traffic coming into the city right now. The only things coming in are emergency services vehicles. Now, the New York City Police Department has mobilized officers from all the outer boroughs. One of the police officers told me that debris from the Twin Towers had reached as far away as his precinct in Coney Island, that they saw papers landing near the boardwalk that had come from this explosion. So that could just tell you how immense a situation this is here. The entire city, as you heard Juliet Papa, below Canal Street, basically just covered in this thick layer of gray soot and debris all over the place. I've bumped into things, articles of bloody clothing, triage materials such as ripped open medical packages and stuff like that. People were walking out, and the words you kept hearing over and over again uttered were, I thought I was dead. I thought we were gone. I thought this was it. People are in total shock. Here we are almost 5 hours after this began, and people are still just trying to comprehend what happened here. One other thing I should note is that because so many police officers have been called in from the outer boroughs to help in this rescue operation here, that police officers from Nassau and Suffolk counties, as well as other outlying areas, have been asked to come in, and they are responding by units into the outer boroughs and are supplementing the NYPD patrols in the outer boroughs, while in places like Brooklyn and Queens, while the New York City Police Department tends to matters here. Again, this is still very much an active scene right now. I've seen dozens upon dozens of firefighters getting to the World Trade Center area any way possible, because both buildings are still on fire. The top halves of them have been completely sheared off and demolished, but I'm not sure how many stories up, but at least 40 or 50 stories are still standing at one of the buildings, and they are billowing thick black smoke. So firefighters are performing some extremely brave and heroic acts, walking up those dozens of flights of stairs, presumably to battle this blaze. Ralph, back to you.
I can only imagine what it must be like in some of those floors of the World Trade Center, because we know there are casualties there. We know there's horrendous damage, and that's a story that will be unfolding as time goes on. Just to recap, 2 planes, apparently hijacked planes, crashing into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, later causing gaping holes, later the top portions of those collapsing, and another plane apparently hijacked, a commercial airliner, crashing into the Pentagon. 4 commercial planes in all apparently hijacked and used in this terror attack today. 1010 Winter reporter Terry Sheridan is at St. Vincent's Hospital, where some of the casualties have been taken, and we're going live to Terry on 1010 Wins.
Okay, well, officially 184 have been brought here, 15 critical, 2 have died, but in the time that I've been here, about a half hour, there have literally been dozens of ambulances that have come in and out, and they've come from all over the tri-state area. We've seen ambulances from Long Island, from Westchester, and from New Jersey. Now, a very important number, if you want to check if someone that you love or that you know was brought here, the number is 212-604-7285. In addition, hospital personnel are outside the hospital to ask any questions. One thing, though, and this is a good thing, the call for blood has been answered so well that they're asking people not to come to St. Vincent's now, to go to St. Clair's Hospital. There's about 500 people in line waiting to donate blood. If you were thinking of doing that, still do it. It's very much needed. But go to St. Clair's Hospital. They would bring in some buses to get them there earlier, but it's easier if you just get there yourself. O and O negative are the 2 blood types that they need specifically. Ralph, back to you.
That is 1010 Winter reporter Terry Sheridan. He's at St. Vincent's, where again the number though to call, as he mentioned, for blood donors, and again they're moving people to St. Clair's, is 212-604-7285. 604-7285. Steve Kastenbaum mentioned emergency personnel. New York City Police and other emergency personnel responding from locations north of the city are being asked to go to the Fort Lee side of the George Washington Bridge. That's the George Washington Bridge Administration Building. That's the 20 Bridge Plaza South in Fort Lee. Coming up in just a couple minutes, another recap on the travel situation. A lot of you folks are wondering, can I get there or can I get home or what can I do? We'll have that for you. But let's go. School is a big factor here because New York City public schools are open at this point, and 1010 Wins reporter Larry Cantor has the latest on the schools.
Yeah, let me get to the schools in just a moment. First, a few more items to take care of. Every state courthouse in New York being closed in just 12 minutes. That, according to the Office of Court Administration. That's every state courthouse in New York will be closed at 2 o'clock. Uninjured people who took the ferry to Jersey City from Manhattan are being bused to New Jersey's Turnpike service areas, and the Red Cross will take it from there, arranging transportation. Those are uninjured people who were ferried to Jersey City. They'll be taken to New Jersey Turnpike service areas, and the Red Cross will arrange transportation from there. If you got to have some cash today, banks apparently are closed, but the ATMs remain open. Now, for the school information, New York City Public Schools. Children who normally are picked up by parents at school buildings should remain there until their parents come. Schools will stay open late to give parents enough time to get there, and staff will be there late as well. Children who use Metro cards should remain in school until the transit system is fully operational again. It is coming back online, but it's not there just yet. Matt Ward will have more in just a couple of minutes. Children who use yellow school buses will be allowed to board buses as normal. However, bus drivers will be instructed not to drop off children at the bus stop unless a parent or guardian is there to meet them. If a parent or guardian is not present, the child will be bused to a nearby school in the district, and students will be kept there until parents are notified. Special education students who normally take buses home will be transported by yellow bus and dropped off as long as a parent or guardian meets the bus. Special ed students may be transported late because of the situation, but parents will be notified. Evening and after-school programs have been canceled. and schools in the area of the World Trade Center were evacuated this morning. The Chancellor will decide later. He hasn't decided just yet whether there will be school tomorrow. So keep it locked to 1010 Wins. We'll give you all the information as soon as it comes in. Ralph?
All right, that's Larry Cantor with the latest on what's happening here in the city and the school situation. We're going to get an update on traffic in just a moment again, and then go to Doug O'Brien to tell us what happened actually in Washington and what's going on there, because the Pentagon was among the targets today, too. And I'll just recap it all for you as we're going live here on 1010 Wins. You may be listening to us on K-Rock as well. We are simulcasting today our broadcast on 1010 Wins about the terror attack around 9 o'clock this morning with one apparently hijacked airliner crashing into one tower, and about 15 to 20 minutes later another plane also apparently hijacked crashing into the other tower, gaping holes in both of the twin towers, and then about an hour and a half later one tower collapsed and then the other, the top parts of those two towers. We have no idea how many people were killed. There was one Virginia congressman who was saying an estimate, and I'm not sure where that came from. It could be 10,000 people, talking about the number of people killed at the World Trade Center, and also at the Pentagon, where another plane crashed into a section of the Pentagon, and casualties there, and also a plane that crashed southeast of Pennsylvania, a United plane that was flying from Newark, flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco. Now, as promised on 1010 Wins, an update on what the travel situation is. Here's Matt Ward.
Right to our transit desk. Jersey Transit rail service still suspended on the Northeast Carter, North Jersey coastline, Raritan Valley lines. Just limited service leaving town and Long Island Railroad trains. Same deal with Metro North too, but there's no service coming back into the city on those venues, and very limited ferry service out of town. They've had some taking off from Pier 11 and also West 30th Street. The airports, of course, remain closed. All the Hudson River crossings are still blocked off in both directions. I've been watching the George Washington Bridge for quite some time. Don't see any traffic up there, and the roads that feed into it are also big mess. Route 4 East is closed at Jones Road, Inglewood. 46 is shut down east of 5th Street in Fort Lee, and the Jersey Turnpike is closed northbound side at interchange 11, and so is the Newark Bay Extension eastbound side completely closed off. Whitestone Bridge is shut down both ways, but the Thrive Neck and Triborough, they are open if you're trying to get over to Queens. You'll also be able to get back to Queens via the Queensboro Bridge or the Midtown Tunnel, but those lanes are closed off into Manhattan. Brooklyn, Manhattan, Williamsburg Bridges and Battery Tunnel shut down each way, and the Verrazano is closed to Brooklyn, but open getting over to Staten Island. We're just hearing that the New York State Thruway is closed southbound side in Yonkers as you head down towards the Deegan vicinity, and also closures west on the LIE, the northern and southern state as well, heading up towards the Queens-Nassau line. Ralph, back to you.
I guess, Matt, the idea is being that they're stopping people from driving in.
Yes, if you're trying to leave, you're okay, but trying to come into Manhattan, well, I shouldn't say you're okay. Trying to leave, it's tough, but coming into Manhattan, forget it.
But the real point is don't try to do it.
Yes.
That is Matt Ward keeping us up to date on travel. Governor Pataki has called out the National Guard to help out in Connecticut. The Connecticut National Guard is on standby, ready to deploy equipment and personnel to New York to help out. Mayor Giuliani says more than 50 hospitals are now in service trying to deal with the casualties from those two planes, the terror attack on the World Trade Center this morning. He expects a number to climb as far as that goes. As we mentioned, not only was the World Trade Center a target today, but so was the Pentagon. And let's take a look at what happened in Washington. And here's 1010 Wins correspondent, reporter Doug O'Brien.
Thank you, Ralph. A state of emergency has now been declared in Washington. People are being told to go home, and stay off the streets. Telephone system working, as is the subway. As you probably heard already on here on 1010 Wins, the plane believed to be a commercial airliner crashed into the north side of the Pentagon. Part of that building has collapsed. A Navy spokesman told WUSA TV there were fatalities. There are 7 critical injuries that are known, all of them severely burned. All government buildings, including the Capitol and the White House, have been evacuated and employees sent home. President Bush is not in Washington. Secretary of State Powell returning to the U.S. from South America. Other senior officials evacuated to an undisclosed location. Vice President Cheney and the National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice working with Federal Emergency Management Agency. Their plans are not disclosed as of this time. Various explosions have been reported in Washington, one outside the State Department, one outside the Supreme Court. There was a report of a hijacked Washington, D.C. Police Department airplane headed toward Washington. That was several hours ago. There's nothing been heard about it since. Ralph?
That is 1010 Wins reporter Doug O'Brien. We did hear from President Bush a short time ago. Actually, it was a taped statement because the president had been in Florida. We're told he was moved out of Florida after this all started happening. He made a taped statement rather than live, and then was moved again. So extra security, obviously, for the president. Let's listen to the statement that the president gave.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We've taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested. But make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
Again, that's obviously President Bush, and that was a tape statement, as I pointed out going in to that was taped, and then the president was moved. They're taking extra precaution for the president, and as Doug O'Brien pointed out a short time ago, there's a state of emergency in Washington as well. People are being sent home, things pretty well closed up in Washington. That's the same for Lower Manhattan, and just a devastating toll. The two twin towers of the World Trade Center, a symbol of New York, a symbol of power, a symbol of commerce, now a symbol of terror and a symbol of hate. We have no idea just how many people may have died or how many people might have been injured by those two aircraft crashing into the twin towers of the World Trade Center about 4 hours ago. One a little before 9, one after, and then later on, about an hour and a half later, those two towers collapsing. We're listening to continuing coverage on 1010 Wins. We also are being simulcast on 92.3 K-Rock, and we'll continue to bring you up to date on all developments. Our reporters are standing by. We're giving regular updates every 10 minutes on travel conditions because a lot of trains and buses are not happening. Matter of fact, the thruway, just to mention, the thruway closed off at Yonkers. They don't want people coming into New York, and the same with some of the Long Island expressways. And speaking of Long Island, 1010 Wins reporter Gerald Dioria.
News of the terrorist attack at the World Trade Center quickly spread. I found people on the Atlantic Beach Bridge, which is right at the Queens-Nassau County border, watching the disaster. People were sitting on the railing of the bridge. They had pulled their cars over. They were watching the smoke billowing from the towers. Then, a mile down the road on the Nassau Expressway, Route 878, some Long Island Railroad workers saw the collapse right from there.
We stood at the South Building, fall right in half, and a white plume of smoke come up right after it.
What do you think about this? I mean,
it's totally crazy. There's no way you can protect against anything like this happening anywhere in our country, no matter how you try and safeguard it. We're just all over all the other countries trying to be policemen, and this is the repercussions that we get from it.
He said he feels betrayed, that it's not safe to go anywhere. Carol Dioria, 1010 Wins on Long Island.
Now, let's get some more on this developing story. Again, the terror attacks in New York. 1010 Wins reporter John Montone, one of the first reporters in Lower Manhattan as this was going on. And John, and this, I hope this mic right here, and you have a guest with us as well.
This is Stu Morell.
No, that's not seem to be working. We're going to have to, here we go. Go ahead, John, I'm sorry.
Ralph, this is Stu Morell, who is a neighbor of mine from Glen Rock, and we ran into each other down fairly close to the World Trade Center. And Stu, you're actually heading to the building.
Yes, I had a meeting that was scheduled for 9 o'clock. Fortunately, I had a call that detained me at the office later this morning.
First thing you saw?
Well, the first thing I saw as I got out of the subway, the Fulton Street station was closed, and walked up from Wall Street was an enormous hole in the side of the second tower, and the smoke and flames billowing out of both buildings.
So where were you when the first tower collapsed?
I was standing on Broadway facing the building. I was talking with an officer trying to find out how I could account for a co-worker and also for a neighbor of mine that was in the tower.
Could you just describe to us what it looked like as the World Trade Center tower collapsed?
It came down straight. The thing that strikes me now thinking about it is that they look like, you know, one of these explosions that you see in a building. It just fell straight down right on its face.
And what did you do?
At first I was dumbstruck. I didn't know what to do. And then I realized that there was this cloud of smoke coming towards us. And I turned to try and run and realized that I'd be better off just maybe to pull my jacket over my head so I could breathe.
And that's what you did. Did you ever go into a building or to try to get out of the...
No, the cloud came over us and people were calling out for help around us. We couldn't see anything for some time. It seemed like an eternity. And finally we got up and with some of the other people that were there next to me, found our way into the base of one of the buildings where the air was a little bit cleaner and found a place to breathe.
And Ralph, a similar thing happened to me, and I have to thank a doorman about a block away from the World Trade Center who said, get out of here, and I argued with him. I said, I want to see what's going on near the building. He made me leave. I got about a half block away. The building collapsed, and that man, who I don't believe could have survived the collapse, saved my life.
John, and I'm going to ask both of you to stay right here for just a moment. We're just going to do a quick recap here, too. And we're listening to 1010 Wins WINS New York and Infinity Broadcasting Station Live, continuing coverage of the terrible tragedy at the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center this morning. We heard from Stu firsthand and from John Montone, who was down there, and we'll hear more from them in just a moment. Just to recap, if you just joined us, where we stand right now, which is roughly 5 hours now after this horrible attack, where one plane, apparently a hijacked airliner, crashed into one tower at the World Trade Center, and about 15 minutes later, another apparently hijacked airliner went crashing into the other tower. Huge gaping holes, as Stu was telling us about the smoke and the flames. And then about an hour and a half later, the towers collapsed one before the other. We have no idea how many people may have died and how many people might be injured. It's going to be well into the thousands, and still flames coming out, or actually smoke coming out from those towers. So really, rescue workers cannot even now get an idea of just how bad it might have been. And then we also got the word that a plane, again, it might have been a hijacked commercial plane, and apparently was, crashing into the Pentagon. There were casualties at the Pentagon, where a section of the building was set on fire, an explosion there. We just got these quotes, for example. Then there was another plane. There were apparently four planes in all, 2 American, 2 United, apparently hijacked and used in this terror attack. One of them was a plane, Flight 93 out of Newark, flying to San Francisco. They crashed southeast of Pittsburgh. And they now have, actually, somebody made a cell call, emergency call from that plane, saying we're being hijacked, One of the passengers apparently got into a bathroom and used a cell phone, pointing out that they were being hijacked. That's about all the information there. But the man reportedly told officials this call was not a hoax. Now, the 1010 Wins traffic reporter Matt Ward. Matt, we're a little late here, but you give us an update on just where we stand in travel.
Well, basically anything that's coming towards the city as far as roads are going to be closed off, like Route 3 in the Meadowlands area in Rutherford. Nobody's moving over there. They're diverting you off as you come down just beyond Route 17 as I watch it on the camera. Also, the Hudson Road crossings are still closed in each direction. If you're trying to cross the East River, you can't do it by the Whitestone. That's closed either way. Sargent and Carver are open, though, getting into Queens. The Midtown Tunnel and Queensboro Bridge also, you can use those going back to Queens, but you can't use them coming into Manhattan. All the lower East River crossings are closed in both directions. Battery Tunnel, Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Williamsburg bridges. New York State Thruway South is closed in Yonkers. And again, no service at any of the airports, obviously. Jersey Transit, rail service knocked out on the Northeast Corridor, North Jersey Coastline, Railroads and Valley. Just limited service out of town on Long Island Railroad and on Metro North. And then our ferry service is only running out of Pier 11 and also West 30th. And of course, no path service. Ralph, back to you.
That is Matt Ward. Again, every 10 minutes or so, we're trying to stay on schedule here to help you out, listeners. But we're also being simulcast on 92.3 K-Rock. But here in 1010 Wins to keep up to date on travel conditions. So important to all you folks who are hearing about this and wondering if you can get where you got to go. But obviously, the big message is don't even try to come into the city today. A lot of the highways either jammed or not even open. Just to recap now, 2 planes crashing at the World Trade Center, devastation there. The building's gone really basically forever, and along with a lot of lives as well. Just a short time ago here in 1010 Wins, our reporter John Montone, who was lower Manhattan, is here with a neighbor of a man who was witnessing firsthand what was going on, and I interrupted only because we want to kind of recap and let everybody know where we are and just where we stand in this just horrible story. And Stu, I can just see on your face that you are just still in shock over this.
Yeah, it doesn't seem real yet. it's starting to sink in now, and you know, it's just something that I feel very fortunate to be alive, and that my family hopefully is safe out in New Jersey.
And John, I know sometimes we have the reporters though too. We do these stories, and then a few days later we realize we've just witnessed something horrendous. And this is the first time in witnessing something horrendous is one thing, and then becoming part of it. As I was saying earlier, I was on Broadway and I was talking to people, trying to find out what they had actually seen. I was talking to a young man who came over through the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, and just as he got over, they saw the smoke. They saw what had happened from the first plane, and that's when they saw the second plane come in and make what he said was absolutely a deliberate hit. Just as I finished digesting that news, where I understood that again, that this had been purposeful, we knew it was deliberate, people were talking about terrorism, someone screamed that the tower is collapsing, and there was this great big ball of smoke that came toward us in a rush. The ash, the material, the soot, actually could feel rushing toward you, and the fear was, of course, that first you would get caught in this and perhaps the bricks and the mortar. The second is that you would choke to death, and many of us, hundreds of us, got into one building, and apparently people got into the other building, got into the same building from the other side, so now we met in the middle, and you could not see, the air was thick, none of us had anything to breathe into that was wet, and I think at that time, and I know this happened all over Lower Manhattan, people are going to remember being in buildings, thinking that they were going to die in those buildings, not be able to breathe. When we finally got out of the building and got onto what I believe was Fulton Street, it looked like the tale of what we used to call the nuclear winter, 3-4 feet of the dirty soot blowing all over, trying to breathe through it, not being able to see. And finally, where I got Stu was at a Burger King, where the workers, they use the word hero, we use it too often, but these guys were heroes. They lined up cups and cups of water, hundreds of people, washed us down, helped us breathe. And that's how some of us survived this most horrible day in New York City. Well, I'm glad you did, and Stu, and I know Stu's obviously a lot to deal with, as do just tens of thousands of other people. 1010 West reporter John Manton. Stu, I'm sorry, your last name, it's Morrell, and David Johnson also went through this. The first Anna County was giving us live continuing coverage here on 1010 Wins, and we're going to Doug O'Brien to get an update related to our terrible, tragic story.
Yes, Ralph, claims of responsibility have started to come in. We got a sort of a summary from CNN's David Ensor.
In terms of claims of responsibility so far, there is an Agence France press report in which a group with the word Palestine in the name claims responsibility. There is also a report quoting personnel close to Osama bin Laden, the fugitive Saudi accused terrorist, denying that group was involved. But again, U.S. officials say they can't shed any light on whether these reports are correct or incorrect.
A London-based Arab journalist says bin Laden's followers warned 3 weeks ago that they would carry out a huge and unprecedented attack on U.S. interests. The journalist said that came from Islamic fundamentalists close to bin Laden, but he didn't take it seriously. In Afghanistan, the Taliban says bin Laden could not be responsible because he does not have the capacity. Hamas says he is not responsible. The date may be significant. A U.S. judge set tomorrow as the sentencing date for bin Laden associate for his role in the 1998 bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Tanzania. It killed 213 people. The sentencing had been set for the federal courthouse. Of course, now we don't know if that will go on as planned. Well,
I understand that reporter Doug O'Brien will just score some of the many factors involved in this developing story again. If you just joined us, 2 planes apparently hijacked, slamming purposely into the World Trade Center this morning, one before 9, one after. Total devastation there. Casualties, we have no idea how many people may have died. It probably be in the thousands, and then thousands more injured. And another plane apparently hijacked, crashing into a section of the Pentagon, and severe casualties in that section of the Pentagon as well. 1010 Wins reporter Juliet Pop is in Lower Manhattan. Juliet?
Yes, Ralph. I'm talking to people who are stranded in various buildings in and around the Lower Manhattan area because they virtually have no transportation out of here, and they in fact, feel that it's still safe to be here because who knows, what can happen next. I was able to get to a rooftop, 17 stories high, to look south on West Broadway and all the streets going south, where the World Trade Center towers used to be, and the smoke keeps billowing. So in effect, we still have no idea of what it looks like that they're not there anymore, but they certainly aren't there, and the spire and that antenna on the top of the one tower certainly is not there at all. What you do see, however, is soot on everything, on every street, every sidewalk, every rooftop, and Battery Park City area is all covered in this sort of sickly, light grayish soot. And you see papers that came flying out of the building when the plane hit and when the explosion occurred. These papers from office buildings that are just now in the street. Now, Jim Hayes is a construction worker. He was on West Broadway, and he described what happened.
We're alone in the truck. Back of the truck is loaded up. All 20 west. And looked, we heard the noise. We looked up at the building at the towers, and it goes in the plane is struck inside of Tower 1.
And he saw the plane. He saw there was a plane.
So I thought it hit the building. That went right through the building like a can opener.
Like a can opener. Another person who witnessed said that she saw people jumping from the floors above where the plane had hit. The bodies were falling. She said like rag dolls, and she just started crying, and she told me this.
No, Tanisha, this one finished.
Oh, wait a minute. Here, right here.
Yeah, hold on. I missed it.
Or towel or shirt or whatever to try to
Oh, DDRP, right?
Yeah, I don't see DDRP.
No, that's the DLT. Oh, so he's not sure what to do with that one.
CRP.
Oh, that's an L3. He doesn't know how to handle that.
Still running? Okay. GPS prod.
There were some of them that weren't labeled in there, and we didn't know what was what. Labeled the server.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Which one were you looking for?
To who? Oh, over there. He has no phone today. No. Here.
And the traffic is again releasing a little bit of shorter up there for those who are sitting there waiting on the crossline for quite some time. Whitestone Bridge is still closed either way. Prospect and Trevor open getting to Queens. Queensboro Bridge and Midtown Tunnel also open getting to Queens. They're closed in Manhattan. The Lower East River bridges are closed completely. And the New York State Ferry also is closed south and south. In Yonkers, the airports remain closed off for the time being. And the Jersey Transit, no rail service on the Northeast Part of North Jersey coastline, Raritan Valley lines, no path service, and the subway service down. That is not going to be doable for now either. There's limited service on Long Island Railroad and Bedford North coming out of Manhattan, and no service on Amtrak along the Northeast Corridor route.
And that was mentioned about the airports being closed in New York, but the last information we have is the FAA has closed all the airports in the country, all. There are some runways were open for planes that might still be in the air, but they're coming in, but no outbound flights. As far as we know, that still stands around the country because, in part, because 4 planes used today in the terror attack here in New York and Arlington at the Pentagon outside Washington.
Yep, you should be getting it too. Yeah, just in case.
Well, I was heading up West Broadway after the first collapse, and you know how his reporters just kind of hit for the scene without really thinking about how close we're getting. And I made it all the way to Brewery Street, which is 2-3 blocks up from the World Trade Center. And if you know the geography here, West Broadway ends at the towers. And that's when we all heard this, what sounded like a plane passing overhead or a train running right by your ear, just roar and then just kind of vibrate. And then all of a sudden, this huge avalanche of ash and debris comes climbing right up the street. And that just sent everybody to a panic. Everybody just took off on a dead run, looking for buildings in which they could jump in, stairwells you could hide behind.
They ran some kind of monthly thing yesterday. They were gigabytes and gigabytes
to get inside of the building.
files. He's still filming. I haven't seen him. I have a message.
See fire. You know what they said it is?
The bottom of the building?
Yeah.
What happened to the other hijacked planes that didn't land yet?
I don't know. You sure it says 8 altogether?
No, it's a 4.
They only accountable for 4. They think 2 is here, 2 American Airlines here.
These
one
2
went
from
down.
Boston, the other one...
Yeah, one
Pennsylvania,
from
one
Newark,
Pennsylvania.
Newark, and one
Newark
That's 4.
and United Airlines one. They don't know where it ended.
plane was smaller than the first one.
No, they said the first one is smaller.
No, they said that the second one was a bit smaller.
The second one definitely bigger.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
They were saying it was bigger the first one. I knew it was like
The first one, the second one had to be big. Let's take down the building, the second building first.
When it collapsed, I don't know. We may never know.
My brother-in-law was on.
Is the pad working? Can I take the pad home?
He's like, what the fuck are you doing? There's like 20 people in that planet right now waiting for the Jews.
Nobody's upstairs. Nobody here.
Everyone is fucking. I said, I can't. My desk is like the headquarters. My parents are
Well,
calling
just
me, you
tell
know?
the DDRP. Who cares about the DDRP?
And the emails. I'm doing to you.
The FBI knew that the first plane was hijacked.
Because of the phone call that someone made, right? Did you hear that?
Yeah.
That somebody on the plane made a phone call from the bathroom, took his cell phone and said this thing's being hijacked.
The magnitude of that nightmare is something we simply don't know. I can only imagine when you're
That should happen too late. Well, either that or they just took it as...
Well, yeah, it could be too late, but there could be a prevention of the second. You know?
How? It came so fast. It's like
I wonder if...
10 to 20 minutes. They said it's 20 minutes from, but I think it's about 10 to 15 minutes, no longer than that. Because I just came back.
My question is, like, airplanes fly because of air traffic controllers from down below. Now, if you're coming from Boston, right, how do you know where the World Trade Center is? Let's say if you're very high above. Because normally air traffic controllers call you and say,
They probably killed the pilot already. Because if the pilot is doing that, even the head, he will not go directly. He'd rather die because he's going to get
yeah,
anyway.
shoot me now. Or whatever.
The guy that was going for the White House, right?
Yeah, or turn, you know, turn and crash it into the water.
Exactly.
Seriously.
I would do that.
That's what I would like.
Pilot,
Like, if you know you're going to die and you got a gun right to your head, I would turn it and crash the plane into the water.
Because we
That's
all
safe.
die anyway.
That's probably why...
The plane's going to die.
It's like killing everybody in the city, you know? It's like,
That's what I mean. He probably shot him, got him off, and got the pilot right on that thing.
I probably would think he'd kill the pilot.
Think about that. Just crash it right into the water.
Mark, it was crazy to watch it.
I can imagine you guys seeing it from here. Where'd the plane come from? That way?
The second one, yeah.
You guys saw that movie. I missed the second hit. I was standing right on top of the roof here. I went up.
Oh, wow.
I was on the street. I saw the first one. I looked up because I heard the news. And then I parked the car, and I'm like, fuck, the second one's hit now. How? I thought it was from the debris from the other plane. The debris from the first plane. But then when I came in here, they said second plane.
You know how the flight from Newark to San Francisco crashed in, not the one that crashed into nowhere in Pittsburgh. I'm taking it next month.
Hey, you know, on the edge of it.
yeah.
We're still backing up on
Fella? Well, tell him to do whatever he needs to do.
My sister was supposed to come.
I'll give you a call a little later. You still at work?
Today.
Yeah, I don't know.
My brother-in-law was like, well, he's not coming back to the country. Pictures of the war.
Yeah.
They're going to close the library.
No.
Yeah. I don't know if they have this.
I have no picture either, but I have to take it to a jet ski in Oakland. It's
They were.
I've been watching a mass exodus of thousands of people, some of whom have walked here from 49th Street and 10th Avenue all the way downtown. Now they're going to walk across the bridge over to their homes in Brooklyn.
I could even imagine around those people down there. You know, smoke's going to go all over the place. How the hell are New York people doing? They all left early? They had to. American Stock Exchange is gone. All my friends are across the street. Brown Brothers New York has to be over.
We're all the way down here now. Pushing it all the way. Pushing it all the way. Now you got over the bridge, you go down to that. Well, the ferry's open, we're going to go down that way. If not, we're going to go over the bridge. If you evacuate the city of New York, I need to do so by closing everything down to get out of the city. We can't get out of the city. We're trapped. It really is a problem. People not knowing where to go. So one young man said, looking north here at Canal City, says, is Bronx that way? I said, yeah, it's a long way. He said, well, I want to go there because there are no trains running. And people are just sitting out on foot every different direction, hoping to get where they want to go. It's chaos, and it's hot, and lots of people just walking with masks over their face coming from lower Broadway, from the lower part of Manhattan. And it's been a nightmare here, Ralph.
All right, that is 1010 Senior Correspondent Stan Brooks as part of our developing story here. Just to set the scene again, if you're just joined us here on 1010 Wins, major tragedy in lower Manhattan and in Washington, a terror attack, 2 planes, barely hijacked, crashing into the World Trade Center towers, one before 9, one after, and then later on, about an hour and a half later, the towers collapsing one before the other. Parts of the towers still stand, but not much. And of course, no doubt will just have to be taken down and they'll be gone forever, those twin towers of the World Trade Center. Awful devastation in that part of New York City. And we have no idea what the casualty figures might be. There was an estimate by one police official that it could be in the thousands, and that was very likely. At least 50,000 people worked in that area, a total complex, and it was just about the time most people were showing up to work or already on duty. And in Washington, a plane apparently hijacked, crashing into the Pentagon. 2 American airline planes disappeared. It's kind of uncertain at this point which planes might have been used or what, but in all, it appears that 4 planes were hijacked. 2 United and 2 American, and they were used in this attack. The 4th plane went down southeast of Pittsburgh, and a man on that plane with a cell phone said, we're being hijacked. What they were planning to do with that plane or why it crashed near Pittsburgh, we don't know, and they never know at this point, but maybe it was heading to another target or something, we simply don't know. Now, let's find out what the travel situation is. The man talking to Stan Brooks just a moment ago was pointing out you can't get in, you can't get out, and that is pretty much the story around New York City. Here's Matt Ward.
Yes, and the Cross Bronx is closed. The westbound side over the Brooklyn. They've also shut down the Deacon southbound to 230th Street and northbound of the Cross Bronx. Both the Harlem Drive and the West Side Highway are closed as you come uptown to the George Washington Bridge. Now, the George Washington Bridge is the only Hudson River crossing that has been open, and that's the upper level going back to New Jersey. That's the only thing that is open right now across the Hudson River as we scope things out here on the 1010 Winds Jam 10 Network. And perhaps they're just letting what's left there on the Cross Bronx get out of the way and get off of there, and then who knows, they may close it down again. That's just speculation, but again, the Cross Bronx has been reopened, so those who were sitting on the Cross Bronx are now able to at least cross the bridge and get back to the Jersey side. The traffic is also blocked off on the Jersey Turnpike north of Interstate 11. No traffic allowed east on the North Bay extension of the Jersey Turnpike. The Whitestone Bridge is closed both ways. You can use the Prospect and the Travel heading over to Queens. And you can also use the Queensboro Bridge and the Midtown Tunnel getting back to Queens, but not into Manhattan. Brooklyn, Manhattan, Williamsburg Bridges, Battery Tunnel shut down both ways. So is the Verrazano getting to Brooklyn. And the Staten Island Bridges, the Redbridge, Goggles, and Plane are open to Jersey.
I just saw a shadow.
And a ferry service, an update on that. It looks like a little bit more services available from Pier 11, Wall Street. You can catch a ferry service also from West 38.
Yeah, because there's not a plane in sight.
And also from Pier A, Battery Park to New Jersey, Brooklyn, and Queens.
I wonder if they flew in a...
Were you here when the first plane crashed into the building?
I was at work, but I was in the bathroom.
Did you hear anything?
No, I wasn't feeling too well.
Did you do the videotaping of the meeting with Boston?
I didn't see this. Yeah? That meeting?
Windows Media Encoder.
Oh, okay.
You could use that meeting, but it doesn't let you save it. It just types it. There it goes again.
What?
What? Vote, getting more people.
Oh. You know, I keep hearing the plane on top of us. I don't know.
That's that fighter. The fighter, yeah. That's the fighter.
I don't see the
Oh, it's very high.
plane.
You hear the vibration.
I don't see the plane, but I hear the plane. It makes me nervous when I hear the plane.
Hopefully he won't drop anything. She's not the good guy.
I know, I'm telling you.
If they're not letting any planes take off,
it's going to be... It should have let me... Really, seriously, really...
If there was an airplane in the air, it would shut it down.
You know what? You got to give them credit. They hijacked simultaneously 4 planes. They walked on with guns in order to.
At the same time frame, within half an hour.
They all got in here at the same time from different airports.
They have to have a
walkie-talkie. You can't get regular commercial airlines.
They have to have a cell phone. They have to have a 3-way cell phone.
No, they said they must have some connection to control them. So there's no way they can.
got all the way here without setting up alarms or the flight paths off or something.
Controller helping them out. They probably went in there, hired one of the. Hi, how you doing? Hire one of their own.
Smoke's blowing back
No.
this way.
The other thing we are saying that the World Trade Center must have a lot of bombs already pre-targeted.
Ready to go
yeah.
off?
Because it cannot know. Because the whole building,
Yeah, the way it comes,
102 floors height, yeah. You won't topple
I could see
like
the
that.
top falling off or
Right,
slashing
exactly.
down, but not the whole thing.
But
it has to be some dynamite.
when they flew the plane into
It has to be
if all the
dynamite.
fuel went right down the
Actually,
elevator.
what happened if it's like
And
No,
lit up
it's
in
still-
the middle of the building?
Still
the
cannot.
fuel blows up
No.
right away. The fuel blew up
Yeah.
right away.
Right.
Whoa. It's a helicopter. It's a helicopter.
Oh, it's coming our way!
No, don't say that because I'm running. She's okay.
Oh, that's a helicopter landing.
No,
you don't understand. No, I understand. I tell you this.
Where is he?
Right there, that's the helicopter. They're landing now.
That's pretty small.
No, it's really coming because that other plane was like that. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Right?
What's the other thing?
On the
phone. We're panicking now, man. Let me tell you, it's scary.
No. You panic in the World Trade Center. Any of the other buildings, no one's thinking they're going to hit them. Maybe if you worked in a telephone
Let me tell you,
building.
I thought this was going to be a target. This is whole building. Invisible building.
This is what do you mean? It's for KTU though? It's not going to,
It's just a symbol that here's another big building. Let's tear it off. They're building another.
You want to get a building that's been around for a couple $100 years. I'd rather get St. Patrick's Cathedral than get a building like this. That would piss more people off. And there should be no one in St. Patrick's in the morning.
Because you have the hotel across the street, so you have those down that
And they rebuild it out
that would be completely obvious.
Problem? Yeah.
What?
I mean here. What do you want DSS to do? Should I just tell them to go ahead?
No, they said it's supposed to be done because they said it was 36.6 the night before.
Did you want to run it that point?
Yes. Everybody here wants it.
Huh?
Everyone here wants it.
It's still running.
You guys are watching too. There's nothing going
What happened?
Yeah, it's done.
It's done?
Done, 33 gigs.
Right now they have 5, and they're expecting about 50 more over the next couple of hours. We should also mention that right now there is no critical need, at least at this hospital, for blood donation. In fact, 150 students from the New Jersey Institute of Technology showed up here to donate blood. They were turned away. They were told they might have to come back over the next couple of days when it's more desperately needed. Mark O'Brien, 1010 wins, live at University Hospital in Newark.
All right, we're going to listen to Mayor Giuliani now.
Here's something that we've had nightmares about. Probably thought.
And ATL is done too, 6 gigs. Yep, I gotta go eject them and label them.
And our focus
Nah, I got it.
has to be on saving as many lives as possible. We have hundreds of police officers and firefighters who are engaging in rescue efforts in lower Manhattan. I want to thank Governor Pataki for the incredible cooperation and coordination, and including deploying the National Guard that will be available to relieve our police officers and firefighters and emergency workers in the next couple of hours. The Governor and I just spoke to the President of the United States. His coordination with the federal government from the time of the first attack has been excellent, including closing off the airspace around Manhattan and doing everything that can possibly be done in the face of this barbaric act to make the city secure. And we will strive now very hard to save as many people as possible. And to send a message that the city of New York and the United States of America is much stronger than any group of barbaric terrorists, that our democracy, that our rule of law, that our strength and our willingness to defend ourselves will ultimately prevail. And I'd ask the people of New York City to do everything that they can to cooperate, not to be frightened, to go about their lives as normal. Everything is safe right now in the city, and the people who are doing relief effort need all the help they can get. And then, Governor, thank you very, very much. we're here to assist you with your help and your support. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership through this crisis. This is a vicious attack upon New York. It's an attack upon America. It's an attack upon the whole concept of freedom and our way of life. And we cannot let these attacks succeed. The first step has to be to make sure we do everything in our power to protect the people and to save the lives of those whose lives are still at risk and to help those who have been injured. And I want to commend the mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues from Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and the federal government have all offered and made ready support to help us deal with this ongoing crisis. The people of New York are not only the freest, the most diverse people in the world, we're also, I believe, the most capable of rising to meet the challenges of this type of attack. And right now, we want New Yorkers to remain calm, to go about their business, to appreciate the fact that everything to provide for their safety is being done, to appreciate that everything that can be done to provide for the health and the needs of the people who are still at risk is being done, and that we will continue to work to make sure that we get through this as strongly and quickly as possible. I want to thank the Federal Administration. Secretary Thompson has been on the phone with me a number of times, as well as the President, for what they are offering and prepared to do. And we're just confident that, well, this is a horrible attack, and one that is despicable and really unthinkable in its magnitude. We will get through this, and we will continue to have a great and free country, state, and society. We know the number of casualties. I don't think we really want to speculate about that. The number of casualties will be more than any of us can bear ultimately, and I don't think we want to speculate on the number of casualties. The effort now has to be to save as many people as possible. I don't think we will know the answer to that until sometime tomorrow or the next day. Were there large numbers of firefighters? There are a large number of firefighters and police officers who are in harm's way, and we don't know how many we've lost. There's no doubt we've lost some firefighters and police officers.
So anything about the cause of the explosions that brought the two buildings down yet? Was it caused by the flames or by something else?
We believe that it was caused by the after effects of the flames hitting the buildings. We don't know of an additional explosion. Further attack on your many indicated that there could be more bombs, more planes out there. I know recently there was a report that 8 planes had been hijacked, 4 have only been accounted for. What about the remaining 4? And is there any possibility that there could be bombs on the ground planted by the We have some specific information to that effect. Obviously, the city is now closed, the airspace around the city is closed, and we are on heightened alert. But we have no specific information suggesting any further attack. I think to give the people of New York confidence, to show that the federal government is standing with us, and to make certain that nothing further happens. This has been a very, very difficult and traumatic day for the people of the United States and the people of the city. And I think that it's an act that shows that the federal government is doing everything they can to support us and help us. There are over 1,000 rescue workers, probably about 2,000 that are deployed, trying to get into the buildings, trying to find people, trying to search for people. The governor and I spoke a couple of hours ago. The governor has deployed the National Guard to relieve them because our people are going to need reinforcements pretty soon. But right now they don't want to leave because they're searching for innocent citizens and they're searching for some of their brothers and sisters. Are you finding survivors? Yes, we have phone numbers that we can give you. We have 1,500 people in the park who were evacuated, described as walking wounded. They were evacuated by ferry and other means. We're about 600 as of about 15 minutes ago in local hospitals that we account for. 600 people are being treated in local hospitals. And there were 150 in particular that were critical that were moved by EMS. New York City has 170 hospitals. So we have a lot of hospitals, and we're utilizing all of them. Probably the ones that are the hardest hit the St. Vincent's Hospital. And I would like to just single them out and commend them. Because as I was rushing down there, after the first plane hit, before the second, they were already deploying people on the street. I could see the doctors and nurses outside getting ready to receive people. And that was before the second plane actually hit the World Trade Center. What was the also blood donations. We have several sites for blood donations. 153 East 53rd Street, 66 in Amsterdam, which is the Red Cross, 310 East 67th Street. If people want to do something, they can donate blood. That's going to help not just today, but tomorrow and the next day. This movie effort is going to take sometime. Well, maybe you're one of the first people down there to describe it in your own words when you saw it down there. I don't know if I'm really able to describe it. It was the most terrific scene I've ever seen in my whole life. We saw the World Trade Center in flames, big cold, all the way on the top of it. You see people jumping from the top of the building. And then we went into Barclay Street, 75 Barclay Street, I think it was. We were there when the building collapsed. It collapsed in part on 75 Barclay Street, so we were trapped in the building for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, trying to get out different exits. We finally went through a basement and came out 100 Park Place. Sure, yeah. I don't think anything was on my mind other than making sure that we all remained calm and found an exit and just tried to figure out the most intelligent thing. Probably the same thing that went through the minds of 10,000 other targets who I've seen on the streets. I really have to commend them. If you really want to know what New Yorkers are all about, you just watch the way in which they handle themselves. They didn't panic. They moved deliberately. They moved swiftly. But they didn't hurt each other. They helped each other. Just the most wonderful people in the world. What do you think about the composition of that dust that blankets on Manhattan? Is there any asbestos or hazardous material in that dust? I don't know. I don't know the answer. Mayor, I heard reports that gases wasn't related to this. The gases were possible. We don't believe it. We don't believe that. I've got an aircraft sold on the floor, remind me to turn off the gas at the city building. Tell us the precautions. Where the aircraft came from, how to report the contact. I think we should leave that up to the federal government to yes, have some information, but I think we should leave that up to the federal government to release that information. Our focus is on the relief efforts. First step right now, Marcia, is to make sure we do everything to help those people who need our support, and whether they're injured or still trapped in buildings. The second thing is to make sure at the same time we're providing maximum security against possible additional incidents. But clearly, this is an attack upon America, it's an attack upon our freedom and our way of life, and we must retaliate people after those who perpetuated this heinous crime against the people of America. Unprovoked, horrible attack on innocent and women and children. It's one of the most heinous acts, probably certainly in world history. And as the governor said, and I said to the president, we fully and completely support him in any action that he has to take in order to make an example of the people who are responsible for this. I don't know that I want to use those words. I think the president is the one who has to respond. I think what he has to know is that all of us in New York support him and support him completely in the efforts that he's going to have to make over the next couple of days, weeks, to make a point that people can't attack men, women, and children. And ultimately, I'm totally confident that American democracy and American rule of law will prevail. And the people of New York, they can help to demonstrate that over the next couple of days.
Anybody here responsibility for this? Any responsibility to safeguard citizens when something like this happens?
Well, first of all, I don't know if anyone has taken responsibility for it at this time. Secondly, the New York City Police Department is fully deployed, not just in the rescue efforts, but all throughout the city of New York, offering as much protection and as much security as we're capable of for the citizens of the city. And at this point, I believe that the people in New York City can demonstrate our resolve and our support for all the people that were viciously attacked today by by going about their lives and showing everyone that vicious, cowardly terrorists can't stop us from being a free country and a place that functions, and we'll do everything we can to make that point.
Can you please tell us what's going to happen to the U.S. primary?
This morning I issued an order suspending the primary across the state. There will be no primary today, and we'll reschedule it once we get through this.
Right now we're going out the subway, schools, courts.
The subway, the schools, the chancellor, I came to the chancellor, he was on the phone a number of times with us and coordinated very, very carefully what would happen. He thought it out and he came up with a very good plan, which was essentially to keep the schools open, to keep the children in school, so we didn't have a large number of children and borrowed and be released from school. They're being released, I should say as normal, basically on a normal schedule. If parents aren't there to pick up the young children, then the children will be taken to a center, and the parents will be notified to come pick them up. The children who have Metro cards and normally travel on the subway will be able to do that. The subways are functioning in 4 of the 5 boroughs, and we got an update show. We have the subway doing and all the lettered lines are working, including in Manhattan, and throughout the rest of the city, public transportation is normal, so children should be able to get from school in normal fashion. And if any children don't have parents to pick them up, then we'll hold it, let the parents know, and the parents can come to the I don't think we know yet. The whole area of Manhattan is very much affected by it. All NYPD and FDNY offices are on duty. We're going to need all of them somewhere. And again, thanks to the governor and the state reaction, we will have 1,600 National Guard to relieve them over a period of time so we can get some relief for them. American 95 is we're going to get back here tomorrow and try to help coordinate that. Individual businesses have already done that. But we will find some time from the relief efforts and give you a number which people can call and then we can direct them to the right place. There have been no reports of lawlessness, no reports of looting. As I said, we saw a lot of people that were part of the and they seem to be conducting themselves in a very, very sensible way, a very deliberate way. They seem to be helping each other. So I don't think we have any reports like that at all. The purpose of it is to help with the relief effort. We're going to need the help of the state and the surrounding areas with heavy-duty equipment. The National Guard troops some have arrived already. We expect to have close to 2,000 between the National Guard and the state police by later this evening. I think everything is closed.
I'll let them know. I'll check.
Give you an update on when the point will be for tomorrow. People are walking out of the area because obviously emergency services are very seriously. People come with some people have difficulty breathing. Is there any health advice that you can give to people who are caught in this thing who are not necessarily at risk of losing their life? But I think obviously if you feel ill or you feel that you've been affected by it, you should go to a hospital and get checked out. But if it's just discomfort that you feel, then you can do basically what we did, was to wash our faces off and get rid of the clothes and get to an area where you can breathe in fresh air.
How many days were in the World Trade Center at the time of this attack?
I mean, business had already started. It was right before 9 o'clock. I don't know. Yes. Approximately. Someone just gave me a number of approximately 10,000, but that's a guess.
How long will you be on a high speed?
Until we're told not to. Until the FBI and the police department and the federal government tells us that we should. Right now, the city is should be on a state of alert. Now, that should, instead of frightening people, that should make people feel more confident that everything trying to keep things secure. And again, let me emphasize that the reason for the National Guard, because I heard the question before, is to help with the relief effort, not because there's any fear of any other problems in the city right now. I don't know that. I don't know yet. Hopefully soon, but I don't know the answer to that. No, the command center is open. We have people in the command center right now. There is no question that we lost police officers and firefighters. That's something I know personally, and all of us here know personally that we're very worried about. We're not going to know the answer to that until much later. And maybe we should just close now and give you a briefing later. And I would just ask everyone, I talked to Cardinal Ethan before because he's at St. Vincent Hospital. And everybody should in their own way say a prayer. Ask God for help and for assistance. And also ask God to give us the strength to overcome this, because I know we're going to need strength to overcome it. And I want the people of New York to be an example to the rest of the country and the rest of the world that terrorism can't stop us. American democracy is much stronger than vicious, cowardly terrorists, and we're going to overcome it. Thank you, sir. We're just listening here on 1010 West Live. Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki with a news briefing. Their first, actually, since the awful tragedy at the World Trade Center. And the mayor giving us as much information as he can, but obviously there's not too much information to be had. The mayor, just at the end, they're pointing out that we lost some firefighters and police officers, that a large number of them may still be in harm's way, that the city is on a heightened alert, and there's no sense we face another attack. The National Guard has been activated mainly as a relief effort, as he pointed out. He also pointed out, as we've been hearing on 1010 West, that people have been taking ferries or giving ferry rides out of the city to hospitals in New Jersey. For example, 1,500 people are at Liberty State Park in Jersey City. They were taken by ferry over there. Another 600 in local hospitals that we know about. But this is only the beginning. There's still flames and smoke inside the two twin towers of the World Trade Center. And still people inside. People who may still be injured. People may have died. And some of those may be rescue workers who got in harm's way, as the mayor suggested. And as far as any kind of list of numbers, the mayor says, and these words, more than any of us can bear. More than any of us can bear. We don't know the answer and when. I don't know the answer tomorrow. Frankly, it might be days before we really know how many people may have died or may have been injured by these two aircraft crashing into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center this morning, a little before 9, a little after this, now just roughly 5 hours ago that this happened. And then another one crashing into the Pentagon. All of these were hijacked planes. And an added story here, we just got the word, law enforcement officials say that they confirmed that the American Airlines flight that crashed into the Pentagon, this is Flight 77, it had taken off from Dulles, it was supposed to go to Los Angeles, but that's the one that crashed into the Pentagon. Aboard that plane was Barbara Olson, a former congressional staffer and a Republican activist, somebody you may have seen on Larry King Show or heard on Larry King Show. She was on that plane. She made a call with her cell phone, apparently reporting that she was being hijacked, and she now is presumably among the dead from that aircraft that crashed into the Pentagon. 1010 West reporter Doug O'Brien is keeping us up to date on many facets of the story. Doug?
Yes. Ralph, Virginia Congress member James Moran says Camp David was to be the target of the hijacked plane that crashed 80 miles east of Pittsburgh this morning. This about the same time that the plane crashed into the north side of the Pentagon after being hijacked, as you said, from taking off from Dulles. The Pentagon right now is charred on the outside. It looks like someone tried to take a flight out of it as if it was a cake. A state of emergency has been declared in D.C. People are being told to go home, and stay off the street. All traffic into the nation's capital is stopped except for medical personnel and for journalists. The U.S. Capitol, White House, several other government buildings have been closed. The U.S. military says security is heightened at all of its installations. The Federal Aviation Administration says it probably won't be until tomorrow before air traffic resumes in the U.S. The target right now is noon, but the FAA says that could change for now. All U.S. outbound air traffic has been canceled. Inbound foreign traffic to eastern seaboard cities was turned back. All U.S. inbound domestic traffic was allowed to continue to its destination, as was foreign traffic bound for the West Coast. The FAA says all domestic flights have arrived. Foreign flights are moving toward their destinations without incident. A national emergency medical system is in operation now, set up to respond to terror attacks. As many as 7,000 medical personnel in 80 teams can be dispatched. Teams set up and are to be dispatched by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Each team consists of doctors, nurses, pharmacists, and others, and they're all volunteers. Again, there is a state of emergency in Washington. You cannot get into the District of Columbia. All airline flights throughout the United States and coming in from Europe have been canceled. Well, that is 1010 News reporter Doug O'Brien. In just a couple minutes, we'll have a further update on travel right around New York because some roads are actually closed. A lot of trains are not running. Buses are not running in some cases. But Matt Ward will have that for us in just a couple of minutes. 1010 News reporter Juliet Pappas with us. Juliet?
Yes, Ralph. In fact, I'm here with a couple of gentlemen who just came from downtown where they say flames are still burning in what remains of the towers. And you were telling me how much is left of that building?
25 floors left in the building.
What else did you see?
Just a lot of firemen, a lot of dead bodies, and a lot of flame and ash, and a lot of people hurt. A lot of cars damaged, and just papers and everything all over the place. And that's pretty much all I can say to wrap it up.
And this gentleman here who's just volunteering to help pull people out and to try to get things and people out of the rubble. Sir, tell me about the situation down there.
Okay. From the initial incident with the plane headed until the collapse of the first building, I've been there through all of it. What you have is fires along in the adjoining buildings on both sides that are still burning. You have one building that has severe structural damage. The loss of life here is astronomical. I mean, there's bodies all over the place. There's ash and foliage is deep in place. If you go down into what used to be the number one building, the World Trade Center, it's like going down into a crater. And other than that, we're just hoping for the best. We've pulled as many people out as possible, and we're calling it a day.
All right, thank you, sir. So these are people who are just full of soot, who just came back from down there. Of course, there's such limited access. Wherever you go, there are police officers and police tape that are just blocking access here, and emergency vehicles are still coming down the block. So as you heard, 4 feet of ash and soot, cars overturned. There were flames still coming out of what remains of those buildings. And that one gentleman said just about 11 stories high left of the World Trade Center. Ralph?
Well, those buildings and all, in effect, really gone, Juliet. No, be there no more. 1010 Winds reporter Juliet Papa. You're listening to 1010 Winds, WINS New York, an Infinity Broadcasting Station. Here's where we stand right now. It was just about 6 hours ago now, 6 hours ago roughly, that one plane, a hijacked plane, went crashing into one tower of the World Trade Center, leaving a gaping hole, and then shortly after another hijacked plane went into the other tower. And then just a matter of time, about an hour or so, one tower collapsed, the top part of it, and then the same for the other tower. There were some reports of other explosions, so we heard from Mayor Giuliani a short time ago. He said the indication that just the explosion had something to do with all the damage that was inside the building, that it was not like any other explosions that were set off there. We have no idea how many people may have been killed. The mayor pointing out some of the people who died are firefighters and police officers who had no conduct out going in to help rescue and bring people out, and then the collapse of the building. But the casualty figures will be in the thousands, or as the mayor said, more than we can actually bear. Now, let's get an update on traffic. We'll be going to Stan Brooks and hear from Larry Cantor and other reporters in just a moment, but Matt Ward has the latest on the things that are open and closed as far as travel.
Well, we are making some progress on the subways. In fact, they've restored service on the A, B, C, D, E, F, J, M, and L lines, and also the 5 and the 7 trains, but still because of power problems, there's no service on the IRT 1, 2, 3, 4, or 9 lines. Jersey Transit still disrupted. Northeast Corridor, North Jersey Coastline, Raritan Valley Line, no Amtrak service on the Northeast Corridor, just limited service out of town on both Metro North and Long Island Railroad. The airports remain closed nationwide. Ferry service available from Pier 11 Wall Street to West 38th and East 34th, and also at Pier
Subway is running.
Park.
Running?
Except the IRT. Oh, they all tried to put out a fire. Look at that. You see the water?
Midtown Tunnel, Queensboro Bridge closed to Manhattan, but going back to Queens. George Walker Bridge upper level has been reopened, going back to Jersey, but the lower level is still closed either way, as is the inbound upper level. Holland and Lincoln Tunnel still shut down in each direction.
Yeah, just 1, 2, just the east, the west side, number 129, 194.
Walking across the Manhattan Bridge, heading back over to Brooklyn. Many of the area roads are also closed, heading towards the city, like New Jersey's Route 446 and Route
but PATH train is not running, so that's not good.
Along Island, the West Bend, LAE, Northern and Southern State, also blocked off, trying to come back towards the city, so those are...
So how about the ferry? We can't take the ferry?
Matt Ward with updates every 10 minutes or so on what's going on as far as travel. You're listening to live continuing coverage on 1010 Winds.
a major terror attack in the United States that focused here in New York on the World Trade Tower, which no longer exists. Basically, you might see some structures still there, but they're really gone. And inside, a mounting number of people who either died or who were injured. And then again, another hijacked plane crashing into the Pentagon, and that was confirmed to be a flight out of Dulles, American Flight 77. It was supposed to go to Los Angeles, but instead crashed into the Pentagon. And then another plane, a fourth one, that crashed in southeast of Pittsburgh, and there's speculation that that plane was part of this whole terror attack as well, but it crashed. We're not sure just what happened, and we may never ever know as far as that goes, but it was a hijacked airliner. All 2 American and 2 United planes hijacked, setting off this the wave of terrorism today. 1010 Wins senior correspondent Stan Brooks is with us. Stan?
And Ralph, you mentioned just a couple of minutes ago that hours later they're still burning, and I'm in Chinatown watching the smoke billow from the remains of the World Trade Center towers, and it's an awful sight. And Paul Hoffman was there this morning when the planes hit, and he was stunned by what he saw. It looked like something surreal. It looked like a plane, or most of them looked like planes flew into the building and simply disappeared. They were in the air and suddenly gone. It looked like it had been evaporated. They both clearly went right into the building. They didn't just crash and break apart. They went into the building. Dozens of people were jumping out of the building. It's a sight, as you can imagine.
It is a horrific sight, and people just wandered away from their masks on their face. Some of them covered with this white ash because the buildings collapsed. They just showered the area with this dust. I saw people just standing, leaning on a car, stunned. And the New Yorkers are responding. I saw one man when he collapsed to the ground. 2 others were right by his side there to help him. They called over the cops. The cops radioed for help. We're going to get him to a hospital. People seem to be reacting, as calmly as they can in this situation, shocked by what happened. Thousands going over the Manhattan Bridge to Brooklyn. Others walking uptown. Others walking downtown. And it's just incredible. And I have to say, when I thought about this, the first thing that hit me was sounded like Pearl Harbor, an awful sneak attack on unsuspecting innocent people. Just horrible. But as the mayor said, New York will respond, and I trust we will. Well, that is 1010 Wins reporter Stan Brooks, but the devastating result is unprovoked attack. Cowardly attack, as the mayor put it, by barbarians. But the real point is that the rescue effort's underway. This story, in a sense, is just unfolding. Even though this happened 6 hours ago, the rescue effort is just really getting started. The search in the building, and as the mayor pointed out, we lost firefighters and police officers along with how many civilians we simply don't know. And there's a major emergency effort underway. Hospitals throughout the New York area involved in this, and they need help. They need blood. For that part of our story right now, let's get back to 1010 Wins reporter Larry Cantor. And the mayor said all 170 hospitals in the city are being used to treat the injured, and blood is what they need right now. Here are some places you can go to donate blood. The New York Blood Center at 310 East 67th Street between 1st and 2nd Avenues. Red Cross office at 150 Amsterdam Avenue at 66th Street. Yes, in Manhattan. 120 Lawrence Street in Brooklyn. 1625 Forest Avenue on Staten Island. 4 locations on Long Island. 2500 Marcus Avenue in Lake Success. 3125 Veterans Highway in Bohemia. 333 Merrick Road in Rockville Center. Route 10 North in Huntington. In Westchester County, there's a donation site at 525 Executive Boulevard in Elmsford. And in New Jersey, 167 U Street in New Brunswick. Besides these locations, many area hospitals are collecting blood themselves. And here's a number you can call to find out the location nearest you. That's 800-933-2566. 800-933-2566. And very important right now is the donation of O-negative blood. That's the universal donor. And they are very low on the supply of O-negative blood. Ralph? All right, Larry Cantor will keep up to date. That part of our stories we have been doing. Wednesday News Time 307 on this terrible day, the day of the attack on the World Trade Center. 2 planes, hijacked planes, crashing into the towers. They're basically gone now. They, for the most part, collapsed. And another plane crashing into the Pentagon. It does appear there was a small bomb outside the State Department. Washington is in a state of emergency, basically closed down. New York is forging now the best we can. Lower Manhattan, of course, in chaos. Let's go live to 1010 Wins reporter Eileen Lamar.
Well, Ralph, right now I'm on Hudson Street and Duane Street, where police continue to push people back. Now the people who have gathered are kind of spectators, bringing out their own personal camcorders, trying to catch a glimpse all watching the smoke that keeps pouring from the World Trade Center a few blocks
trying
away.
to put the fire out. There's a fire engine pouring water,
Figure out how can they help, what can they do. Other people wondering about those blood centers that Larry Cantor was just speaking about. Others live downtown, down by Battery Park City. They want to know, will they be able to go home? Of course, this is a much calmer scene than it was about 6 hours ago. I was 3 blocks from the World Trade Centers when they came down. Here's the tape. Of course, that is the sound of people running north, of police officers just telling people to get down, to get into buildings, because the smoke was billowing up Broadway, up towards City Hall, and people were running. Eileen Palmer, 1010 Winds, live on Hudson Street in Lower Manhattan.
And we're going right to Al Jones, 1010 Winds reporter Al Jones with more. Al?
And Ralph, I'm just a little west of where Eileen is. I'm over on Greenwich Avenue. And, you know, the odd thing here is that you stand here and you look north, and, you know, it's sunshine, a beautiful blue day. The streets are fairly empty. It's like a Sunday morning here in the Lower Manhattan. You turn around, and the 2 towers that used to dominate the skyline to the south now are simply gone. And that's what I think is shocking the people down here the most, is that something so large, something that you identified with New York, can just simply disappear in a matter of hours. And all that shock is starting to wear off for some, and it's being replaced by anger. Eugene Fody, among those who got out of #1 World Trade Center, and he's mad. And one woman, Mary Bowes, in tears, asked me what happened. So I told her. And she grabbed my arm and looked at me and said, "The world's changed, hasn't it?" And, you know, Ralph, I guess, in a way it has.
It has, Al, drastically, and I don't think we even have any idea yet how deep this is going to go before this day is over in the next few days as things unfold. Al Jones and the rescue efforts still underway at the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, and now the FAA says nothing's going to fly until at least noon tomorrow. There's no trading on the markets. There may not be tomorrow. We don't know about that yet. New York City Public Schools, the kids were kept there. Most of them are letting out about now, I presume. We don't know about schools tomorrow, but let's find out the situation from 1010 Winds reporter Mona Rivera. Mona?
Ralph, a lot of parents of New York City school kids were worried all day. Many of them had seen their kids off this morning. It was a normal day, and then it wasn't. Parents heard about the attack at the World Trade Center. I'm here at PS20 in Brooklyn, and Tracy Hines heard about this at work. She walked from the Metrotech Center to PS20, a couple of miles, so it took her about an hour to pick up her daughter, and I was there and they were reunited. I said, "Oh, they want to get to my daughter. I have to get to my daughter. Please, let us, please. Can we go? Can we go? Can we go?" And this boyfriend of voice says, "We gotta go." So you walked all the way over. You went out to bed? Your mom came to get you. Yeah, was you worried? Yeah. Was you worried?
Yeah,
no one. Yes, my dad went to that father. He was
What did they tell you here at the school?
They said that he's alright and that the fire isn't over there.
The New York City Board of Ed kept the schools open, keeping the schools open late. Many kids are still here at school. Parents wishing to pick up their child have to show ID to do so. The mayor says that buses and subways are running again for kids with Metro cards to get home the normal way, but no child will be released by a bus driver unless someone is there to meet them. The anticipation, of course, that some parents may be stuck in buildings, not able to get home. So the Board of Ed is saying call your school principals to make arrangements. And on a side note, parents who are arriving here to pick up their kids are hugging them, very thankful that no schools were hit. Mona Rivera, 1010 Winds, live at PS20 in Brooklyn.
But imagine the terrifying cost of some of these children just seeing this, hearing about this, and wondering about their parents who might be working in that area, just wondering what's going on in a day like today. Just one of the many
it didn't have a tape drop. I thought it was one of the
affected by this. Some actually dying in the explosions at the World Trade Center today and at the Pentagon. Let's go back to we're going to update us just where we stand, because a lot of things are not happening on this horrible day.
Well, the only thing that's happening across the Hudson right now is the George Washington
hook it up and not build the
Jersey Zone. That's been reopened for about an hour or so. The continue in other places like the India Drive in both directions, Battery Park, underpass all the way to the Scarborough Bridge. There's also closures on the Cross block west of the Bruckner and the Beacon, south of 230th Street. I'm seeing a lot of traffic on the Tappan Zee, which has been open all day. The Tappan Zee very crowded coming back into Westchester County. Across the Upper East River, you can go to Queens, but not to Manhattan or the Bronx. Midtown Tunnel in Queensboro is closed to Manhattan, but open back to Queens. And the traffic is also very crowded trying to cross the Lower East River. You can't cross the Manhattan Williamsburg bridges unless you're on foot. We've spotted a lot of people walking across the Manhattan Bridge, heading back over to Brooklyn. A couple of transit notes. New Jersey Transit from Newark to Penn Station. There's now limited outbound service on the Northeast Corridor and North Jersey Coast Line and Raritan Line, and limited service from Penn Station, New York City to Penn Station, Newark, and no service coming back into New York City. The airports, of course, remain closed nationwide. Metro North, they're going to be running on a Saturday schedule now on their trains coming out of Grand Central Terminal, and the limited service continues. Otherwise, Amtrak still with no service on the Northeast Corridor, and Long Island Railroad limited service out of New York City. IRT subway lines 1, 2, 3, 4, and 9 still disrupted by power problems. Ralph, back to you.
All right, Matt Ward, and we'll go back to Matt, of course, as we've been doing every 10 minutes or so to keep you up to date on the travel situation. Now, as we mentioned, we're telling you all along, the two aircraft crashed into the Twin Towers, another crashed into the Pentagon, Washington. Well, let's find out what's happening in Washington and more about that part of the story as we go to 1010 West reporter Doug O'Brien.
Thank you, Ralph. In Washington, American Airlines Flight 77 was the plane that crashed into the north side of the Pentagon after being hijacked after taking off from Washington Dulles Airport for L.A. Part of the building is collapsed. In fact, it looks kind of like a cake that somebody tried to take flights out of. A Navy spokesman told a TV station there that there were fatalities inside the building. It's believed most of the people, if not all of them on the aircraft, were killed. There are 7 critical injuries that are known, and details such as these sorts of statistics are coming out of Washington as slowly as they are in New York. It's known that Barbara Olson was on the plane. She, a former congressional staffer and Republican Party activist, a frequent TV pundit. It's also known that she did make a cell phone telephone call from the plane. Generally in Washington, a state of emergency exists. All roads into the Capitol have been closed. Roads out of the Capitol are open. Virginia Congressmember James Moran, by the way, says Camp David was to be one of the targets this morning. That was apparently going to be the target of the hijacked plane that crashed 80 miles east of Pittsburgh this morning. Moran says he got that word during a Marine Corps briefing in Washington, and one of the passengers on that plane had locked himself into a restroom, dialed 911, and repeatedly shouted the plane had been hijacked and that it was not a hoax. President Bush is not in Washington. Secretary of State Powell is returning to the U.S. from South America. Other senior officials evacuated to undisclosed locations. Vice President Cheney and the National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice working with the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Likewise, they are in an undisclosed location. By the way, the location of various members of President Bush's family remains undisclosed. The president himself, however, we are just informed, has arrived at Offutt Air Force Base, that's near Omaha, Nebraska. Now, the military, the entire U.S. military, has gone into its highest state of alert. The Navy has dispatched aircraft carriers, cruisers, and destroyers, and amphibious ships to the waters off New York and Washington. The warships will be on alert for defensive purposes. The amphibious vessels are carrying Marines and sailors who will be on standby for evacuation, rescue, and medical work. The border between the U.S. and Mexico has been closed. The border between the U.S. and Canada is open, but on the highest state of alert. Elsewhere around the country, principal tourist attractions in California and Florida are shut down. There is no stock trading in the U.S. today. It's not known when the markets will reopen. The Sears Tower in Chicago has been closed, and the state government in Connecticut has shut down. Its principal figures have moved to a command center in a National Guard armory. Wind News Time 3:16. Ralph?
That is 1010 West reporter Doug O'Brien with a look at some of the aspects outside of the city and some in. The New York National Guard has been activated to do relief to help later on with the firefighters and police when they need a break. And Connecticut National Guard is on the standby as well, just in case. 1010 West reporter Steve Kastenbaum. Steve?
Oh, Ralph, some sobering information is coming out to us now as some of the emergency workers emerge from lower Manhattan and the World Trade Center area. First of all, I spoke to a couple of nurses and local doctors who rushed to the scenes in their scrubs, and they told me prior to the building collapses, there were 2 triage centers set up at the ground level on the sidewalk outside the building. when the World Trade Center buildings came down, all that debris tumbled and fell upon all the injured as well as the emergency workers who were tending to them at those triage centers. We were talking about hundreds of people who were in the direct path of the debris. We were told many of them have died. Many of them have since been transported to area hospitals and some hospitals that aren't so close to the area. One emergency worker said to me, all of the minor injuries have already been treated. They've already been taken to area hospitals, as have the critical. Basically, right now, she said, her exact words were, anyone who's coming out of there now is going to be dead, and I quote her directly. The other sobering fact that I got was from a firefighter who looked extremely exhausted as he walked out of the building area. I asked him, are you guys able to even get into the World Trade Center building to fight the fire? And he said they haven't even entered that building. They've been busy fighting secondary fires in the surrounding buildings in the World Trade Center area as a result of the initial blasts and the debris falling from the collapse of the building. So there's no telling how long this fire will continue to burn out of control out of half of one of the remaining structures here, what used to be the Twin Towers. So again, this is still very much a fluid, very much an active scene here in Lower Manhattan. Steve Kastenbaum, 1010 Winds, live outside City Hall. Ralph?
That is Steve Kastenbaum, and gave us an indication right there of some of our greatest fears, and that is that what the death toll might be. He didn't have figures, of course, but pointing out, as one rescue worker was saying, that they're going to be finding a lot of bodies. Hardly anybody might be alive up there in the Twin Towers. And another fear we had is some of the rescue people responded at first, were then caught when those buildings collapsed too. And that does seem to be the case. And Mayor Giuliani indicating that we lost firefighters and police, and the word's still kind of whizzing around in my head anyway that the mayor, when asked about casualties, said more than any of us can bear. Now, the hospitals all around are involved in this effort. Let's go to hear more about the injured. Here's 1010 Winds reporter Larry Cantor.
Yes, the mayor says all 170 hospitals in the city are being used, and also across the Hudson River, the hospitals in Jersey City and elsewhere in New Jersey, a lot of the injured have been taken over there. In fact, the injured are still being ferried from Lower Manhattan over to Liberty State Park, sort of a triage center set up there. The mayor said there were 1,500 of what he called the walking wounded at Liberty State Park. He said 600 in local hospitals and about 150 in critical condition. Earlier, we had reports from a couple of hospitals. Beekman Downtown Hospital said 3 people were dead on arrival there and 20 were in extremely critical condition. And St. Vincent's was reporting 2 dead and 15 critical. That information, though, now is perhaps almost 2 hours old, and we can only guess at what the numbers are now. In Jersey City, the Jersey City Medical Center, 100 patients brought there so far, and mostly bumps and bruises, according to officials there, but he said also there were several that were in serious condition. Lots of things are closed. Just imagine that everything in New York City is closed just about, but elsewhere there are some closings in New Jersey, things like Rutgers University and classes canceled at Seton Hall University. All the Atlantic League minor league baseball games canceled. All Major League Baseball games are canceled for that matter. Camden County College is closed. And over on Long Island, Roosevelt Field Mall is closed. So has the mall at the Source, Walt Whitman Mall, and Smith Haven Mall. And today was primary day, but the governor canceled all elections today. Ralph?
1010 Winds reporter Larry Cantor with just some of the many aspects of this horrendous story that's still just unfolding. The 2 hijacked planes crashing into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, causing devastation of the building and causing an untold number of casualties, people dead. And there were people on those planes. As far as we know, the 2 planes that had been hijacked. There was a plane that crashed in the Pentagon, people aboard that plane, casualties at the Pentagon, and then there was that 4th plane that crashed southeast of Pennsylvania. All part of this, apparently, another hijacked plane, a man with a cell phone calling from that plane that went down near Pittsburgh that we are being hijacked. And a woman had said the same thing. A woman, Barbara Olson, a former congressional staffer, said the same thing from the plane that crashed in the Pentagon with a cell phone saying that we were hijacked. Now, let's get a rundown of just what's transpiring again with the bridges and the tunnels and the rails and so on. And once again, Matt Ward.
Well, we check up on some of the area roadways in the Deacon southbound side of the Bronx is closed at 230th Street. The northbound side is open. Southbound Henry Hudson Parkway is closed down by the Henry Hudson Bridge, but the northbound side is open. Also, the FU Drive is shut down. Battery Park underpass to
the Scarborough Bridge. And the traffic is pretty much blocked off the west side highway, the Harlem River Drive 2 coming up to the George Washington Bridge.
Do you put on the network, or is this local?
Although it's very crowded coming back into Westchester
Is
County.
it local? Doesn't seem like you have to put on the network.
Yeah,
everything else across the
Oh,
Hudson
it's
is very quiet. It's closed off completely. And right across the East River, you can go to Queens, but not to Manhattan. Or the Bronx on the Upper East River bridges.
Yeah, all 2,000 buses.
No, I didn't have that problem.
All the buses that I've seen have been problems. But I think he's still recalled.
Oh, right now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's in progress. How much can you record?
Well, look at you, these guys, in that, see if he's got more. Oh, this is the 6th. There's only one 6th.
Oh, he must be, yeah.
Penn Station in New York City and Penn Station in Newark heading southbound, but no service into New York City. Long Island Railroad, limited service out of New York City, and still some ferry service available from Pier 11, Wall Street, West 30,
so let me know where you put it.
34, and also at Pier A, Battery.
Oh, it's huge.
How big is it?
The basic message
See?
everybody is
120.
don't come into the city.
That's 125 megs?
Just too much congestion.
Is that right?
Yeah, let me see if I could copy this. Oh, but I have to. You know what I do?
Obviously, you should call ahead to see what's going to happen. We don't have any information on that, by the way. But what we do know is there's no planes flying in the United States, no commercial planes, until at least noon tomorrow. All flights have been grounded across the country. Even Greyhound buses in the city service has been disrupted. 1010 West Reporter Glenn Schuck is at the Police Academy on the Manhattan East Side. And Glenn, that's where the command center's been set up. What's going on? Mayor Giuliani described what he saw earlier at the World Trade Center as horrific scene. He was there right as the terrorist activity was happening. He called it the worst in his life. He saw the streets littered with bodies and with debris. The state of emergency, as you mentioned, will continue at least until tomorrow. The mayor's asking residents to stay calm. He's also asking them to say a prayer for those lost. Everybody's in their own way say the prayer. And ask God for help and for assistance. And also ask God to give us the strength to overcome this, because I know we're going to need strength to overcome it. Mayor says police and fire personnel are at the scene as about 2,000 strong about 15 minutes ago. As you mentioned, the number of dead is still not known. About 1,500 wounded treated near the scene. Another 1,000 now we're told at local hospitals. The National Guard, Governor Pataki tells me, is en route. Also about 2,000 strong. We expect another briefing from the mayor in about 90 minutes from now. Glenn Schuck, 1010 Winds, live on the Lower East Side. All right, Glenn, and we'll be going live in the mayor's briefing once that does happen, as we did the last time. You're hearing live continuing coverage right here at 1010 Winds.
I'm copying over.
The very latest on the awful terror attack here in New York and in Washington.
Is Renato working on that?
Hijacked planes crashing into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center about 6.5 hours ago, and another plane into the Pentagon, and we don't have the full details on that either. As far as
but there's water stopped. They're not trying to put out the fire now.
Apparently hijacked and a coordinated terrorist attack in New York and in Washington.
Because the water, do you have a water gun going on? So now it stopped, right? You see? There's no more water there.
Talked about have been taken to St. Vincent's Hospital. Let's see what the latest is there as we go live to 1010 Winds reporter Terry Sheridan. Okay, Ralph, we're expecting a briefing at 4 o'clock with new numbers, but we just had a briefing with the chaplains of the hospital who have said that among the 209 that have been brought in and among the 3 who have died has been a New York City firefighter who was involved in the rescue effort. All the people that have been brought in were people not inside of the Trade Center, but who were on the ground or who were emergency workers. They were taken here, a lot of them serious, 18 are in critical condition, a lot of them just with smoke inhalation, a lot of them suffering from trauma, and the police and the emergency workers, fire workers that come in are just completely covered in this gray suit. St. Vincent has set up a headquarters. If you are inquiring whether one of your loved ones is here, it is at the new school on 12th Avenue off 5th or 12th Street off 5th Avenue. You can also call 212-604-7685. Terry Sheridan, 1010 Winds at St. Vincent's Hospital. It's going to take a long time, as the mayor indicated. It's going to be a long time.
So we also need to do our feeder.
I can go remote laptop from the
Those 2 aircraft into the Twin Towers. There's also compounded by the fact that Steve Gastonbaum was telling us, as Terry mentioned too, that some of the people who were injured have been killed.
Yeah, I know.
From the initial
Because they won't let anybody go into the city.
So more people were killed when they went to help the other people. just a lot of stories tonight, and a lot of people won't be coming home tonight.
Still fire. Look at it. It's still 2 fires going in. One is down. Down, further down, you see?
It takes a long time to find out because actually there's still flames.
Really?
What? Still fluctuates.
See, we can't see from here. Because you think the whole thing toppled, but maybe just halfway.
Both of them?
In some cases, the injured were taken by ferry to like Liberty State Park in Jersey City or to other.
You okay, Mark?
Jersey by ferry and then taken.
But I saw buses, a huge New Jersey transit bus. All the malls shut down. You sure you could get your car out? Because they said Roosevelt Field Mall, all the other malls in New York all shut down.
The facility is on a code 1 alert. That's an external disaster.
Okay, Diego, it's almost done. I put it under WTC so it's going to enter that
What are you calling?
So the pictures that
The video.
that it's almost done, 2 minutes.
It's a huge file.
So he's still taping though. So I copied from WTC 1 to 5. Over.
Only one?
No, 5 different
All of
files.
them?
Yeah.
Into Nathan, NJ Nathan?
Yeah. Under $, to directory WTC. Okay?
Smoke inhalation injury. We've seen patients that have
Where's this file?
smoke inhalation injury.
It's from the World Trade Center.
Things like abrasions all the way up to fractures that require to go to the
Oh, there's a car coming. So they reopened?
Unfortunately, we do expect
Washington Post? Huh?
At this point, Ralph, they've been treating about 100 people. And
Why?
just make this known. I mentioned this rather about blood donation. Jersey City Medical Center Sister Hospital, also in Jersey City.
I'm not signing.
And that is accepting blood donations. Their number is 201-546-106,
I'm not signing.
as well as Meadowlands Hospital.
That's okay, I'll put your name down.
201-392-3216. Dr. Shaggy mentioned this is going to be a long day.
No, Jesus not here. No, he didn't make it.
Wiped out.
Yeah, his wife, they found each other. So they got out, yeah.
It was above it. Look.
Did you put Patrick
I don't know,
in?
I thought it was. Yeah, Patrick was. Okay.
Okay, Satan was here, but Satan left.
Yeah, well, just keep it again.
Renato. Look at my name there. Look at my name. I did. No, I don't think so. They never did that. Diego, it's done? Okay. Wait, still going? So how long does it take for one? Patrick, how long does it take to go for one file?
Why are you recording audio?
I don't know. He likes to put on audio.
Because it's easier just to set the default thing up and start recording then.
Because I saw you have, this is your 6 files already.
Yeah.
So how long?
Oh, no, I've just been stopping it and starting it in case we lose power or something.
Lose power, okay. Is it still going? Yeah, it is. Okay, yeah.
Turned all black, right?
All black. Alright, so let's finish
This
that.
is what you got? You from this?
What?
What?